kind of been a thing for Fridays for a bit. Now, one thing I do want to mention, and I know I feel like I've been talking about this for a couple of months. Um, the start times have sort of been all over the place, and personally, I'm not very happy with that. I know a lot of you have been very encouraging about that, but um, I guess my view has always been. Okay, actually, here's the way to put it. It's very easy to say things like, I don't take views for granted. I don't take people's presence here for granted. I don't, all that sort of stuff. But I don't think this is just me, but, I can really only speak to my own experience. There are a lot of people who are happy to say anything, but obviously the actions don't always follow up. It's this is enshrined in the whole talk is cheap um, saying and all of that. But it is like there is some value to it, right? Like I know sometimes cliches are the sort of thing that'll give you an eye roll, but I do think for me at least where I can, I would like to try and back up those, that sort of support with action. So, for instance, you'll see if I shout someone out on Twitch, um, if if they're live, I will usually try and host them as well. And you know, I don't know, like just in general, it's one of these things where it seems basic, but it's a I don't know, like there's no okay. So if I hated everyone on Twitch, there's absolutely no incentive for me to say that because you know people justifiably would say, well, screw this guy, we can go somewhere else. But there is, I don't know, a certain way of behaving, and again, like there may be a certain personality type that could sort of pull off, I'm too important to, for you to ignore me. I'm certainly not big enough, nor is my personality type quite that brazen, to be able to pull that off reliably. So even if I believed that, it's one of these things where there would be no advantage to me to ever be honest about that. Um, but again, this is either the econ side or this is just life or whatever. It's nice to be able to back up some of the things that you will say with action because otherwise like the my other view on it is that there's lots of nice and positive things that you can say, so why taint the nice things and true things that you have to say with sort of the puffery that everybody expects. So this is also sometimes why you'll hear me say, not say things like, "Oh, this Twitch channel is a family." It's not, and I think sometimes there definitely attempts to sort of create this, this atmosphere that will maybe be um, more about retaining a certain number of subs or whatever. So all of that to say is that rather than focusing on other people's nonsense, my hope is always to be to try and act in a way that is consistent with the way that I speak. And I suppose I'm most unhappy with the really variable start times because it's one of these things where if you build expectations in terms of being able to watch a channel that you like at a certain time, it would be nice to deliver on that. Now, it's not exactly a secret that I have been struggling a bit with sleep, and work is a bit, um, and that's kind of where today went. This is such a long anecdote in that, but this is just a chance for me to sort of ramp up and get going with the game. I will load it up, but actually, it looks like there was an update to the game. So if you can just give me a second here to see if there's anything. Okay. It does say expect a big update coming later this year, but I don't think there's anything too. I don't think there's anything too, absurd for me to point out. But yeah, I don't know. Like, so, a good example for today. I wound up. Actually, yesterday was almost the first day that I missed writing. So I sort of crashed in a pretty big way when I it's just one of these things where it's like, okay, and I'll just rest my eyes for a bit. It never turns out that way. I don't even know why I pretend that there's going to be anything other than sleep. But one side effect of that, and again, this is so boring, so I'll try and keep it short. Then we can talk about some other stuff and jump into the game. But one side effect of that was I got up surprisingly early. Like, I think of a pretty standard wake up for a lot of people that I know, but as far as a wake up time for me, like one that I would consider quite early for most of the stuff that I do. And number one, I couldn't really go back to sleep. And number two, I sort of thought, well, let's try and make the most of the day. So, I got up, I did my stuff. And unfortunately, one of the side effects of that seems to have been that I just got tired. I'm really curious about this frame rate I'm seeing, because it looks like there's little stutters in the visuals on this. So I'm just going to pull up some diagnostics for a second. Let's just see what's going on there. But yeah, anyways, try to make the most of the day, and sort of found myself at a point where I was sort of just staring into the screen without a whole lot to sort of show for it. So I feel like my productivity for today did not reflect the sort of thing you'll hear from people talking about, early mornings. I always assumed that was... Wow, I don't think I've ever seen an asteroid that close. Is that an asteroid? Yeah. I know there's a difference between asteroid and meteorite, and I can never get it right, but I believe that counts as an asteroid. But actually kind of like that effect. I probably wouldn't want to have that happen too many times on the opening screen, but it's a neat one. Although, again, I'm really weirded out by the difference of what I'm seeing on the OBS screen and what I'm seeing on my own screen. So my own screen doesn't have any jitters, but it does feel like there's a little bit of a jitter. It's basically about 3 frames that seem to be sort of pulling out. Actually, it's... I should have just taken a look at my frame counter, so it is in fact 2.93 frames. So, anyways, long story short for today, I did wind up sort of nodding off. This is more of a nap sort of a thing, but I sort of got up around 6:50 or whatever, so I could sort of make the stream. But I did also want to make sure that I got a few things properly done. So I wrapped up a little bit of extra work, which I'm not crazy about because I think I should be confining my work to my work hours, not otherwise. I got some reading in, and I also just wanted to make sure I had dinner. I've actually, from the conversations about music on Wednesday, I did actually find a couple of other things to check. None of the music that was talked about on Wednesday, but I don't know. I went browsing through old people music, and this is gonna sound really strange because this is not a new band, but I'd never really heard the Glitch Mob before. Although I know they did a very famous remix for the Battlefield 1 trailer, so it's like White Stripes, Seven Nation Army, which I actually think is really good for Battlefield 1. I'm assuming that was very deliberately chosen, but like it's a good remix and one that fit really, really well with that trailer. So I had heard their music before, but I never really like sat down and listened to it. So I think the first thing I listened to was actually a collection of remixes rather than one of their albums. But I don't know, I liked it. Um, I realize this is a super controversial opinion, and this is kind of like talking about, um, stuff that's people have already had their time with and moved on from. But I have a lot of musical catching up to do. So overall, I basically just spent some time doing what I would have been doing with sort of the hours in between, acknowledging that it would be a bit later for the broadcast. But the intention was definitely to do a full show tonight. So I thank you for your patience. Basically, all this is I thank you for your patience with the weird start times. I think Friday's probably going to wind up being a later start day for a while, and I know that's kind of been true for the broadcast for a bit. But there are a couple changes coming around September, and in fact, some of those also tie with me looking for a new position. One thing I am trying to do a bit differently is be a bit more active in terms of the search, because I'm sort of realizing that my temperament is definitely more towards building something to last in a in a given workplace. But I think workplaces have largely acknowledged that most people are going to have a relatively short tenure, and that you move up by going out. I realize that is not what up or out is. That actually is a very different meaning, but it does really seem to be that people have a little bit more velocity in their careers for moving to different places rather than sort of staying in the place. And my temperament's not really aligned with that, but I also, I don't know, I don't think anybody wants to be taken for granted. So I'm trying to get a little bit better at playing that game. Although it gets like moving, I don't like really moving either way. But with all of that in mind, there's going to be a little bit of a shakeup in terms of what my work situation is going to look like, as well as just getting a few things in terms of looking for work opportunities. And I'm hoping that that's going to be, a nice little catalyst to inflict a little bit more discipline. So if I can, I'd like to just shorten the window that I give myself for starting the broadcasts. So, normally it's around 7 to 8, and then, anytime after 8 would be a late start to the cast. Well, it would be nice if I could just say, within 15 minutes of 7 o'clock, I'm going to be starting the stream. Little things like that, I think make the difference. Now that's given me the chance to get everybody to come in. There's a bunch of other stuff to talk about. I probably should have spent less time about what's going on, but hopefully most of the changes will be good, and more importantly, it will translate into better broadcasts for everybody. I did want to mention that for Out There Oceans of Time, I was given a key for the game from the developer Miklos, and Modern Wolves, the publisher. It's always tricky to figure out exactly where you're getting the stuff from. But yeah, I've been enjoying this game. Like I said, I've said a couple of times, I feel this is one of these games that probably has provoked a stronger reaction review-wise than I think is really merited by the underlying game. And probably some of this has to do with the fact that it's a sequel to a seemingly very popular game. And I can sort of see, at least in terms of where, people have been, I think, pretty good about stating what their expectations are. And some of those expectations may have even, been set through the early access period, which I think this game had. Or possibly demos or betas or whatever it was. Anyway, so early looks of the game. And I don't know, I sort of feel like somebody coming in without any strong priors. I think there's a lot to enjoy about this game. I certainly have some opinions about where, maybe the game could have done something differently, but everybody has those opinions. And every game probably has stuff like that. Another example of this I would maybe give is that on I think 2 days ago I was playing Civilization Beyond Earth. Now this is a game. Every time I mention it, the reaction is lukewarm, if not hostile. But that is a really wonderful game, which you know, maybe I just don't have, very good taste in games, but um, it's actually one of the very few games to sort of provoke a "my God, what have I done?" reaction. And like how many games can you really say that you have that kind of real attachment? Strategy games in particular. Um, so, and I don't know, I've said this before, but it's easy, particularly with games. Like, there's a lot of games out there, and it's really easy to play the cynic or to play, to be too cool or what have you. But I really like it when people talk about stuff that they enjoy. Um, I just don't really see what value there is in just talking about things you don't like. And as I've said before, there is that by establishing sort of that other and being able to sort of I guess it's your stream's Goldstein or whatever. Usually it's something like EA or whatever. Um, you're able to bond everyone against the great enemy, but I don't know. I don't care that much for that kind of thinking. And the more minor version of it is just to rip into something. It all just kind of feels like varying shades of bullying sometimes. And of course, the game is not really there to defend itself. So yeah, I would not say that this is a game. I would not say that this is a flawless game. Um, and I think the fact I'm sometimes a little worried when I see in the patch notes they kind of talk about being committed to continuing to improve the game and all of that. I am sometimes worried a little bit that the people behind this game feel that they need to be reassuring, or that they kind of need to apologize for the game that they've created, and I really just don't think Oceans of Time merits that kind of action. Like if I had released something like this, I'd be very proud. um, Now, obviously, I'm one person, and this is a team of people with experience, so maybe that's not the best comparison. But yeah, I did want to take the time saying that because, of course, there's the usual disclosure that because I was given a key for promotional purposes, it is one of those things you want to keep in mind when I'm saying nice things, because God forbid people say nice things because they actually enjoy them. But I don't know. I feel every time I look at the store page for this and see some negative reviews, based on I thought it should have been ... as opposed to the game that they've actually got. I don't know. I just don't really feel there's stuff that I can look at and I can say that review is kind of where it should be. But yeah, looking at this thing, it's mixed 145, so I don't know if this thing has sold the numbers that they were expecting. If I compare that to out their Omega edition, there's 1,214 reviews, so it's not the best proxy, but traditionally developers have applied a multiplier to reviews to see whether or not to see how many units a game sold. I think it's called the Boxlighter number. I think Mike Boxlighter was the one to suggest that. Anyways, it's a noisy measure, and in fact, it actually does very, very poorly in the short range. I actually took a look at this, and I've written that article twice, and lost everything once to a virtual machine going bad, and then I got scooped by a new game analysis group who actually had some conclusions I didn't actually really agree with, and I don't think were supported by the data. But I don't know. Like, I was just like, nobody wants to hear me kind of be like, no, you don't know how to do data analysis. So I kind of kept that to myself and just never posted the the analysis, but I probably should, because I like obviously I have something original to say about it. So I just don't think anybody will listen. But yeah, anyways, when I take a look at the response to this, so like there'll be some games. Actually, there's a game. Like, here's the last anecdote I'll tell before jumping in, because I think we're going to be like 20 minutes before. No, we're at 20 minutes already. There is, and I think I've talked about this before, so I'm not going to say who the developer is. And I think most people are probably going to be able to. I think they'll think they know who I'm talking about, but they'll be wrong. So I feel reasonably safe sort of obfuscating it. But there's a game that I had played. Actually, I can be a little more specific about it now, because the search for Twitter I don't think is going to turn up these tweets. But so there's a couple things that bugged me about this particular developer. So this is where I'm going to spill the tea and like totally go against the positive view thing that I was looking at. So there was, first of all, where I'll tell this story in reverse order. There's a really controversial article that was published about the number of games being released on Steam and whether or not that was a good thing. And a lot of people have written this article. A lot of people have strong feelings on this thing. And because people have their talking points, I notice that these articles tend not to really be read so much as people just bring out the talking points regardless of what the article actually has said. And that's not unique to gaming. That's just a way we tend to talk to each other now, or rather talk at each other now. And I don't think it's a particularly good thing, but it's a state of the world. It would be nice. I try not to give in to those instincts myself, but let's face it, it's a shorthand, and it's something that people work with. So one thing that interested me, though, was this developer in particular, or the developer I'm about to talk about, gave a reply to this, a really long one, and they were more civil than I've seen them be in the past, but certainly they had some very strong opinions about the article. And they went into great detail, actually, about how specifically it was things like the Steam algorithm that was preventing them from finding success in games. Now, I can actually tell you that this person has been given some really significant opportunities by some, like, let's say internet famous figures. Because, fame, there's considerably more layers to fame now. But yeah, so suffice to say, this person has actually gotten some pretty major support that I think pretty much any developer that's hung out here would be very, well, maybe the exception of Brace Yourself Games, but like beyond that, I think most people would be incredibly grateful for this level of sort of attention and support from a name. And they actually turned really vicious against that name when it was expedient to do so, which that was one thing that really, really made me kind of regret covering that developers games. But again, like some of that can be gossipy stuff. There may be like a backstory behind that, but I definitely sort of feel like they opportunistically made a big deal about this connection that they had, and then when it was convenient for them to to sort of speak poorly about this, or to sever the ties, or however you want to put it, like they also they kind of milked it on the other end, where it was an opportunity for them to I don't know, I guess get the clout both ways. So again, this is one of these things where it's a little bit like if I give a shout out to a streamer and then that streamer turns out to be a little bit less kind than I had registered. It's just one of these things where you're like, man, I really wish I'd not put the effort into sort of talking this stuff up, because they're very clearly very different from what I had originally thought. But In any case, what I had noticed incidentally was that the original title with the support of this bigger name, that they seemed to find some success, and then their follow up did not find a lot of success. So in this case, one might say, sort of biting the hand that fed them may not have served them very well. But in any case, there were, the focus of the article was really about how the Steam algorithm was really bad and how it was stopping them from finding success. And if only Steam would be, a little bit more, a little bit more fair, then they would achieve success. And I think I've told this example before, but as it happens for this developer, I think it's actually now up to 4 different times had Steam not only show this in the recommended list, like that queue that they give you every day. You can actually generate an infinite number of queues, but I'll usually go through it like every couple of days. I'll see what they have on offer. But it's also just like shown up in those banners on, like, if you just go on the Steam main page, you'll sort of see like there's just kind of banners all over the place in terms of recommending stuff to you. All of that is customized. All of that is quote unquote the algorithm. And this guy's game keeps cropping up. And in fact, they sent me an email. It's like a mass email. It wasn't something directly tailored to me to cover that particular game. Hey, Takri, sorry, I've been filibustering the start, but I don't know. I need to enjoy my tea. I need to both the gossip and quite literal tea. See if there's a pulse in chat. Thank you for your retweet. I hope you're doing well. I've been reading more. Actually, one fun side effect of chatting with you is I've been reading more tabletop RPG stuff lately. The one worry that I have, like, there's a side of me that thinks I should just look up some tabletop RPG groups to like play with. Because my experience has always been that nothing happens unless I am the DM or GM. But I think because of online tabletop now, I think there's probably a higher expectation in terms of the level of talent, in terms of people running stuff. And so maybe that's not the best way for me to get into things again. But it's really neat. Like, I know we don't actually talk about tabletop that much, but I've noticed that my reading habits have sort of been shifting. I think we've probably already talked about some of the games that I've been looking into, but I'm intrigued, to say the least. You're a very good ambassador. So I don't know if you've kept up with doing any writing or that. But it seemed to be that my obsession with keeping my spreadsheet had at least some level of infectiousness. But I will say that your enthusiasm for tabletop has certainly, that bridge goes both ways. I've actually wound up looking up a little more tabletop. I was delighted when you mentioned Paranoia, because I don't know, like, I think there's humor in 1984, and I don't think a lot of people recognize it. And I think you already know, like, I do like funny stuff. So Paranoia is like right up my alley, despite the fact I've never played it. It just seems to be something that I'd really enjoy. So I haven't looked up Paranoia yet, but like that was one of the things that I was kind of looking into the history of and wondering where it came from. But anyways, yeah. Also, apparently there was a Cyberpunk Paranoia overlap. So Paranoia is awesome as long as you're not expecting to win anything. Yeah, I think that's maybe why it interests me, because it does really seem to be such an actively hostile game to the players, and yet that is kind of the point. So I suppose the fun of that is just to see, all of the different and baroque ways that you can meet your end. Actually, I just had there's a couple of TV shows that I've been watching I actually just thought could be adapted really well to Paranoia. Okay, anyway, sorry. I'm all over the map on this. I was telling a story about a developer. There's a point to all of this because this is going to be talking about Steam reviews and it will relate to Out There in the end. But yeah, so needless to say, like this guy wrote, something that's about as long as one of the articles I'll write as a comment to this. And it was largely like basically just, this is kind of uncharitable, but like it's a common thing you'll see from developers, which is basically if only the Steam algorithm was tailored towards selling my game, then I would be successful in this industry. And it's like, well, yeah. And I mean, I happen to know that this guy's actually been able to leverage that contact I referred to before to getting work for hire. So they're actually able to continue. I don't think their business is sort of viable in terms of the sale of their individual games. I think that's true for a lot of independent developers, by the way. That's not to single that that developer out, but work for hire is something that that a lot of indie developers do. But needless to say, like this guy's certainly been given every advantage, and then I just found it so intriguing to see that response when I know for a fact that not only so they've done their individual outreach where it's just like, this doesn't really seem to be something that I would enjoy that much, but if anything, the Steam algorithm has over recommended the title, possibly because I played their previous game. But it's really interesting to just sort of see them go hard on the algorithm. And I think one of the reasons where that view, so anyways, I think one of the things that bugged me a little bit about, so I'd covered their game for a bit, and I can't remember what it was. I think I tried to do some kind of interaction on Twitter. I think it was just, I gave him, just kind of a congratulations on release or whatever, or there was something along those lines. Like I seem to remember that it had been phrased in such a way that I would have liked but didn't need a response. I think I'd asked like a question or something along those lines, and didn't really get any response, which is fine, right? Like I'm not entitled to a response. People are busy. People can't see stuff. They're just kind of like, okay, that's a bit of a shame. They're trying to establish themselves, try to make the link, but it's again, if anything, just spending less time on Twitter is a good thing, and I want to support people for that. So I'm like, okay, that's a little bit of a shame, but at the very least, I got to say my supportive thing and moved on. But what I did notice, because I was following them for a while, was that they would always reply and retweet and really interact with a certain type of, blonde, very attractive, at least in the profile picture, because of course you don't know who they are, but like there was definitely a type that they responded to, and they really seemed to sort of lap up the "I'm a game developer" one, and this is the look who my connections are, and so on and so forth. So I was like, okay, I'm getting a little bit of an idea in terms of what I'm dealing with here. So I was like, okay, that's fair. I'm not going to change my profile picture to try and get a response to, but I'm I think the image is getting a little clear here. So spent my time with the game. I'd actually been involved in sort of an earlier version of it. Covered the game, did what I could, and kind of carried on. So, I mean, that does give a certain amount of baggage when I get an email. I think it might have even been an email that I got because they went through the list of people, who'd covered the game before. And I'm sort of like, like I said, I'm not owed a reply, but, maybe I'm not going to be as enthusiastic if I've asked a question and kind of been blanked, and all of a sudden, you're coming, like if at that point, the guy's just like every other developer that's got a game to, that they want covered. I'd love to cover more games than I actually do, and probably I could do that if I'd be ranting a lot less. But let's just say that the level of enthusiasm that I had for their stuff had sort of waned already. But more importantly, like I'd actually looked at that game before, and I was just like, yeah, this is not exactly my thing. I can see why this might be a thing for other people, but this is not a game that I'm particularly interested in playing. And the difference is that I think, under the circumstances of the previous game, I probably actually would have wound up streaming and playing it. Largely because it's sort of like, look, this is somebody making their first game. They're making a big effort of it. There's somebody I know who's, sort of talked it up. This feels like something good to try and be a part of. This time around, like, the goodwill was certainly not quite there. And as Takri points out, one of those, yeah, it's one of the things I've always tried to really avoid. I find those kinds of people intolerable, especially for myself. I'm happy to take a bow on any wins or things that I think I do quite well, but hopefully whatever things people find attractive will be a result of directly my personality, as hopefully my successes would be a function of my personality and my effort. Perhaps juicing a game release and then looking for your type and using, I don't know, there's different types in the world. I'm sure it'll all balance itself out over time. But this meandering story, let's try and bring this thing to a close. The one thing that they keep referring to is the very high rate of positive reviews. And this is true. It is actually a very well-reviewed game on Steam. It also has a very small number of reviews. I will actually take the time now to see, because I do think it has gone up over time. Like, I do think they've actually been able to try and find their audience. Apparently, the Steam algorithm got a whole lot fairer once they put some effort into marketing their game. Fancy that. Okay, so this thing is sitting at 140 reviews about a year and a half after release. So it's about the same as as Out There right now. Although obviously Out There has been out for a shorter period of time. But yeah, like, so this thing is sitting in the high 90s as far as Steam positive reviews. And like, the thing is that I think they're taking this as a, kind of like, I think this is where the algorithm is screwing me is coming from, which is, I'm taking a look at this really high review count. It's like, well, what Steam reviews are going to be looking like, what they're going to be measuring is essentially how well the game fit the buyer's kind of expectations. So if you yes, a game can be marketed in a misleading way, but it could also just be, so like, if somebody, like, the silliest example I could think of is like, you're releasing a 4X game and all of your screenshots indicate, like, hexes and a certain, top-down perspective. You put strategy in all of your ad copy. And I don't know, let's say some YouTuber like goes online and calls it, the next Mass Effect, only it's a first person shooter, and go out, you definitely got to buy this thing. There is absolutely going to be a proportion of reviews which will be, wasn't the first person shooter I was promised, liar dev, despite the fact that the dev has done absolutely nothing to establish this reputation. Because again, the person went in with the expectation, they didn't get the expectation, and Steam doesn't really, I mean, probably what would happen there is there would be the influx of negative reviews, and you could probably say, I'm dealing with unusual review activity, and probably Steam would deal with it that way. But again, Steam tries to keep pretty hands off in terms of its curation of both reviews and games. but yeah, like this is one of these things where, and this is where I return back. Like sometimes you'll have a small number of reviews and it'll be very positively reviewed, but it is because it is a very niche game, which does not necessarily travel well. That people are correctly identifying that it's not for them, and so there's a small number of buyers who are getting sort of what they sign up for. The worst one, of course, is if you have relatively small number of sales and, people are saying this wasn't what they were expecting. Because, of course, the mixed and lower does tend to have I think Jake Burkett actually worked out a percentage in terms of what that does to sales. The best example I can actually see of this is Kit Fox Games' Lucifer Within Us, which had a demo, and the demo really seems to have hurt the game's early reviews because people were basically saying the first third of the game was given away for free, i.e. the demo. And that's not true because you would do most of the first investigation, but the final component was taken away. And more importantly, the first investigation is basically the tutorial. The other two are quite involved, and so it is definitely not an even third of the game. It is one of 3 investigations, that is true, but the other 2 investigations make up the bulk of the playtime. And what I've noticed is that there's been very few changes to Lucifer Within Us. Like, I just don't think Kit Fox sees a lot of value in adding to it. And I mean, you see so many people's like, oh, it's such a shame that, they're not going to do more work in this world. It's like, well, you've said that you don't want to see more of it, right? Like, I mean, obviously the people who are reviewing have bought the game, so it's maybe not fair to say it for them. But like, if you don't support the stuff you're interested in, of course there's not going to be more of it. Why would there be? Like... what interests me, though, is that nothing underlying Lucifer Within Us has changed. But what has changed is that demo hasn't been available for, over a year now. And the game's reviews have slowly improved. So I don't know if that's what happened here without there, but certainly it's fair to say that in the actual value of a game is not necessarily reflected in the Steam review score. You might be able to make an argument that maybe in the long run the underlying value is, but even then, right, like, for big games you'll be licensing certain songs and those songs will go away and then everybody complains, oh, it's an update that removed content. It's like, yes, because they're not going to pay, Jay-Z, their royalties in perpetuity so that you can, you can listen to that one song in, on that one station, over and over again. Like, it's just not going to happen. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I do feel a little bad that I talk so much about the reviews for Out There, because I can't necessarily explain it, but it's definitely one of these ones where I consider Steam reviews to be a noisy signal at best. I usually just ignore them unless I'm playing the game, because then I sort of feel like I want to talk about it. But honestly, I've quite liked Out There. It's the stuff that I don't care for, I haven't actually talked that much about. But I'm enjoying it, especially after doing some Starflight. So almost an hour in, we will actually start playing the game. The other bit of news that I was hoping to cover, but I think I'll do that another day. There's a guy who had a really big... most reviews are from people that have something to say. They really like it, they really don't. Not a whole lot of budget. Yeah. I mean, certainly Steam doesn't really support a whole lot of nuance. And I think it's by design. Like, I think in the grand scheme of things, I don't think that Steam has necessarily done a bad thing by making it just a positive or negative. This doesn't come up a lot in econ, but there is a lot of work that's done in social sciences as to the different ways to measure sort of qualitative responses. So, like, if you think of some, like, what are some of the most popular... oh, you know what? I actually put something on my... I got to get my tablet, because I actually wrote a note for myself for the system, and I have correctly... I definitely pegged myself as someone who was going to forget last stream. So just give me a second, because I know I wrote myself a note. So looking at my values, I'm going to guess that I need to explore the rest of the system, but I will get respond to what you wrote to Kree. And it's not just because you're a certain type. My favorite type is the one that watches my channel. Where the hell did I write this? Yes, big capital letters, check the planets, exclamation mark. So. Okay, but yeah, so let's think, just before we go on, let's talk about the review thing. I would, if I had only stuff to say about this, then we'd be done, but there's an interesting point that's been raised in chat, which I sort of want to deal with. Let's think for a little bit about how, like, what are the different measures of reviews that we get? So, you know, there's the I recommend this or I don't recommend this, and that's either talking with friends or that's what Steam gives us. Then you have a site like GOG, which gives 5 stars, you know, 1 through 5. And one of the observations that people will make about that system is, you know, the meaning of a 1 to a 5 is going to be different for different people. There are some people who just do not like giving the top level of a review to any game, because the top level implies perfection. And so for them, effectively, it is a... Interestingly enough, people do not feel... people do not feel like there should... Like, there doesn't seem to be the feeling that this would apply for, like, negative reviews, that people seem to be really willing to call something the worst, even though, of course, you know, strictly speaking, by the logic that they so I think usually what they do is they reserve like 5 for the perfect game, which sort of implies that there's only ever going to be one. I don't think they explicitly say this, but that's sort of kind of where the implication is. And of course, there's no perfect game, so effectively nothing gets a 5. But by that same reasoning, you'd sort of think that 1 is just like the platonic, you know, form of terrible. You know, it's just this, like, you could not be more far removed from the good that you know, this thing is possibly, you know, just staring into the abyss of non-existence, you know. And, you know, for whatever reason, people are like, yeah, you know, this developer was mean to me on Twitter. They said that, you know, that YouTuber I like actually has some terrible views on women. 1 out of 5, you know, 100 hours played, you know, this sort of stuff. But I mean, even just more practically, right? Like, just a 4 is going to mean something different for people. There's even, like, questions. It's like, you know, what do people have in their head? Like, do you expect it to be, like, should all games fit in a, you know, like, should you have, I guess it'd be quintiles in this case. So, like, 20% of games should be 1 stars, 20% of games should be 2s, 20% should be 3, 20 for 4, and 25. Or would you expect something, you know, of more of a, like, of a normal distribution where you have, you know, an average or representative game being at like a 3.5 and 1s and 5s are relatively rare? Or, you know, another way that you could, you know, you could see, or actually maybe not another way, but like, how do you deal with the reviews over time? Like, is this an example? Would you put different weights in terms of games over time? Because as much as particularly the GOG crowd wants to pretend, games actually have gotten better over time. There was no, like, magic land of the old days where games were just so much better. I know people don't necessarily like modern monetization practices, and maybe people prefer to buy one product and not have to get any more incremental purchases. Or people don't necessarily like, you know, very long games in terms of lots of side quests and things like that. That maybe has a little bit more to do with sort of structure and design. But like the thing is that a lot of these monetization practices are ultimately for very different games from what was being released. So like you can't compare something like Warcraft 2 to Assassin's Creed. Like that's ridiculous. Assassin's Creed is an absolutely massive game, despite the fact that I'm assuming Warcraft 2 was probably a really big deal when it first came out. Like it's Blizzard at, kind of in the ascendant. Maybe StarCraft would be a better example of that. But either way, certainly the company's on the rise. It's something, the real-time strategy is established as a thing at that time. It seems to me like this would be an example of like a major release, but just the scope of something like Warcraft 2 is just incomparable to what is a major release today. And this is just because, the tools have gotten better, our machines have gotten better, people have learned more about making games. Like, it's just, the comparison between old games and new games is really, really hard to make. So, so if we were to be reviewing Warcraft 2, not that you could do that on Steam, like, does that get some kind of a discount or an alternative weighting because I'm a player in 2020 experiencing Warcraft 2 for the first time, and I've been able to play, Homeworld and Company of Heroes and Dawn of War and, sorry, I'm focusing on all Canadian games. Tooth and Tail, if I want to, go for maybe smaller, like there's just so much, and MOBAs for that matter. I've played Dota 2. Because, it seems like RTS sort of burned bright and then sort of became less of a thing. So, again, what does that do to even just a 5-star rating? And this is the thing, like this is just a 5-star rating. So the next thing that we do is we say, well, what about a 100-point scale? And I'm like, well, there aren't 100-point scales. It's like, but there are. Like, what's Metacritic but a 100-point scale? PC Gamer, I think, still works on a 100-point scale. What if you were to give a, like a reviewer, if Steam said is like, okay, we want more variation in the review, so we're going to go 100 points like the way that other gaming publications will do. And at that point, people will be like, at that point, like, well, what is the difference between a 21 and a 22? What's the difference between 93 and 94? And this is the thing. I think in those cases, they sometimes get called like sentiment thermometers or something like that. Again, I'm not that, if outside of econ, I don't read that much social science. But again, this is something that's been reasonably well studied because people do sort of want to get a good measure of what people like. So there are plenty of things that do not lend themselves towards a quantitative analysis. How much did you like this game is one of those examples, right? I got exactly 7 utiles out of this gaming experience. I approve. Well, what do I do with that, right? So, in order to be able to measure and to do an analysis on these things, and generally they are probably a little more important than video games. They're going to be things like political sentiments, and so people will be trying to understand sort of how democracies work, basically, by asking these kinds of questions and trying to figure out like what people are thinking when they do these kinds of answers. So, yeah. I guess the big thing is that I'm not crazy about the way the Steam system works, because sometimes it's nice to just say, it was all right? It's not I recommend it for everything and everyone, but I do actually kind of like the fact that Steam forces people to make a decision as to whether or not they recommend the game. One of the things that disappoints me the most, though, is if you do look at Steam reviews, you will see a lot of, I can't recommend this game at $20. And like the one that drives me crazy is most of the time I'll see this in currencies that are not mine. And I'm not even talking about Canadian US. I'm talking about like British pounds and stuff like that. Because let's face it, English is used in a lot of countries. the fact that this person did not find it worth it for the money is meaningless to me, right? I am 1337 hours played, do not recommend. Yeah, I can actually have some sympathy for that view. This happens in Cultist Simulator quite a bit. Also, hi Elgrids. Cultist Simulator will have high play times and negative reviews. And I actually think in that case, that is definitely a reflection of people really trying to make it work and just finding that there was not enough there. And like, obviously I like that game a lot. So, I mean, I guess I'm kind of at a point now where even if I didn't like it, I'm kind of committed to it enough that I wouldn't be able to say that out loud. But, actually, did you two know that Book of Hours now has a updated release date, June 2023? Well, fair enough, Takri. I guess the biggest thing is that, like, you know, I don't want to suggest... So, like, I'm probably within the next few months going to be paying off the money that I borrowed to go to school. Because I was in a weird situation where, because I worked in film for a bit, I did actually have some savings set aside. And the government's position sort of was that I had to annihilate my savings before I'd be considered for a loan, a student loan. And I didn't really feel like... I sort of understand that you don't want to like give people who can afford to go to school like that kind of a free ride. But the thing is that I knew that would not be enough to sort of cover it. And I didn't necessarily think that was a particularly prudent choice either, to just sort of like zero my entire savings out when I knew that I was going to be like, I was going to need to cover housing costs and all of that. So I ultimately sort of had private borrowing. So I basically put school on a credit line, and I've been paying it down ever since. So I'm actually at the point where that's going away in the next few months. And, you know, I have a job that was basically allowing me to pay down that, you know, that fairly sizable amount of borrowing. So, you know, again, I'm by no means wealthy, but, you know, I'm educated. I'm in a white collar job in my profession. I'm also not hurting either, right? Like, rents could be cheaper, and, you know, I could probably be a little bit better in terms of... I am eating, like, at home a bit more, but still, like, a lot of prepared meals. So, you know, something that I'll, you know, get from... In Canada, we've got this chain, Loblaws. They've, like, got this President's Choice brand. And one thing that's helpful is they have, like, this blue menu thing. And, like, just generally, it's, like... If it's blue menu, it means that they've actually put ingredients inside of it instead of salt. So... it's like the healthy version of it. And I'm not like super health conscious, but it's, you know, it's better than eating out as much as I used to. And, but again, like I could probably save myself some money and probably eat better if I was a bit better at cooking and kind of get my stuff together. But all of this is just to say that, like, I'm at a point now where, my discretionary income is such that I probably wouldn't be thinking too much about the price of a given game. So, like, I don't know, like, I'd look at something like Marvel's Midnight Suns. I love Firaxis games, but I don't really know that much about Marvel stuff, so I'm like, maybe this isn't something that I would want to pay full freight for. But, you know, like, I'm not, like, completely redoing my, monthly budget. And I know, like, for some people, you do want to save up for a few months to get the game, and you really want that thing to be worth it. So it's not to sort of deny that experience to people. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is that there are people like me or actually a better example, my coworker. This is kind of really where this is coming from. I had a coworker that I got into gaming, that they really had not been doing game before. They didn't even have a Steam account, but they heard the voiceover for Darkest Dungeon, and they were so compelled by that they wanted to buy and play it. And, like, you know, I told them how to get set up on Steam and stuff like that. And I sort of said to him, I was like, oh, well, if you want, like, I can let you know when when it goes on sale, like this thing usually gets a big discount, and kind of like tried to explain to him the whole culture of discount. And he said, it's like, well, he says like, it's like $20. It's like, I'd spend that to go to the movies. And I just thought to myself, I was like, my God, like what a refreshing way of thinking about games, right? Because of course I'm thinking all the time is like, I must save every penny and like not let the developer get anything out of this. I want this game for free. But like clearly there are for people. I think my coworker is also better paid than me, but like there are for people that for the average game. That is not like a major purchasing decision. And I think just like for me, that's one of the things where I totally get where you're coming from on the Ark thing. But like the thing is that I think that experience is so different for people that setting that dollar value on like for a recommend or don't recommend thing, unless you're going to go and change your review when the game goes on sale, I don't actually think that that's really relevant, because in the end the rating of the game is going to be based on the aggregate of recommend or don't recommend. It seems that contingent on price, it's a recommendation for the game, and of course because the price is going to be variant based on the individual buyer, I kind of feel like that's something that people shouldn't be factoring in their Steam reviews, but they very obviously are. And at that point, like I personally see that as more of an intrusion in terms of my tastes. Although of course, again, it is that individual person's individual recommendation. So I don't know, it's a tough one. But like for me, I tend to find that the whole, I don't think this game is worth X dollars is actually a pretty, like I think people should just say I didn't like the game that much. And if they did like the game, that presumably that should be a recommendation. But I know I have something of a, that's a fringe view. I'm pretty, obviously pretty clear on where I stand for everyone. Your value per game is different depending on the game. Saints Row, you hear that it's buggy and passable for humor at best. I'm still probably going to buy it at full cost. Is it Saints Row? That's interesting. I've played the third and a bit of the fourth. I like them. Actually, there was somebody who used to stop by here, and they turned it. This is actually one of the perfect examples of somebody who, like, I feel bad for shouting out, because, like, what happened was I'd come into this person's channel, and, like, for, I think it was, like, 5 weeks straight, didn't matter what I said, the first thing that I'd say, they'd just immediately be crapping on it. And, like, then sort of pretending that they didn't just behave like a total jerk. So I think eventually I just said, as like, what's the point in coming here if I'm just going to be insulted every single that I can't, it mustn't have been 5 weeks. I'm not that much of a glutton for punishment. But yeah, like that was a perfect example of like, wow, I really, really got the wrong read on this person. And, I mean, they don't stop by anymore, so it's not like I'm worried about shouting them out, but that's definitely one of the cases that I think of. Sorry, why did I say that? Oh, right, yeah. One of the things I found so funny, though, was a big focus of theirs was on Grand Theft Auto, and they said that it should be more of a satire like Saints Row. And I'm like I was trying to figure out if they were like making a joke originally. But it's like, no, apparently Grand Theft Auto 5, the game with group sex as an actual name for one of the armored cars, GRUPPE SECHS. Apparently that was too subtle for them, and it's the game where like one of your melee weapons is a giant purple dildo. That is proper satire. Like it's kind of like, I don't know, like Scary Movie being the parody of the parody, right? Because like Scream certainly is more like probably horror-ish than what people would normally think of for a parody, but definitely it's a parody of slasher films. Scary Movie's just one step further in kind of the silly direction, and that's the analogy that I make for Saints Row. The one with impotent rage is the superhero. Yeah. And I mean, it's not like GTA doesn't have stuff to say. Like, you know, that game came out around the housing collapse. It's lots of talk about housing and, you know, the effects of that bubble. You know, again, I'm not gonna say, like, I don't know if I'd call like GTA 5 high art, but man, that is definitely a game that is a lot, like, as a creative work, is a considerably more substantive game than I think it gets a lot of credit for. But of course, it's part of a franchise that is sort of known for its controversy and its sorry, it's been an hour and we have not done any of the game. I apologize. But yeah, like it's like, again, I'm not gonna pretend it's not Ingmar Bergman's Grand Theft Auto 5, but like, just because it has the GTA name does not mean that you know, that there isn't something there. You know, for the same reason that, you know, Alan Moore can pick up Swamp Thing and turn it into a very weighty, you know, exploration of a lot of interesting subjects, even though that was not necessarily the origin of the series. You know, again, you can work within genres and conventions and do some really impressive things. And again, I do not mean to try and make a connection between what Rockstar did with GTA 5 and, you know, something like Alan Moore. I'm not trying to oversell the point, but, you know, I still, like, it's not entirely wrong to, you know, to point out that GTA 5 has got more going for it, let's say. Anyway, sorry, let me just take a quick second because there's a bunch of other stuff that's going on. I know some people judge the worth of a game based on the time it takes to play it, but I think it's the experience. Like, if it's a nice, clean, polished version of the game, I don't care if it's only an hour long, I'll pay for it. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's I know I've talked about this on Twitter, in fact specifically with Algorins before. So like, there's like, first of all, there's a view that says you can't measure qualitative stuff at all. That's definitely not true. Like, I've used, I love this, by the way. One of my students call it hedonistic modeling. And I'm like, I really wish this was the name. It's hedonic modeling. But like, the idea would be, you know, like, what is the value of pink? So like, we put pink laptops, we put brown laptops, you know, in a store, maybe limited quantities of each or whatever. Like, we just let the store run and we kind of look at the prices at which people will be buying these two laptops, which are identical in all other ways except the color. And then we sort of run a regression. And, you know, we actually could do this with a whole bunch of different computers, you know, with varying specifications and all of that. The simple example would just be the two identical ones, let the prices run out and let the store clear its inventory and such. But like, basically, and again, the regression would just be, you have lots of different products, lots of different variations. So you want to be able to kind of figure out the marginal effects of all the different components. But essentially what you do is you can build a model that will isolate the effect specifically of something like the color. And that is the way, the reason it's called the hedonic model. It is still, you know, hedon, it's the same sort of root for hedonistic. But basically, you know, you're getting those revealed preferences, you're getting people's behavior to tell you what the value of that particular, what that particular characteristic was. And of course, we're talking in the aggregate, because for some people, like, the pink laptop is absolutely a must-have. I'm going to assume that you're probably in that camp, Cree. Whereas other people, you know, I mean, I'd go for a pink laptop, because I think the type of people who would be willing to steal a pink laptop is much smaller than the number of people who'd be willing to steal like a gray laptop. But yeah, like, obviously, there's a quality component that is not really being factored in. You know, you can play a very average game for 100 hours, and it's not necessarily very fulfilling. And you can play a very, very good game for 5 hours, and it's one that you will continue to talk about and think about for the rest of your life. And, you know, I would argue that probably that second one, you know, the 5 hours that you spent playing is not accurately measured in your time, because that time you spend thinking and dwelling on it is also a major factor. But yeah, my views on on the value per minute model of game game reviewing are probably something that are reasonably well known among the participants of chat. So I probably don't want to go down that road too much. But yeah, but Rush ones or ones that have so many bugs and stuff in them, even if you love it, like when it's Arc. I've tried to get into Arc. I find Arc I lose steam pretty quickly, so I never get to build the stuff that makes that game really interesting. I should try it at some point, but love Arc, got highly addicted to it, but any recommendation comes with a ton of caveats, which again is totally fair. Like again, it's in the end, this is all about Steam's like recommend, don't recommend, and whether or not it would be better to add some variations to it. Dorstain's Robot from first one on, play them with a friend of yours. Oh yeah, and now we're back up to the Impotent Rage stuff. So Scream was parody light. Yeah, I think it's fair to say parody light. It's just that like Scream was also really really influential. Like it wound up being very successful, and so I think a lot of people wanted to follow on that success. Maybe didn't quite appreciate what it was doing, and so it became the template for a certain type of summer horror movie, without maybe quite appreciating what made it, you know, a thing. Value minute well, I think you're probably approaching 0, because if you've got your denominator, infinite would mean you're spending no time in Minecraft. But sorry, I know I turned into the well actually guy there, but yeah, I'd love to see the base. Okay, I really apologize for those of you who came here for some out there. I'm gonna need to refill my tea at some point, but I should have gone to just chatting, but I really did intend to get into the game a little sooner. Let's probe the hydrogen planet. Cool. I guess there's, unless I want to throw some stuff away, but I don't think that's the right way to go. Okay, I'm gonna go to the rocky planet next because we should have enough to get the oxygen. Oxygen's the thing that I burn the fastest. By the way, how are you both doing tonight? I don't know if I asked that. Okay, don't want to terraform. We will scan. I'm certainly not going to turn down an opportunity to get more stuff. We will also talk about our overall strategy, but I figure when we jump through systems, that's going to be the best time to do that. So we've got the Alpha Anomaly, Seam of Resources, Minerals and an Object. Threats are Asphyxia and Bleeding. We should be able to handle. Chill Knight got the day off, so you're arting. Well done. I've been spending a little bit of time in Blender lately. Oh yeah, I remember. There was one rant I was going to talk about. We'll talk about it while we're playing the game, but there was one that I was going to really really go off on. But oh my goodness, I should have been paying attention to see whether or not people could actually. Okay. I think we need. You know what? I'm going to avoid the expedition. I should have looked into that, but I was going to land on the planet. There's not a waste yet because I was going to land on the planet for the hull. Let's drill one more time. And then we'll land on the garden planet, and we already know that there's not a whole lot that we're going to be able to do. So like scanning doesn't make any sense.
Oxygen low.
But yeah, art-wise, I've been spending a little more time in Blender. I've sadly kind of fallen out of the habit with drawing, but I've been a little bit better at keeping my my Blender on top. Writing has been the big thing, but okay. So the we basically got a god, which is pretty cool. But the big focus for me has actually been, I also want to do Mystery of the Nebula. So I think we went through a black hole. And in this case, I think we were just going to do a regular light, like just we're going to do the 40 light years the old-fashioned way. So one of the things I want to work out is the best path to the nebula, because the one thing I am noticing is that if you kind of look at the nebula, it seems like there's not a lot of areas where we can sort of like move into. It sort of looks like, well, it could also be that we just don't see a lot of stars, but what I'm sort of trying to find is the best path inside. So what I'll probably do here is we'll hop to the rocky planets over on this side because it gives us a lot of options on this end. And then hopefully from there we'll be able to make some sound decisions as far as where the path to our goal. You always wanted to play more sculpting. There's a few different tutorials that I think can get you there. I notice the one that seems to get, so there's a donut one that seems to get recommended a lot for Blender, and I'm not entirely sold on it being the best entryway for me. But I know Valiant Cheese, who I know has been getting a lot of reference to, you know, in the over the course of the broadcasts. He actually does on Saturday a Blends Day setup to sort of help encourage people to get some experience with Blender and, you know, have some, you know, interactions, just build a community around it. I've been wanting to participate in it a little bit more than I actually have been, but that's also because I've been shirking a bit on my lessons. I'm going to hop to the Blue Giant for some fuel, and then we will properly start exploring some planets. I am missing out on opportunities to do exploration, but I'm trying to make sure that we trying to make sure that we still have a decent pace in terms of what we're doing. Okay, so I think everything just gets thrown into the fuel at this point. So I do need to think about oxygen at some point. Actually, you know what? I'm going to guess we probably aren't going to find systems that... Well, maybe, maybe not. But yeah, it's definitely hard to look in the nebula, so I might want to be careful about my oxygen because we've got a pretty high burn rate. And I don't necessarily know what kind of planets I'm going to be running into. Captain, the coordinates given to us by the forger Ikat-A appear to match this location. The ones they gave us when they were possessed by the Atlas? Yes. I'm starting to wonder about the wisdom in following the rantings of a half-crazed alien. We've come this far. Radiation from the nebula is beginning to affect our equipment. Let's not hang around. You're right. Full speed ahead. Anyways, sorry for breaking up the point. But yeah, it does really feel like Blender has something of a culture of just, you know, a helpful community. One thing I do find a little tricky with, and I personally find this with drawing as well, like, it is hard sometimes to see the really amazing stuff that people are doing in the tools that you're using. So, you know, like when people share their Blender creations and it looks like something that Industrial Light and Magic would have come up with. And clearly these are very successful professionals, at the height of their creative abilities. And it's like asking, what camera did you use when you're just looking at a photograph that just stirs something inside you that you can't control. And if you would like to subscribe to my Snapchat, it's a mere $4.99 a month. But the, obviously this is more about the, the composition and what the photo has to say, or, the 3D image, or, obviously there's all sorts of art that you can create. It's a little bit like saying, there seems to be this view that, and maybe it's outgrown, but like there's for a while, like people would complain about a game being made in Unity, or like if it had the Unity loader, that was already considered to be a negative signal. The most absurd "what brush did you use" is a very common, very unhelpful question asked of artists a lot. I had no idea. Because, like, I totally understand that there's a difference in terms of quality of brushes, but God, like, that is such a... I mean, I guess I kind of understand where it comes from, because in the end, like, it's nice to believe that the thing that's holding you back from making the thing that you want is something that's easy to change. So it's like, so I am one of these wankers who draws. Do I keep my wholesome image if I call myself a wanker? Sorry. But like I do actually use a fountain pen. I like it. And it's, again, one of these things. I think I already gave people the tip where, like, if you want people to stop stealing your pens, give them the pen with the cap off. Now, if I have a nice pen, it's also true that people are less likely, or I am going to be a little bit more forceful, in keeping a nicer pen anyways. But I just happen to like writing with the fountain. It's a little bit of a pain to like reload the cartridge, but like I've got this nice... I used to have this pretty nice and cheap Waterman, but it actually dropped, and like the nib like bent at a 90 degree angle. I couldn't find a replacement nib. But I got this nice LeMay, just got it for, it's relatively inexpensive. It's a nice extra fine nib. It's also like this nice gothy black nib. But one of the reasons I actually started writing with fountain pen was because some friends of mine gave me one with like a nice engraving inside of it. I still have it. It's a Schaefer. And once I started using that, I don't use that one too much because it is a really nice pen. And they gave me a really nice notebook to write in it too. So I should write on that notebook more often, actually. But that is such a thoughtful and very kind gift that they gave me. And that was what originally got me into fountain pens. But I did try one of the Flex nibs, I think it's called. Anyways, Noodler's Ink. The guy who runs it is absolutely crazy, but you get a nice big quantity of ink in a salt shaker. But yeah, apparently if you buy like a big ink bottle from them, they throw in a free pen. And I did not like that pen at all. I don't want to call it garbage, but it's definitely, I wound up with more ink stains on my fingers and didn't exactly ruin any pants with it because it's like the inside of the pocket. Nobody's going to notice, but that's not it. Anyway, sorry. I'm really going on tangents today. I think where the brush and camera stuff comes from, right, is that nobody wants the answer that you need to work very hard and you need to get through those periods where you feel like your art is worthless. And you also need to get past the point where you're going to try and be someone else. And instead what you're going to learn is what you have to say and what you have to express. and how you're going to put your particular vision of the world out into the world. And to do that at a time when people are always going to have opinions and they're always going to tell you how to quote unquote improve. And some of those people are going to be well-meaning and some of those people are going to be hostile. And a small subset of those people are actually going to be giving you helpful advice. And you do that for a few years and that's how you get better. Again, nobody wants to hear this, but that's probably the honest answer to how you get better. But because we don't want to admit that, we ask questions like, what brush did you use? What camera did you use? Because if that question, you just save up enough money and you get the right camera and you'll take good photos, or, save up enough money, you get the right paint, get the right brush. Or you may be referring to digital art as well with brushes, but yeah, if the shading's particularly nice or if there's a cool texture, but like those aren't what made the art good in the first place. Exactly, yeah. So, anyways, nebulae are very dangerous regions of space. Visibility is almost zero, and these areas are too complex for telescopes to operate normally. Movement is also rendered much more difficult than in the rest of the universe. It's best to stockpile resources so that regular ship repairs can be carried out. Each nebula contains a database called an epsilon system concealed within a random solar system. Finding this database will let you identify all of the systems within that nebula. So, way too hard to undo mistakes. Yeah, that's fair. So I think probably, let me just take a quick second. So this is 342 and this is 582. Okay, so there can be some value in trying a bunch of different, you know what, I think we're just gonna, we'll still try and go the longest distances. I'm just hoping that by luck we catch what we need. Our shield appears to be absorbing regular photonic bursts, which someone observes are too regular to be normal solar wind emissions, perhaps within orbit of the nearest star. Something is channeling these winds into a signal. So we could ask a member of the crew for their expertise. Now this is drawing down a resource that I can't really afford to lose. So in this case, we could get an alien word, but it's a little too costly. Follow the signal, long trip. Ooh, this could turn out pretty bad for me, but let's follow the madness. The ship's fuel has fallen by 15 and has moved elsewhere. That was definitely worth it. I mean, not for the rocky planets. That's a cost, but we just got one jump away from our target. That's hard to feel hard done by on that. Real life control Z is glitched. I mean, sometimes there. So I'm gonna make a guess here that. Now I actually have to admit I've not seen this film, but I believe there's a film called In Cold Blood. I've seen a really famous scene from it because it was shot by my favorite cinematographer, Conrad Hall, and. But just out of curiosity, have either of you happened to have seen this? This is a black and white film, really old. And like old, not old. I'm trying to make, people have an existential crisis old. Okay, I'm going to give this a shot, but I'm going to give this a shot with the B team. Okay. I feel like there's probably copyright issues if I show the clip, but there is a story of it. So I think this character is about to be executed. And he's sort of talking about his background, his upbringing, and, etc. And he's giving, like, it's acting-wise, it's good, but he's giving like a straight delivery of it, right? He's not. You watched it quite a while ago. It's 67, so it's not that old. I don't know, 67. I'd say that counts as an old movie, but I mean, okay, it's not Chaplin, but still. But yeah, anyway, so okay, so you'll probably know the scene that I'm talking about, but like basically it's a scene where again, he's talking about his background. He's not chewing the scenery. It's not, full of tearful remorse or whatever. But he's playing it straight. And apparently the story goes that Conrad Hall had a work light up. Well, okay, the electrics department had a work light up. And I don't think they shot on location, so I don't think it was real rain, but I think they were running the rain or whatever. And what they noticed from that work light was the, like with the stand-in, he brings the director over, he's like, hey, look at this. And what they notice is that the shadows of the rain are basically doing the crying for the actor for them. And so, obviously, again, this is just a happy accident that may even be where, like, the term for happy accidents, at least in terms of cinematography, it could be that they are referring specifically to that moment, because that's all. Whenever I hear that phrase, it is always in reference to Conrad Hall, and I know that is like the first time Conrad Hall started using that that term. But as it turns out, for the take that they use in the film, it does even one better. So, like, there's just one thing in terms of how, the scene is acted and the lighting is kind of creating a particular effect. That, that is just really good craftsmanship. But in fact, they get lucky even one step above, because at the end of the monologue, there's just this big fatty raindrop that just happens to, like, start in the corner of his eye and, like, goes down. Like, you cannot miss it. And there's no possible way. I mean, now you do it, digitally. There's no possible way that anyone could have prepped it that way. Like, they just happened to get, like, a 1 in a million shot for the one that wound up in the film. But that is one of the things where, the accidents can actually really wind up, again, like, you like to be able to undo. And I guess in the case of, oh, that's really cool. Yeah, again, I really wish that I saw the whole thing, because, again, I love Conrad Hall's work, but I've never been able to find it at the library. I'm sure they have it. I'm just sure it's always out, too, so. But yeah, like, this is one of the things where, like, sometimes accidents can take you into an interesting place. I always like giving the example, like, one reason I like going to libraries. So I do like physical books. I mean, we've been over this. You also had to watch Citizen Kane. You hate that movie. Never has a movie squandered everything in the story for one moment in the ending. I am not that strongly opposed to Citizen Kane. I am actually inclined to think that the movie is a bit... I feel like opinions on Citizen Kane are as much about making sure that you are signaling having the right opinions as necessarily any qualities of the film. But I don't know, like, I guess the biggest thing I would say is, like, Orson Welles is certainly a very talented filmmaker, and I maybe not so bold that I would tell a filmmaker of Welles' talent that basically, like, you peaked with your first one and everything's been a shadow of it since. Yeah, no, that's fine. I actually don't mind foul language that much. There've definitely been times where I'll hear, like, people in person and it's just like, dude, do you not have anything else that you can say? But, like, just to be clear, like, I absolutely love In the Loop, and the TV show The Thick of It. And, like, that has just volcanic profanity. Peter Capaldi plays this guy, Malcolm Tucker, who's an amazing character. I love that stuff. Like, that is just a Baroque level of swearing. Like, perhaps my lack of profanity is just the fact that I will never be able to reach, the heights that series and that film get to. But yeah, like I'm not that bothered by it. I am a little conscious of just sort of a broader audience. So I sometimes keep it, to myself. I also notice it's a little bit more impactful when I do say it, but I'm not that bothered by it. The exception that I'll make is that I'll sometimes sanitize something for reading it out live, but yeah, I don't know. Like Touch of Evil is pretty good. I actually really like F for Fake. I think is a really well done Orson Welles film. I never hear anybody referring to that one. There's a really great monologue about cathedrals. You can probably find it on YouTube from F for Fake. But the whole thing, I think, is weird. The only complaint I have about F for Fake is that I think he really likes showing off his hot girlfriend in that film. And I don't know, like, it's just, like, despite that, though, it's a really good, I mean, don't get me wrong, probably if I was dating Goya Kodor, I'd probably be the same, but, man, you really do feel he's strong. Wouldn't you want to show off your hot girl too? I mean, I can remember outside of a club in Vancouver, there was this guy, like, again, absolutely with an incredibly attractive woman, and he was sort of like waving people by. It's like, yeah, move along. I know she's hot or whatever. And like obviously she was with him for whatever reason, but like I remember being like really mad about that just because I thought that was a really horrible way. Like I just didn't like the way that someone seemed to be treated as an object that way. I mean, it's none of my business. If she was fine with it, I'm sure she could have told him off if she was bothered by it, but like I just remember being really put off by that. And I think for a lack, like, there was just something about his manner that actually made me think that there was probably a bit more insecurity there than, I think he was intending to let on. Because I mean, like, this is a point where he's kind of like really reaching out to people on the street to raise this point. But I don't know, like. The showing off has always kind of struck me. I don't know, it's kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but I think that's probably a very different thing. Yeah, no, it's entirely possible, right? So like I don't want to, I don't want to I don't necessarily want to assign a set of values here that are inappropriate. But yeah, I'll admit it did just kind of bug me a bit. Only I'm allowed to objectify my body. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know, but I think actually probably if I'm honest about it, like there was something that made me feel kind of bad for the object, I suppose. But I think probably just I think it was the fact that this guy was really going out of his way to almost like provoke some kind of an interaction over it. I think that was probably one thing that set me off a little bit too. So. I don't know though, like I'm just going to assume this is another manifestation of me being just a secret Tory, and I am pretty sympathetic with the Puritans actually. I think the Puritans have got a bum rap, but okay. I'm definitely going with a skeleton crew, but we are going to try and do the trials. I'm saving... So the thing is, I don't know if you have to jump between systems if you wind up having, like, your main characters tired. So I wanted to save sort of the A team for a scenario, or for the possibility that we're going to need to land on the target planet. Okay, so we dodged an unhealthy result. But yeah, anyways, so for those of you that like Orson Welles and you'd like to talk about something that's not Citizen Kane, if you haven't checked it out, F for Fake is absolutely worth your time. We need yellow for the trials, so this is fine. Our expedition is approaching a point of interest when our environment begins to act very strangely. It is something like an earthquake, but approaches from the horizon instead of from below. As it grows nearer, we get a better look. It is a huge geological wave, several hundred feet high. It rises in the distance, flinging rocks, animals, and plants in the air. This terrifying sight is approaching our position at high velocity. What should we do? Take shelter. Our engineer thinks quickly and activates one of the high-speed drills in our mining equipment. The ground shakes and trembles as the wave passes, but we manage to dig deep enough to avoid the worst of it. Oh yeah, sorry, Kriya, I was talking about Blender. So yeah, one thing that's nice about the Blender community is it does seem, at least to outside perspectives, it seems to be really supportive in terms of kind of helping you get up to speed. I know there are some paid tutorials, but I think for the most part you can find most of the help for free. But the one thing I do find kind of sometimes hard to get past is, you know, there are some really talented people working in Blender, and it definitely does give me some pause just because I look at it and I'm like, what's the point? Like, I'm never gonna make something like this. And I sometimes kind of need to get out of my own head that way. So, supposed to be gauging the camera work and the shots of Kane, but I got stuck on the ending and also did your presentation of the hero's journey with aliens. Interesting. So out of curiosity, what is your take on Joseph Campbell and the hero's journey? Because I know this used to be a very fashionable thing, and I guess because of, like, I hate bringing this name up because I know it always, and usually I'm the one responsible for provoking the interactions, but like, I know Jordan Peterson is like kind of the latest way that people are rediscovering Joseph Campbell's work. But it felt like for a while, I guess this is because of Star Wars, but it felt like for a while there was like a group of like really heavy Campbell enthusiasts really pushing that model for screenwriting. Asfir Ramjashores, Rilsa Abam God Inlat, Roar Rilsa Abam Ramjashores. Us Rilsa Abam God Inlat. Doors of knowledge open to us. The alien has just taught us a new word. Doesn't say the word, though. Oh, no. Ramajors, Judge Architect. Okay. So I don't think we have any Well, I mean, we sort of have recruitment opportunities, but... we already kind of have one of each species, so I'm fine leaving that. I don't remember what we've got on the ship, so it's really hard to decide. I think probably I should be going for tech and tools, but so I think this is worth it. No, actually, you know what? We don't need to trade. You mean Joseph Campbell? I didn't know that side of it. I've had sort of limited experience with it, but that's a shame. Ah, I should have got the plants. We arrive in a village. The population is welcoming yet wary. We are very keen to learn about their guardian god, a simple stone statue that we suspect is full of Omega. We are not allowed to approach the object until we go through the clan's ritual trials. We could take part, but the village inhabitants won't describe what the trials entail. Send the survivalists to tackle the trials. The trials are formidable. First, our survivalist is tattooed using Omega, an incredibly painful process. Second, they are told to hunt down a particularly elusive predator, which they manage after 2 nights of tracking. Finally, they must spend an entire night alone, meditating before the clan's stone god. During this trial, they spend the dark hours quietly siphoning the Omega contained within the figure. We leave at dawn, magnificent cargo in tow. Agreed, however, that's why I enjoyed using Ripley as the focus for the hero's journey in Aliens. Yeah, it certainly... I mean, this is the nice thing, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to take the... you don't need to burden... whatever value you find in a particular thinker's work. You don't necessarily need to burden your analysis with their hang-ups. I had this problem really early in the fact that, like, one of the first philosophers I read and really liked is Friedrich Nietzsche. I mean, that is not a guy who had the nicest thing to say about women. Like, he almost certainly would have been a neckbeard, if he was born today. Mustache beard, whatever the equivalent for that would be. But clearly I'm capable of reading his work. I mean, there's other reasons why maybe you would not want to. Ooh, yeah, we're potentially in some danger. But I think we can make it in 2 moves, so... Oh, it's getting dangerous. Oh, dang. No. Oh, and I can't restore them. No! I thought I had the Omega. We just got that guy too. All right. I'm sure you know this story, but you know that Sigourney Weaver was actually very strongly against guns when she did Aliens, right? If you don't know this, I'm actually happy to tell at least how I've heard the story. God, I feel like a clown losing that unit. What's my I think my performance is well above 60, but yeah. Yeah, so this is protecting me from morale loss. I am slightly inclined to... Yeah, let's switch those out. But you can tell it. Well, I mean, it's just... so apparently the way that Sigourney Weaver reads scripts, and I have actually heard this... So one reason why I believe this story is that I have actually heard from actor friends that they do this prior to me hearing that story. So I don't think this is kind of made up for some, just an appropriately dramatic telling. But so apparently the way she reads scripts is to just like look down the middle for the dialogue bits, and all the action and all of that is something that's left for the other people. And I also suspect for this story, right, she's already played Ripley, so as far as she's concerned, as far as I can tell, I've watched the film a few times. I don't think there's any dialogue from Ripley sort of indicating that she is, that she's firing weapons. It's not like, she screams at the alien queen, "Taste fire, you monster!" Like, just doing normal dialogue. So apparently, while she's busy kind of doing these anti-gun campaigns and all of that, she's prepping for aliens. Bratmaster like comes by. It's like, "Oh, and here's your gun." It's like, "My what?" It's like, "Your gun. You got your gun." And apparently, there has to be this rather awkward conversation with the leading lady that, in fact, this is a different film. That it is basically Starship Troopers as an alien film, and that Ripley gains a new set of survival skills. In the interview, she talks about sort of, I think she kind of squared the circle by saying that James Cameron is as against guns as she is, and is just expressing it in a different way. And I'm like, I didn't get that from the film, but honestly, whatever gives her peace for, taking the role that she did. I actually don't know if she still holds those views, but yeah, apparently there had to be a bit of a conversation about the use of firearms in Aliens, which, as someone who's seen the film, I find very amusing, just given how much firepower there is in that movie. I probably didn't tell the story well, but I'm assuming you've heard some. Right. The director saying he agrees with the actors' views to get them to go on. That never happens, yeah. In fairness, I have met a lot more Airhead directors than I've met Airhead actors. There have been some. Like, I'm not gonna say overall, but I think directors are, for the most part, massively overrated. Oh, it's a nebula. I'm almost certainly not gonna need an expedition T. Oh, that's I really screwed this up. It's a triangulation beacon. Is that supposed to make me happy? It means that there are probably 2 more, Captain. If we can recover all the beacons, we will be able to triangulate a specific position in the galaxy. Wouldn't it be easier to give us the correct location straight away? Easier, but less secure. Whatever lies at the endpoint must be important. Look at the symbols on the beacon. They're probably clues about how to find the next 2. Coordinates? No, this information is much less precise. The first symbol represents a place of worship. The second is the letter epsilon. Okay, so I'm assuming the epsilon is going to give me all the locations. Yeah, every nebula contains a type of database called epsilon systems. They provide information about nearby star systems. Good, I think we can assume one of the remaining beacons can be found in this nebula's epsilon system. The other symbol must represent a temple. We should mount expeditions to garden planets and neighboring systems. Eventually, we'll find the right building and the last beacon. So it would seem, looks like we have a destination. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be spending some time in the... This nebula is huge, by the way, so...
Fuel tank low.
Yeah. Okay. See, I'll be honest, I don't have a really good strategy for finding what I need here. Okay, well, at least we've got Garden Worlds to work with. Well, there's a temple and Sea resources. All right. So hopefully this is the temple, although obviously I would have preferred to find the Epsilon. I would have brought the other Xenolinguist. Oh, we have another Xenolinguist. Okay, so we've got... Let's take the dehydrator. For you... Lockpicking kit. Okay. So I've got two goals now for my expeditions. One is to obviously achieve the objective, but the second one is... I was not paying attention at all. The second is to find a replacement for the crew we lost. I was kind of hoping to do this without deaths, but... So the second one, if I'd known if I'd known I wouldn't be able to resurrect the guy with Omega, I would have I actually would have brought the ship over. So the fact that I was able to do that before kind of threw me off, but that's fine. I can live with it. Us dream child god, us give Rilsa Abum us, roar child god us. I think us dream us implies we're divinity. The alien spins around before observing us insistently. The silence becomes embarrassing. Okay. Welcome, Nanwu. So I think I really killed the flow of the conversation here. I realize I've had a little bit less to say about Out There, but it's also partly just because I sort of feel like I can sort of take my actions for the game for granted at this point. I don't know if I'm really conveying a whole lot of information by saying I'm going to this system because, you know, I need to get oxygen. Well, I guess I've said because I need to get oxygen, but, like, I don't really have a search to... like, the fact that it says there's a random location in a nebula, and the nebula is really large, like, at this point I'm just going to keep randomly going to systems until I find the Epsilon, and I just kind of have to hope that it turns out. I'm assuming that probably there's a little more going on in the background of the game to try and make sure that I don't spend, like, an eternity searching. But, you know, for me as a player, I have to make some guesses in terms of what... like how long it's going to take me to do certain things. Interesting. So this is not the abandoned temple. On this flat plane, the ruins of some sacred structure phase in and out of reality, providing brief flashes of some forgotten dimension. So we can study the external garden and get plants. I'm going to rebuild the prayer room. Now, there is a worry in terms of the health for this character, but 5 seems really, really strong. So let's hit it. And we got the word for food. Okay, so... It's a little early for me to be using up these points, but I think we're okay. Actually, I didn't need to take that damage. That was just me being lazy. Okay, so I don't think I have any way through. I think this one I do actually have to pass through the hazard. In front of us rises a temple with 2 large towers and colorful statues on either side of the entrance. The inside is quite simple. After all, this structure is only a passage giving access to the rest of the planet. However, something worries us. Other than the dust, everything seems perfectly intact, clean, and smooth. There are no signs of disrepair or decay. What secrets does this place hold? Look at the statues by the entrance. Oh yeah, I guess I'm overweight on xenolinguists now. Statues are anthropomorphized humanoid beings from the old world. Our xenolinguist says that they tell a story, but what interests them more are the sacred representations they hold in their hands. The xenolinguist examines these carefully and then uses them to calculate a series of numbers. According to them, these numbers represent stellar coordinates that will bring us to a form of divinity. Ikat has lost 2 action points. The crew has activated one of the beacons. Alright. So, again, the other one is apparently just pure random chance. So, as long as I keep my resources where they need to be, we'll be fine. But my track record of doing that is kind of dubious. Also, my vast procession of books is, I think, finally slowing down. There's a textbook that came in, I think it was Wednesday, actually. So, if memory serves, I think there's one more sort of textbook. I got the paperback version. I don't mind paying up for books if I'm going to use them, but like if I can get an affordable version, I will. But I actually think that's the last of it, and then I know I'd sort of... So for those of you who don't know, the early access is like everything's doing that now. So GMT Games started that with their Project 500, then Kickstarter was a thing, now there's Steam Early Access, and then the other... Usually the other storefronts have other variations on the system. They just give it a different name. But Manning Publication. So I think Manning, like, so O'Reilly, it kind of felt they had like this golden age. Like, I'm sure almost all of you have seen an O'Reilly book, and like there are these books with like, they're pure white. They usually have like a colored spine. I'm sure there's some like coloring convention that they had, but I've never been able to discern like what books get what colors. But like it's usually like a brightly colored spine, white background, a rectangle at the top in that same color with a book title, and then traditionally it's been like an etching of an animal. So it's the animal books, and like to a point where I think some languages have actually, or well, programming languages and other topics have actually adopted the animal chosen by the book because they wind up being that influential. So like I think the Pearl one had a camel, and then like I think the camel just wound up becoming like a kind of representative animal for Pearl. I haven't really used Pearl, so I can't comment too much about it. Now, they've kind of stopped selling individual books on their site. They really want to sell you this massively overpriced thing called Safari. Not the browser, the what do you call it? Like that's their online learning platform, I guess. So I've gotten a few Modern O'Reilly books, but I've gotten a lot fewer of them because they're like they still do publish individual books, but they really seem to be kind of committed to to getting you into this subscription service. And I'll be honest, some of the books kind of have been dropping in quality. Like there's some good ones. So like a book I'm a really big fan of. There's Fluent, Fluent, Python. That's a monster book, but it's a very, very good one if you want to like really understand how Python works. Wes McKinney, who was the sort of founder and major author of the Pandas library, if you do data analysis in Python, you've probably used it. He's got a book, Data Analysis for Python. From what I understand, he's doing a second edition, but that's not out yet. So that one I've used. I certainly have like I think if you do a certain amount of computer work, you've probably got a fair number of O'Reillys. I actually wind up getting O'Reilly books as part of Humble bundles usually, but I sort of feel like Manning's kind of taken over O'Reilly for me at this point. And they've also got kind of a clear... The one thing that's changed with the O'Reilly books is now they usually... I don't think they have the colored spines anymore, and the animals are now in color. So like the latest edition of Fluent Python has a colored snake on it. The O'Reilly books... I think they've been really committed to this idea of doing... like continuing to do print publications. I will confess even though they are committed to the idea of print, they really, really, really seem to want you to use their Livebook system. And it really seems that they love tracking a lot of what you do with reading your book through the Livebook system. I am not a fan of their Livebook system at all. And what I notice is that like their EPUB formats always get updated like months after the print book comes out. The one thing that did bug me was they used to kind of give away some freebies to incentivize the like joining up their mailing list. And their mailing list for a while got quite spammy. But on top of that, they also stopped giving away the freebies to people who had already signed up to the mailing list. So I was like, well, I don't like this mailing list very much. And it seems to be that the only thing you want to do is give the incentive to new newsletter subscribers. So yeah, screw you. I'm going off of this thing. So, you know, the shine's sort of worn off a little bit, but they do have a thing called Meeps. So this is an early access program where sort of you can give feedback on the book. Now, I've been burned by this a couple of times because the book has got like this really big table of contents on a lot of subjects I'm interested in, and then over the development of the book, they say, the scope's too big, you know, we're cutting the back half of the chapters. And I was like, yeah, but that back half of the chapters were like, that was the stuff I wanted to get the book for. That's kind of a dick move. But like, again, it's like if you get an early access game on Steam, you're buying the thing as is. So, you know, I guess I can't complain too loudly. Anyways, so I've gotten a fair share of Meeps, and I'm already like locked into them. I don't think I could ask for a refund even if I wanted to. But what is going to be happening? I think there have been like 3 that have published, and again, you pay up front to support the creation of the book. So I think what's going to be happening over the next year is there's just going to be this slow trickle of computer books coming in their physical forms. Again, I should probably be reading things that are not computer books, but these are definitely pretty technical and pretty helpful for me. Also, Manning does show up on Humble Bundle every once in a while, so if you want to check those out, if you don't care that much about getting physical books, that's a way you can access it too. I have no idea why I decided to just give advertisements for O'Reilly and Manning, but there you have it. I guess I was talking about this stream of books coming into my apartment. The one thing is the one book that hasn't arrived is the one that I really want. It's a bunch of like exercises. I really should be using. Probably should be building up my heals a little bit more, but I find this stuff just so useful. Captain Future achievement unlocked. Oh, because you can only get up to level 4. Ah, I thought you could level up forever. Interesting. Okay, let's see what we get from the rocks. And then we'll continue our search for the Epsilon. Ooh. So I'm quietly looking for more Omega when I can. By the way, I have a feeling that I'm going to have to lose one of these rooms and build another Divinity module at some point. Excuse me. Wait, I thought I had the plan for generating the Divinity module. So I have a feeling based on something that was written in the temple that, like, because this thing's occupied, we're probably... I don't know, like, I have a feeling we might be wasting our time in this nebula. Alright, it's impossible to progress into the system, as at the outer edge of the star's gravitational field, a powerful force field bars any entry. We locate an opening of sorts, but it is some kind of alien tunnel maintained by an unfamiliar species. If we try to proceed, what will we find? Pay more tax than requested, get a short trip, or pretend to be employees. We lose an object, but we gain an alien word. I do like alien words. So Headlamp has been destroyed, and we've learned death. Okay, we have the option to save, which I'm probably going to take. I could repair my hull on the rocky planet, or we could just carry on our way. I think in this case I'm going to carry on my way. And that's because I just don't want to spend more time in the nebula than I have to. Looking for a crew. Yeah, so we've got one more jump before my crew becomes sort of useful. We come across a rather small dead moon surrounded by an orbiting ring. Disappointed at first, we then notice that the ring consists not of natural rock and dust, as we first suspected, but some kind of metallic debris. This remains of a space station, perhaps? It might be possible to recover something from it. So we can extract the resources directly. That's going to cost us hull in exchange for some fuel. We can touch the object, so that'll give us abandoned ship, but apparently at the expense of technology. Or train change the trajectory to avoid it. I'm really worried about this, but let's touch the object. Refinery's down.
Damage.
Okay. So let's see what the ship has. Oh, all right. Well, pretty hard to say. Oh, this is interesting. They've definitely changed this screen. But yeah, like I think the base levels for each of these are going to be the exact same. So the real advantage is just our ability to sort of disassemble everything and bring it on board. So can fix you. No! That was supposed to be oxygen, not fuel. Sorry for those of you who are trying to go to sleep. We establish an orbit around the Epsilon system. We hear the unmistakable clicking of a Zero's mandibles. We turn around and meet the eyes of its spiritual projection. Seeing that it has our attention, the projected Zero explains that it had just had a dream that enabled it to reach the rank of Zero Fulfilled. Our captain is impressed and bends down on one knee. Zero Fulfilled tells her to rise, saying its dream relates to our quest. It explains that it has seen the loss of many, many lives, and that this disaster was our doing. It feels compelled to give us the data we seek, but is afraid of the potential consequences. Retrieve the data from the beacon. The crew has activated one of the beacons. The crew's morale increases by 10. So I noticed that I've been getting quite a few achievements on this run, so I'm going to take a quick second to look over these. So one was A, reach the first triangulation beacon. B, reach the second triangulation beacon. C, reach the third triangulation beacon. There was... I wish they would order them by when I got them. So yeah, Captain Future. Nyx reaches her full potential. I think those are all the ones that I got in this run. There used to be an easier way to see... Oh, there we go. ABC, Captain Future, and wait, it's a map. Discover an Epsilon station. There we go. New suit available, Navigator. Okay, so we're still not done with the nebula, it looks like. In this case, we are traveling to the solar system. The triangulation indicated a solar system that doesn't appear on any maps. Now, this looks like another chance for us to save the game, which I'm not really trying to do. Actually, the other thing I could try to do is go through this black hole. That's going to cost me Omega, but it might save me quite a bit in terms of the trip. So one of the things I should have said earlier, one of the things that I would like to try and do is get as much Omega as I can so that the trip to the Archon will be considerably shorter. Okay, so I think we have to go through a black hole. Yeah, it's still a shorter distance, but it's kind of out of the way. Also, just the black hole trip looks really cool, so... But yeah, so ideally, what we do is we find some Omega on the intervening jumps.
Oxygen low.
Science Officer Sergei has locked himself in the galley to prepare a surprise meal for everyone. He wants us to try a special dish that was passed down to him by his grandmother. Then suddenly the fire alarm sounds. Everyone is at their post except Sergei. Go and see Sergei. A great deal of smoke is blowing out from under the kitchen door. We break it down, only to find Sergei lying on the floor. He seems to be suffering the effects of the psychotropic mushrooms burning in the pan. The smoke is dense and affects many of the crew before we manage to clear the area.
Oxygen low.
One word has been forgotten, Larnan. The oxygen level's fallen by 20. Dangerous. But we will have a garden world to go to. Okay, so I want to see how far I can... I'm kind of playing chicken with my oxygen levels here. So it costs me 6. I don't know what it costs to land, though, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with both. So here's what we do. We start with a rocky planet and mine it out. Oh, but I gotta land if I want to mine it. That's gonna cost me 3... Nope, can't do it.
Oxygen low.
Oh, we're gonna run out of oxygen anyway. Well, good thing I saved. So, seam of resources or omega. We definitely want the omega. So I'm curious what happens in this case. Okay, cool. The game doesn't end. Oh crap, I don't remember what skill we needed. Okay, well I gotta bring Nyx because they're the only survivalist. We'll definitely bring Sergei. I have way too many xenolinguists at this point. But yeah, this is just continuing on the path that we chose before, which is trying to get as much Omega as we can get. And looks like we made the right call by bringing another engineer, although that was pure dumb luck. Okay, it's a destroyed temple, but we can still work with it. On this flat plane, the ruins of some sacred structure phase in and out of reality, providing brief flashes of some forgotten dimension. In this case, we will learn the alien word. So it occurred to me, like, I have been writing down most of the alien words that I find. There are 2 that I didn't. But in principle, if I continued doing that, even though I forgot the word, I would actually be able to sort of decode it from my past encounters. I just probably don't think that's a very good use of my time, so I'm not going to do that. No! Oh, that sucks. Okay, The hill beneath our feet resembles a termite's nest with dozens of tunnels and several hundred meters long, and is an old mine, one that gives every appearance of abandonment despite being flush with minerals. The more we look, the more questions we find. So we can follow the main path for minerals, we can enter a minecart for morale. Let's go for the goodies. Us Child God Inlat. You go Lornan. I believe that's actually the word we forgot. You go Lornan. You God Inlat? Let's go Lornan Inlat. The doors of knowledge open to us. The alien has taught us a new word. Rilsa Abum, love. Okay. Not a whole lot of opportunities for technology, it seems. And I can't update... So unless I fire someone, I can't change the loadout. Not that we need another xenolinguist, but... okay. So we continue on to the surprise within a surprise. Crew found 1 sacred ointments. I don't think I have much in the way of options at this point. We'll heal everyone up at the end of the expedition, but for now... Okay, we encounter a very large, beautiful building, almost modern and a complete surprise against its backdrop of older architecture. Inside we find statues with sleek lines and refined minimalist furniture. However, the building is devoid of life. In a central room we find an elegant vase that contains a silver liquid. Analyze the liquid. Our engineer scans the vase and discovers that there is a layer of omega inside, just below the liquid, a tantalizing prospect, but the scan reveals more. Some kind of life form lurks in the silver fluid. The scan shows an alarming set of jaws, and it seems to be lying in wait. We decided it would be best to dispatch the creature quickly. We cut through it with one of our tools, and then turn our attention back to the omega. And nano-stabilizers of Sergei have increased by 1 level. I'm not quite sure what provoked that, but I'm happy we got it. So we're giving up, we are giving up some minerals for Sergei to be able to do that, but I'm trying to get the points for using skill points. So much death! Okay, I get to do that exactly 1 more time, so we're gonna walk around with Sergei. There we go. So he's got to spend a little time in the med bay, but we'll be fine. Okay, debating about the nano-stabilizers. I think we'll just give him the extra points. The Man from Utopia. Okay, so overall, I think that was a worthwhile trip for us. We got the oxygen that we needed. We got we got some omega. We got another level for one of my characters. Now, I'm not going to be able to distribute the crew quite the way that I would normally want to. And the reason for this is I have too many xenolinguists. So in order to be bringing along the survival, so I think Nyx always has to be on the expedition because Nyx is the only survivalist in the crew. And I also don't want to bring too many xenolinguists because, I do actually need to take on a variety of challenges. So this means the overall level of XP that we'll be earning will probably be lower. But, I'll work with what I've been given, right? I don't want to kick up too much of a fuss about it. Okay, let's... I always get this wrong. I don't have high hopes for the plants, but you never know. 6 morale for every 6 trips on a ship with resistance of 60 or more. I can't remember if that's something that I've got or not. 50 resistance, so that's not going to get us anything. What I am going to do, though, is go to the greenhouse. Okay, so if... basically what would have happened is if I had an empty slot, I would have put this one in, because then I could potentially cycle it out later, and, if I... There's a couple of possibilities. I may be able to recycle it later. I may be able to... so, if I'm in a situation where I really need those 3... that 3 oxygen, that's a great example of where I would... where I would need that. Or where I could use that. The other possibility would be something like... I'm trying to think of something that's not too contrived, but... one obvious one is I wind up with higher resistance. That's something that is under my control if I play around with my resources. But yeah, basically the idea is about preserving the option. So if I've got an empty slot in the greenhouse, there's no disadvantage to me occupying the slot. However, I do get morale for each xenolinguist per 4 interstellar voyages. I've got 3 xenolinguists on the ship now, so this is actually worth 12. And I've got one more round of this ability, so it doesn't make sense for me to toss it out for a flower that's gonna give me nothing. So we take off. I think I'm still gonna go to the rocky planet for the repairs. That is gonna cost me oxygen-wise, but I don't think it's a bad idea for me to get my resources up. And then we will we'll refuel at the gas giant and make our way to our objective. All right, so I'm not gonna kick up a fuss over two iron. I guess there's no real cost for me doing it, but
Fuel tank low.
always with the complaining. All right.
Equipment down.
That's really just one more that we got than what we spent, but that's fine. We're reasonably well stocked for fuel. Okay, so we got our save in 42 light years away, so it is going to take us a while. If I want to refuel more, I guess I can go visit one of the blue giants. That is going to have some hull and oxygen costs, but maybe not a bad idea. I'm sort of back to the point where I want to be making some giant leaps. Yeah, so I do need to worry a little bit about oxygen. I think, if I recall correctly, nope. What was the other one? I thought there was something that could get me oxygen, like a larger amount of it. Well, why would it be platinum? What was I thinking? Yeah, either way, I don't have it, so... This one I don't see a lot of value in checking out. This would just be for hull, and what we would need would be oxygen. So I can get... My best bet's actually... So this gives me a save, but this is a bunch of garden worlds. So I want to go at least as close to our destination as I can. We'll decide whether or not the neutron star is worth visiting. So again, we can check out Nemuel, or I can roll the dice. Now, one thing actually I find kind of funny about the map is that, like, it's still only going to show us... So, like, this is one of these things where the world as described to us in the game is a little bit different from what we're actually getting. So you may recall that we were told, like, there's this epsilon system, which will sort of reveal all the plants within the nebula, or planets within the nebula. So we found that, and we now have knowledge about the things that are in our telescope range. But that doesn't really line up with what we were told in the game, which is, of course, that it's a map of the whole nebula. So in principle, right, we should know what these systems are as well. You know, again, like, it's a game, right? So for the same reason that Quiet can be given a skin condition to make her not wear anything in a video game, you can say that there is some interaction with the technology that doesn't allow you to recognize what the star is to find it from the map. Like, you're a writer, you can justify any decision that you want. It doesn't make it a good decision, but you can justify it. So, like, the reason why I'm bringing this up now is it would actually be kind of helpful to know if there are opportunities for me to get oxygen between here and 26. Because 49, like, it's not terrible, but it's also something that I might want to take kind of seriously. I think I'm going to risk it. But I do, you know, I do, there is a legitimate worry here that if I can't resolve this within, say, 4 jumps, I may actually have to use some Omega to refuel the ship. And the thing is I'm not going to find Omega if I don't visit planets. So, you know, there's a small tension there. But in this case, I am going to try and move towards the objective, because I'm reasonably certain we're going to have an opportunity to get some oxygen as we move closer. We're definitely going to check out the abandoned ship. Hello. Okay, so 18 slots, so it's really hard to justify taking this thing. Gravitational lens is kind of interesting, but we're going to do the good old-fashioned disassemble everything. Am I losing my mind? Ecosystem's better than, as a default, than what we've got here, but... But yeah, otherwise there's not a whole lot to... So, like, one thing I might want to do would be to visit the, well, okay, so, 6 oxygen... Then 9, so 15. No, we can afford it. Kind of overdid it, but... But yeah, so now we go to the Yellow Dwarf, and we know there'll be a garden world on that, which we can refuel our oxygen with. And our hull's not that bad, so... Oof. Now, obviously it would have been devastating if it turns out that there's no planets around the star. But so far as I can tell, that hasn't happened in the game, so... I should be safe. Okay, happy to get Omega. We know we're going to bring Nyx. No promises, but if I were to stream later tonight, would people be okay with that? Or have I sort of screwed up my entertainment value enough to... I mean, it's terrible to ask people who are hanging out if that's what they want, because if you weren't interested, you wouldn't be here. But I'm curious if there's any feelings one way or the other. I am slightly inclined towards bringing the tourist guide. Actually, the Care of the Ancients is also a good reason to bring this. Oh well. Just chilling and arting. You can stay for a while. Yeah, I don't want to make it like mandatory for people to hang out, but yeah, we'll take another Care of the Ancients. Maybe around run you as a good background to listen to, learn, and occasionally jabber at. Cool. Yeah. I'm just seeing if after the adventure in the Nebula, if we can get a little bit closer to the end game. But I'm not opposed to just doing out there on another night to properly send it off. I don't think we'll get to the end of the game tonight, but if I feel in the mood, I was just curious if, you know, like if people are invested in the ending, and I don't want to sort of pull the rug out from under them saying like, haha, you didn't join me on this 24-hour marathon. All right, our expedition seeks a specific sector guided by readings that indicate a high density of useful resources. We find traces of shipwreck, but no actual remains. Some distance away, however, we find a grisly landmark, a cemetery. The wreckage must have been recovered by a rescue team, who also buried the ship's 120-plus passengers. The graves have been adorned with precious objects. These are probably what set off the sensors. What should we do? Read the inscriptions. It takes almost no time for our xenolinguists to decipher the alien script adorning many of the grave markers. They are tributes to many travelers buried here. Some are lines of poetry that give us vital insights into the cultural life of this galactic sector. Though saddening, this detour hasn't totally been in vain. And 2 new words, Larnan, Star, and Nisplis, Threat. So again, I think Larnan was the word that we forgot. So I think I talked about this before, but I don't remember if everyone was in here. Civilization Beyond Earth. Have we talked about this? Have any of you played it? I probably should. So if you weren't planning on interacting in chat, please don't let that drag you away from something you're doing right now. But I think I was talking about that at the start of this one, but us people child, Aiden Star. You child? Let's try us child people, Aiden. Vibrations of excitement and positive waves emanate from the alien. This reaction from our friend seems to encourage the inhabitants to come and meet us. Yet more achievements. Cryptonomicon, learn all the alien words. Cool. Wait, it's a map. Okay, we got that one. And Mother of Existence, a crew member reaches their full potential. Okay, so I'm very interested in the fact that it seems like technology is no longer available in these trading centers. Okay, so we've got level 4 people. So this is where it gets really tricky, right? Because there's a side here which would say, well, maybe we should boot out like Nanmu or Ezra Mime or something like that, so that we can get a level 4 and have a bit more diversity in terms of the crew. But we also do get hit by actually Pakistan in particular. It feels like we should boot because they're still level 2. Mind you, level 2 with like this is level 4 with 3 dots, so we'd really be shorting our engineering ability. But yeah, I think we're gonna keep what we have, but it's an option maybe I should be exploring. I don't think I found a hazard I can resist crossing. Give it a little more time. Disused mine. We spot an enormous lance sticking out of the ground as if thrown from orbit by an angry sky god. In reality, it is a planetary drill used to open a mine that was subsequently abandoned for no apparent reason. Let's enter a minecart. Nyx has lost an action point. Crew's morale increased by 10. So we just we just had a little fun. All right. So I gotta be mindful of my health at this point, but we may also be near the end of this expedition. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to cross some challenges, but... Alright, I'm fine with Nyx taking some damage. We arrive in a village. The population is welcoming yet wary. We are very keen to learn about their guardian god, a simple stone statue that we suspect is full of Omega. We are not allowed to approach the object until we go through the clan's ritual trials. We could take part, but the village inhabitants won't describe what the trials entail. Said the survivalist, the trials are formidable. First, our survivalist is tattooed using Omega, an incredibly painful process. Second, they're told to hunt down a particularly elusive predator, which they manage after 2 nights of tracking. Finally, they spend an entire night alone, meditating before the clan's stone god. During this trial, they spend the dark hours quietly siphoning the Omega contained within the figure. We leave at dawn, magnificent cargo in tow. Nyx has lost 2 action points, and we did get the Omega we sought. So this is one of the points where I think the time that I've been spending with the game is sort of running... counter to my enjoyment, is maybe the best way I can say it. So the exploration aspect, you know, the idea of going to these strange worlds and having experiences on them, that's sort of intact. But we've run into the trials quite a bit now. And so it's kind of hard to argue that the experience that I'm encountering now is particularly new. So I'm sort of at the point, I guess, where I'm sort of going through the motions to a certain extent. And, you know, again, this is an enjoyable game. I do like going on to the different worlds. But if I think of the contrast, so the way that this game kind of seems to be handling its story is that you have the main quest. I'll sort of point to what I mean specifically. So you do want to board the ship and end the expedition? Yes, we'll board the ship. Okay, so we've got the empty spot we were talking about. So 3 morale per engineer every 4 interstellar voyages. 5 additional morale for each time an expedition is completed, and 5 morale. So I think in this case the engineer one makes a little more sense. We already get extra morale for completing an expedition, and given the fact that the nebula seems to be the most threatening as far as morale is concerned, I'm not too worried about like making up some kind of a deficit. So again, we're already maxed out on our oxygen, so we'll just back out and call it for this system. So basically, we've got our mission log. So again, our missions here: past mistakes. Fateful confrontation was the first one, then past mistakes. We finished returning to the origin, and we've got the Judge Architect in tow. We also have Mystery of the Nebula, so we're traveling to the solar system that we coordinated or triangulated. And then at the end, I'm assuming that we will, we'll use what we got from the Mystery of the Nebula and aiding the Ark to kind of have our final confrontation with Archon. So the way that this game kind of seems to be telling its story is largely through accessing certain systems, and then generally what happens is the event seems to be triggered when you come into the system. I will confess, there's a little bit of give and take here, let's say. So for instance, delivering 9 tons of hafnium, you have a little bit of leeway in terms of resolving that. You can trade, but at for the most part, you're gonna wind up going on planets and at the very least mining them. Maybe not necessarily having expeditions. But I as far as the rocky planet was concerned, I believe the rocky planet that had the Judge Architect, I believe we just only ever encountered that from orbit. I don't think we actually I don't think we ever landed on that world. So I'm just going to take a quick second here on distance. I kind of want to save, but I think I get a better range if I visit this world. But yeah, so sometimes you'll have to go onto a world, sometimes you'll have to go onto into a system. But generally, the story events that you encounter are not the sort of thing that you run into on an expedition. You'll sometimes... Actually, come to think of it, the one time that we've actually been able to complete a step in the mission log is when we were looking for that temple. For the most part, it's just either landing on the location or entering the system that's sufficient for having the story event. So the reason why I'm highlighting that is, again, I highlight Starflight a lot, and it's because this is the thing that originally got me interested in Out There. And for the most part, the things that I like about Out There are things that I like about Starflight. But Starflight has a slightly different way of telling its story, and I actually think it's one that maybe might be a little bit more effective for me. So Starflight is an early example of procedural generation. And I do want to be clear on this. So there's a few different ways in which procedural generation can work. One way that you can have sort of procedural generation will be that you get a different seed each time you play the game. So in principle, what you could do is you give a system the same seed and that will give you the same encounter. So this would be helpful for debugging, but this will also be a way that if you wanted to establish some kind of a challenge, one thing that I think people trying to do some kind of competition would feel bad about would be if there's the possibility of a more or less difficult map being generated. People are not going to want to feel like they that they won or lost. Well, people seem to be a little more willing to accept their wins under any conditions, but I don't think people would want to feel like they won or lost on the basis of an unlucky roll as far as the map was concerned, let's say. So, and this also leads to things like, the match of the day. So I think XCOM 2's got an example of this. Also, Industries of Titan, for that matter. That basically everybody's kind of given the same original challenge. You can do that challenge, and, you'll show how you rank on the leaderboards, having been given the opportunity to, to do an encounter of some kind. To see how it turned out. It's basically how you ranked up, how you handled the unknown challenges compared to others, and that's also important for a game like XCOM because the string of numbers that will give you your outcomes is the same based on that seed as well. So it's not like you got unlucky when firing your weapon. You have the exact same probability of succeeding with that shot that everybody else does. So what this can sometimes, I think when people hear about, and now again, this is my understanding of the term. I'm not a practitioner, so I could be wrong on these, but one thing that I think this has led to is the idea of procedural generation being each time you play the game, the layouts are different. And that can be true, right? So you can have the algorithm run when it's loading up the game for the first time and you have a new dungeon. So I think this is something that like Rogue would have done. But in the case of a game like Starflight, so far as I can tell, it's a bit like Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, where so far as I can tell, the dungeons were not all handcrafted. Like there's a lot in Daggerfall. It's not necessarily good, but there's a lot of it. And I mean, the complaint I have with most of the dungeons in Daggerfall is they feel like things that a human did not actually make. Like, it may be possible to complete the dungeons, but there are just these very nonsensical layouts sometimes. Like, there will be a huge locked door, and it's like a knight, protecting an iron short sword, So you put all this effort in to get into a room with like nothing in it. I love the ambition of Daggerfall, but the actual experience of it is a bit of a mixed bag. I found where I play the later games, I do actually kind of feel compelled to kind of go and explore. Even the first game, I actually felt kind of compelled to go out and explore and have adventures on my own. Daggerfall, I actually had less desire over time to explore the wider world, because in a weird way, despite the fact there was the appearance of a lot of variety, the individual dungeons wound up being a very similar experience in the sense that it was just this very labyrinthian kind of madness that wasn't necessarily all that fun to run through. But what is fair to say, if some miserable soul were to actually bother to go and map out every single one of the dungeons, I believe the dungeon layouts would be the same. I don't know if the location of some of the targets is the same, because I do know that there are certain places in each of the dungeons where a target can show up, and I think that might be randomly generated for different players. So again, that's still procedurally generated, but it does not mean that the dungeons that you enter are going to be different. So if you go to the dungeon in this province, at this particular set of coordinates, I believe the layout for that dungeon should be the same for everyone. And that's the way that Starflight does it. The procedural generate. Hey, Tiberiosity, good to see you again. And everyone from Tiberiosity's channel. How you doing? Let me just take a quick second here to... So I feel like at this point, I really need to... You're so sleepy. All right. Well, if you, I'd love to have you around, but if you need to scurry off and get some sleep, I'm not gonna feel hard done by. I always appreciate your hosts. It feels like you've been hosting quite a bit lately, so I know you have options, and I never want to take that for granted. But as you know, I feel like I shouldn't reference Tiberiosity in reference to games that they dislike, but it's almost to me become this defining feature that I can say, hey, so how's Halo Infinite going? And I will get the... You know what? Actually, here's the throwback I can give. Halo Infinite is the Citizen Kane of video games for Tiberiosity. This is based off of Algren's rather strong views on the merits of Orson Welles' famous first film. But yeah, the game tomorrow. Sorry, Tiberiosity. What when you refer to the game tomorrow, what do you mean? But yeah, no, sorry. The jokes aside, Tiberiosity is a fellow Canadian, also a broadcaster on Twitch. Has been much more generous with their hosts than I have been with them. Now that is slightly a Star Wars Tabletop RPG. My bad. But this is partially a function of the time that we stream. But in any case, Tiberiosity, in addition to doing Halo and being a very big fan of the Halo series, although also struggling a little bit with some of the directions where the series has gone, they do multiple types of streams. So I have a particular fondness for the MechWarrior series, and they've been doing MechWarrior 5. But this is also, survival crafting with Terraria. There's a number of different games that you can check out, and of course, one of the reasons why I like to shout people out, one of the reasons why I like to recommend people or otherwise bring your attention to other channels is generally if somebody is nice in my channel, that's at least a positive leading indicator of them being somebody who you might enjoy checking out on Twitch. So, in addition to the fact that I have wonderful reasons to continue to giving people a reason to stop by and host and raid and do all these sorts of things, Tiberiosity is somebody that you'll probably want to check out, especially because they play maybe a little bit more of a livelier style of game. I think, if anything, Tiberiosity is a bit better at kind of keeping things moving than I am, although I think that's true for everyone, so that may not even be much of a compliment. But I didn't know about the Star Wars Tabletop, so shows what I know. In any case, hopefully I can at least be some pleasant background noise while you get some things going. What was I going to say before? Oh yeah, sorry, I was talking about procedural generation. So, from what I understand, the way that Starflight handled it is kind of the way that it's kind of like the Daggerfall style, or like the other example I would give would be No Man's Sky. So No Man's Sky has the potential to generate, just preposterous numbers of worlds. But so far as I can tell, if you go to a specific set of coordinates in the game, you are going to see the same thing that someone else does, with possibly some exceptions. I think there's like individual manipulations that a player might make to a planet. And the original excuse me. If I recall correctly, the original game for No Man's Sky was very small. I think the size of the game has grown quite a bit since then. But in any case, this is just another example where, again, you have a system that will generate, sort of a set of experiences for you. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, there's going to be a lot of variety in No Man's Sky just because of the number of things to do. And if you wind up sort of starting off in a different place in this world, it's going to feel like everything's brand new in each time. But again, the one thing I just want to do is move away from this idea that something procedurally generated is something that's necessarily going to be different each time you run into it. So in the case of Starflight, if you visit a planet, you are going to find sort of resources in the same places, so far as I can tell. But there's two reasons why Starflight did procedural generation, why it was so effective, which is, number one, they're very heavily resource constrained. So there is something very cool about Starflight in how, you see your ship. It's a very primitive graphics, but see your ship like land on the planet, and they actually bother to do the work of projecting the map that's been generated onto the sphere that forms the planet. It's really neat. It sounds so silly, like especially when you see it. Like I get very excited by that, even though it is, hilariously primitive compared to what we're used to. So, Out There is a beautiful looking game, and certainly all of the, the space travel in that is a real feast for the eyes. And it's hard to say that Starflight is like, my God, this is the future of gaming when you see the ship arrive. And yet there's something very impressive about such an old game taking the time to build that experience in there. But in addition to the resource constraints, the other thing they wanted to do was kind of create this very large sense, like this very large world that you would be, working in, right? You've got different systems to travel, and you have different alien races, and you've got your exploration to do. And in fact, the overall sort of arc of the narrative is something that you discover over time. But this is one of the things that I find really interesting, is that for Starflight, the way that I've started getting more of the story is as I'm visiting these planets and as I'm mining resources, I find something. And usually there's going to be something like, we've been given some indication that there's something important at these coordinates. Or sometimes it'll be, avoid this part of the galaxy because we've lost a number of ships over there. So then you sort of build up your power, and then you're like, okay, we're strong enough to be able to take on the bad guys, so now we're going to go to this dangerous part of the map and see what's going on there. But the game leaves a few breadcrumbs, but generally what will happen is that you're looking for resources, and you'll stop by a place that you would associate with a good haul, and you find something which says, hey, there's something on this planet at these coordinates. And as part of your general duties, you'll say, okay, well, I wanted to go to this part of the galaxy anyway, so while we're there, let's check out the third planet and go to this particular set of coordinates. And that's going to give you something else that you run into. And it's kind of nice because it feels like a little bit more of a natural extension of the experience. So it's difficult to say, like, in one sense, it's hard to say that Starflight's done anything different than Out There, in the sense that I'm always going to find this particular note on this particular planet, and it's going to point me towards this other thing. So I'm assuming that it would be possible to speedrun Starflight and to optimize a path that, has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not you get a good seed or whatever. And yet, one of the things that I find kind of slightly more effective for this older game, Starflight, is that because I sort of feel like I'm discovering these notes as part of the journey, I'm not running into the situations that I'm running into now in this game, which is like, okay, Nyx has now gotten her 5th tribal tattoo in Omega as part of the trials, so that we can siphon the Omega from the idol. Like, at this point, it doesn't quite have the same impact that it does the first time you do. And especially because, like, I've got these big indicators of, like, quote unquote, this is the story mission. You've noticed that by this point I'm sort of skipping a few more worlds now, and that I'm not quite exploring as much as I did, so that even though there's lots of worlds for me to jump on and have these experiences, I'm sort of hitting this point where I'm starting to become a little bit more familiar with the interactions I'm going to be having on certain worlds. And I guess the number of possibilities that I thought there were in the game, like, for a while it made me think that this game was doing a good job of kind of giving me the impression that there were a number of different things that could happen to me on the world, whereas now I sort of feel like, okay, I've got my set of experiences that I'm going to have, and I don't feel quite the same urgency in terms of being able to, or of like wanting to go and do every bit of exploration that I can. So, Vanguard Master, how you doing? And again, I don't want that to be too much of a knock against the game, But it is something I've noticed that given the number of times that, particularly we've run into the Trials event, it is sort of where I'm starting to feel like I'm starting to feel a little more repetition than I would have. Oh, I didn't think we had made it to the abandoned station. Okay, we've got enough gas in the tank that we can visit. One of these days you'll get a notification that you went live on time, not halfway through the stream. We were it was a late start tonight anyway, so it's not even halfway. Normally I'd be done by now, but Tabirosity gave us a raid, and I at least wanted to get to this event, but I think we'll put a little more into the game here. I'm not going to go too late because it is midnight and I did want to get a few things done. But I'll admit, because I did sort of nap a bit, I definitely feel, pretty charged up. So, oh yeah, I also need to hand in some writing for someone. So I should, yeah. Should probably make sure I do that before I go to bed. But yeah, we'll definitely go a bit longer tonight. Okay. Looks like an enormous space station, bigger than any I've seen. Very impressive to think this massive thing has been sitting out here for all this time and no one ever knew. Scans aren't picking up any inhabitants, but there does appear to be a strong concentration of energy near its heart. Heart? Don't tell me this thing is alive. A figure of speech. Spectrographic analysis confirms this structure is a vast computer server. It must contain an immeasurable amount of data. I hope there's a manual. I don't want to spend the next few centuries sifting through useless information. My skills should be of use to you here, although the organization's servers are somewhat more rudimentary. Okay, so we'll definitely land. So, may have been wrong about this god business. Oh, this is a cool looking environment. I'm happy we went here. Okay. So we definitely have to bring these two. We at least want one xenolinguist, so we might as well bring Ikat again. I don't think we're going to be visiting any villages, so... it doesn't say what the hazards are, does it? Oh, dazed and asphyxia. I really like the look of this world. It's a little difficult. Like, I kind of understand they want to give the idea of it being sort of ruined and abandoned, or to have some variety, but I'll confess I've been a little, like... I've been tricked a bit by these hexes, wondering if there's like a hazard or if there's an item for me to pick up, but I think you've got to head to bed a bit earlier tonight, so you'll just be lurking. I'll catch you next time, and good luck with the writing after. Oh, yeah, no worries. I'll actually, so I think I was talking about this before. So I've been hired, quote unquote, but I'm getting paid to do this. But I did put a submission in for a I don't know, magazine, journal, excuse me. Anyways, got a paid writing gig. But I do seem to have misunderstood what so there was the sort of the prompt, the thing that I pitched. But I think I misunderstood the emphasis that they were looking for originally. So I was actually pretty happy with where the first draft wound up. But I do get the impression that it was quite different from what they were expecting. And one of the things that's funny is that the first thing that I wrote but didn't submit to them was actually quite a bit closer to what I think they were looking for. But I also find it like really tedious to just be constantly talking about yourself. So usually what I'll do is I'll just kind of do a bit of an informal first draft that like nobody sees. Then I'll kind of polish it and do what's the proper first draft, and then sort of adjust from that. But the thing I feel a little bad about is that because I'm sort of reverting to the older draft, I'm almost wondering if they're just going to be, it's like, okay, so you just changed the pronouns and like handed this thing back. This isn't a proper second draft. But like it is legitimately, I think, closer to what they're looking for. So I'd asked, it seemed like they were open to a feedback session, but I also know they're really busy, so I sadly haven't heard from them afterwards. I'm hoping that we've converged a little bit more. But the funny thing is that, you know, having put the time in, I actually think the first draft is better. I don't want to be too precious about, you know, early work that I do, because that first draft is also the product of some feedback that I'd gotten from someone who I quite respect. So it's the Vitran from Innersloth, previously Kid Fox. So she does quite a few blogs and very kindly offered some guidance, and I think had some really good points to make on the writing that I think made the article better. But the funny thing is that the feedback I got actually specifically asked to remove some of the stuff that I actually thought made the thing better. So I was like, well, you know, I'm in the weird position of actually trying to defend something that I didn't originally intend for the article. But anyways, like I'm a little bit, I'm kind of rudderless now, because I now have a second draft, which I think is in line with what the kind of the commission was. But the thing is that like tomorrow is the deadline. Well, technically today, because it's it's 20 minutes past midnight. So it's the deadline. Like there's just no more time to solicit that kind of feedback anymore. So what I want to try and do is at least, you know, now that I have the distance of a few days to look at the second draft, I'll see if I can maybe just polish it. I also think there were probably just a kind of a couple grammatical errors in that I probably let creep in, because I wanted to try and give the second draft as early as I could to the, you know, the editor, and let them, you know, let them have the option of of saying whether or not this was close enough to the mark. Like basically I gave it, you know, as close to a week early as I could, so that I could say, it's like, okay, I think this is in line with what you're looking for, but like if you think this thing just has to be totally transformed, I'm willing to do it, and this is why I'm giving it early, so we have that option available. But you know, again, I don't have claims to anyone's time, right? So generally, if you're writing something, people are expecting you to write it, not to hold your hand. Yeah, I don't know. I think with the benefit of a couple of days between sending the thing in and being able to do revisions now, it wouldn't hurt for me to take another look, make sure that it's in the best shape that it can be. You know, if I can anticipate grammatical and spelling errors. I spelled Coliseum incorrectly like an idiot, and it was actually Victoria that, Vitran that pointed that out. But I don't know. I'm just hoping it all gets. I just hope it gets all wrapped up. And again, there's definitely benefit to leaving something for a couple of days. It's actually why I really appreciate. It's why I really appreciate having more than one article on the go. Well, that's the thing. Spellcheck actually let the alternative spelling go through, but it's totally wrong. I don't know why it let me do that. I've actually noticed, so I've been trying to rely more and more on the word tools, but it's led to some really weird sentence constructions that actually feel pretty unnatural to me after I read them again. So I'm not quite brave enough to turn off the correction features in Word, but I feel like I might do better if I do. I don't know, we'll see. Because like it's like when you play a game with like randomly determined combat rolls, right? Like every time you win with an inferior unit, you feel, you know, you deserved that win. And every time every time that happens to you from the opponent, you think the game's cheating. So, you know, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of corrections that I've been saved by with various spell checkers and grammatical checkers, grammar checkers, that I'm not giving credit for. But yeah, I'll confess, like, it seems to like putting commas in odd places, and it also, I've noticed actually it has a tendency, there's this really tough, and I'll admit I'm actually guilty of this more than I'd like to admit, but when you're constructing a sentence, particularly if you're measuring different amounts, so like you could say, okay, this single thing affects multiple people, or alternatively, there are multiple things affecting this one person. And you will need to figure out if the subject of your sentence is the single thing or the multiple things. And depending on the order in which you put the words, because of course English it's like jazz, you just make it up as you go along, right? This is why English is beautiful to tell a joke in, because you can put the punchline anywhere in the sentence, and you can usually construct a sentence to like make it work. Whereas something that's a little bit more strict in its rules, it's a bit tougher to deliver, at least in a way that makes people laugh. Because analyzing comedy is absolutely the way you make people laugh. Anyways, the challenge is that, and again, regardless of whether you use computer-assisted writing or you're just writing longhand, what will tend to happen is that your subject will be the one thing that affects multiple people, let's say, but you will unintentionally pluralize that subject. Even though it's one thing, you'll make it plural because you have the multiple people intervening, and because your brain is thinking about the multiple people, the subject, the thing that you're describing, even though it's a singular object, it will become pluralized just because of the way you built it. And for the most part, when you're reading it, you don't actually notice it. But it is grammatically incorrect, right? You want to make sure that they're matching. So if you're talking about one thing, it is a consistent reference to one thing. And if you're talking about multiple things, it is a consistent, there's that consistency there as well. And in the worst cases, it will actually distort the meaning of your sentence, where you'll think the description is actually being applied to the multiple people as opposed to the subject of the sentence, let's say. Or again, whichever construct. I realize I'm talking about this in an abstract way, which makes it really hard to understand. But one thing I've noticed is that because, and again, it's a computer program. It can't be expected to, handle complex sentences. But what I've tended to notice is that the grammar tool will very frequently try to introduce the incorrect version. And again, it's because of that weird construction where, I have the plural, even though the subject is singular, there is a thing in the sentence that's plural, and it's picking up that thing that's plural, and as a result, it's trying to recommend a common mistake to me. So I don't know. Like I try to, especially because of my tendency to dislike backseating. Like I do try to avoid situations where I say I don't need help, because you do want to keep yourself open to. You want to keep yourself open to. The ability to improve and such. But I do sort of feel like I should be avoiding those tools and really just like properly sitting down with some proper grammar The problem is actually all the grammar resources I'm reading are either like really, really basic and they're reinforcing things I already understand very well, or they are sort of like they're style guides rather than being sort of like hardcore grammar. I don't know, like there's a few things about grammar that, and particularly like punctuation and certain elements of sentence structure, I would like to have a better understanding of, like something that in principle I could feel like, if I were to become an editor for a magazine, let's say, that I would feel confident that when reviewing a submission, I would be able to, I wouldn't necessarily have it all at the, I wouldn't have immediate command from my memory, let's say, of these things. But it would be nice to say, I know where I would look to find an authoritative answer to this, this strange thing that I've seen inside of the work. And I kind of feel like I don't have that yet. Then again, I'm also always going to feel very uncertain about my writing. So, Romanian has a similar things with its jokes, but they don't work at all when you try to translate them out of the language. I've found that that's true for a lot of, at least among the people who I know that speak more than one language. They, they'll try and share it, and they do their best with what they've got, but most of the time it's sort of relying on some wordplay that doesn't come across in English. After some time walking, we observe that the walls are actually enormous interconnected data boxes. To the best of our computer knowledge, and given the number of boxes present, we're certain this station contains a supercomputer. Unlike the Atlas, all of the information we find here will almost certainly be encrypted. Tear off a wall panel. We tear off one of the metallic panels that cover the data boxes. The metallic sound of our efforts does not seem to alert anyone. Inside, we find a veritable swarm of interconnected cables and microchips. It's a real mess, and it would be too dangerous to venture further. In any case, we can be sure of one thing. Everything here has been custom made. But by whomst? By whom? Starbright Knight, I feel like it's been a while since I've caught one of your streams. How are you doing tonight? I hope you are well as well. It's really good to see you. I know Starbright Knight has, at least so far as I can tell, it's been a while since you've done marbles on stream, but actually one of the reasons why I like shouting out Starbright Knight is they made me feel really good by pointing out that they use one of my emotes quite frequently for their marbles on stream. So like even though Starbright Knight is more than a one game streamer, I always like to reference those marbles on stream encounters, precisely because it was a case where one of the emotes got used very frequently, and I'm delighted when people use them. So Starbright Knight has I won't say the unique position, but certainly is one of the people who've wound up making me feel quite good about something that it added to the channel. Because, obviously using emotes for myself is, one thing. It's nice when people are able to use it within the channel, but one thing I'd hoped for was emotes that people would enjoy using in other contexts. And, there are some people who are just going to have, unbelievably good emotes, and there's no possible way I'll ever be able to compete. But needless to say, I'm delighted when I find out that others have gotten something out of the emotes, and Starbright Knight was certainly one of the first to say that. Definitely made me feel good. So, thank you for that. But more importantly, how have you been? I've been all right, but sorry, you answered. I'm doing well. I didn't see your answer before. So unless something's changed between when you between your answer and now, I'm sorry. It's been a day. But no, I'm really, really happy to see you. I don't need to ask how you're doing though. Again. All right. It's a real mess, and it would be too dangerous to venture. Sorry. Inside, we find a veritable swarm of interconnected cables and microchips. It's been a real mess, and it would be too dangerous to venture further. In any case, we can be sure of one thing: everything here has been custom made, but by whom? Nyx has lost 2 action points, and the crew has found a lithological map. Okay, 2 vents either way, so I'm not opposed to crossing these, but I'd like to have a little bit of a better idea of what's present in the level before I mess around. Interesting. So it seems that both paths wind up going to the same place. Labyrinthine architecture. You're away from a while, took a vacation from Twitch, but you returned, as you can see. Oh, that's fine. Are you still streaming? But yeah, I don't... I actually think it's really good when people spend some time away from Twitch. Because I tend to notice... I don't know, I think there's a few factors to this, but like... From the broadcaster side, I think burnout is a real problem. And particularly if, like, streaming is one of those things that, like, you want to turn into a career, the frustration of not making it can be something that I think can really affect people. It's probably the biggest reason why I would stop watching certain channels, if I'm completely honest. So I think in one sense breaks are a really good reason for that. Like that reason alone is a really good thing for break. But the other thing too is just kind of the atmosphere there. I had a friend that I got a message from, and they're just like generally they are a very pleasant person in chat, and when they introduced themselves, they kind of radiate that positivity. So they'd said something, somebody was playing like a game that they'd really liked, and they said, "Hey, I really like this game. It's a pleasure to meet all of you," or something like that. And apparently the streamer said something like, "Oh, it's one of those positive people. How cringe." And like, to a certain extent, I understand that for some people, like, hearing that sort of stuff is more or less easy. Like, so for some people, it's just someone being an ass on the internet and you move on. But for this person, they actually felt really bad. Like, it affected them enough that they wanted to bring it up. Obviously, I'm not going to say the name because there's no business. I felt really bad for them because there's no reason for someone to be made to feel that way. Like, what? Because some guy wants to show how macho they are? Like, to me, this is one of the things where like, to a certain extent now, somebody who just wants to share an enjoyment of a game that they like, now they have to sort of second guess as to the community surrounding that game, and whether or not them just being naturally positive is going to be seen as a bad thing and made fun of. And particularly for the streamer to do that, I think that's a really crummy thing to do. But there's another half to this too. Like, I don't want to sound like a basket case on it, but there is actually there are a couple of games now that, based on YouTube comments, some Twitch comments, or Twitter, just the different ways that people can communicate, I try and keep as balanced as I can out of it. So, like, intellectually, I definitely understand quite well that the type of person who wants to make someone feel bad over Twitch chat or a YouTube comment or something like that, this is not someone I should assign any weight to in terms of what they value. They could be criticizing, and that criticism could be correct, but even then, that can be disentangled from the really inelegant way that it's put or the malice behind the comment. But the thing is that does also involve, because there's also going to be an emotional reaction that you don't have as much control over. And because of the frequency for a few of these things, it is actually a point now where there's something, because that game is actually tied to something that I like in real life. One really negative factor of this is when I encounter this real life thing, it actually does bring back some of those, like, just the general negativity that comes from that, like, from the source of those comments. And unfortunately, what this does mean is that there's something that used to be a source of enjoyment for me that actually does have to be unpacked and dissected and analyzed to go back to it. And that just sucks. I wish I was wired a bit differently, because I mean, again, it's not that like the content of there's nothing in terms of the content of the comments that really causes me to brood about it. The volume of it, though, is something that kind of bugs me enough that when I encounter it, I remember it, and I need a second to just kind of reconnect with the thing that I liked in the underlying the underlying object. And it's like, for what end? Like, because someone wanted to be mean on the internet? Like, why should somebody have to put up with that? Why should somebody have to feel less about something that they liked? And again, it just has to do with the type of people certain videos, certain games, certain types of content attract. I don't know, like, it's not like there's no like centralized answer. There's no like taste police to kind of come in and say, you were uncivil and so this is not appropriate, you're out. Like, that is really not the way forward. But it does kind of come back to that question of, just because you can doesn't mean you should. So, like, there's plenty of really famous cases in the United States where people push the bounds of what is considered decent, and I think a lot of those are looked at quite rightly as big steps forward in terms of freedom of expression and the types of behaviors that we sort of see as being aligned with sort of a flourishing and democratic liberal society. But again, it's one of these things where your ability, so like, I don't know, like, not everybody's George Carlin, right? Not everybody is necessarily going to be able to use those freedoms and push those boundaries. Not that George Carlin's the only one, but I think he's a really good example. Not everybody's necessarily going to be able to use that benefit. Like, so here's the thing, right? Like, George Carlin's definitely known for pushing boundaries. And he's, interestingly enough, one of these figures who seems to be, like, so if you read widely enough, right? So, like, one of the challenges we run into is that we tend to just follow stuff that we agree with, so we're not always necessarily exposed to ideas. But politically, right, it doesn't really matter where you are on the spectrum. People seem to be taking his quotes and seeing him as largely sympathetic to their views. Now, the funny thing is that I don't think anybody can really know anything about George Carlin and don't know anything other than the fact that he's a pretty liberal guy. But certainly, particularly his lines on political correctness, this is more around the 90s. Like, actually, this is maybe an interesting point to bring up, because one thing that's kind of interesting if you go back and look at Carlin stuff, and particularly if I look at like stuff coming out around that time, like, understanding that context, a lot of the arguments that seem to be going on about political correctness now, like, there really does seem to be sort of an alignment with the two. Now, it's not like I'm going to be able to say, yes, I was fighting the social justice wars of the 1990s and, I can tell you from firsthand experience. No, right? That's not something I was, like, I can't say that. But, you get on a train of thought, you take a look at it, particularly if somebody's using certain quotes to present a worldview that seems counter to the speaker. It helps to take a look at what's going on. And the thing is that I think probably a fair recognition of it would be, and this kind of seems to be where we're at right now, that there is a certain type of sort of language policing and what we'll just kind of call political correctness that does actually go too far. That doesn't really seem to be so much about solving problems as just telling people what to do. But I also kind of think that this is something that kind of winds up solving itself. It seems that when it kind of seems around that time, there was a set of things that were quite helpful and useful, and like maybe we were realizing certain there are certain quirks in our language that reflect reflect values that are different than what we have. So like I think a decent example that I could give would be so if I were to say, doctor and secretary, most people are not going to have sort of like a 50-50 chance of, right? Like, so if we were to poll everyone, could you describe the doctor you imagine? Could you describe the secretary you imagined? I think it's fair to say that we're not going to see an even split in terms of how people imagined those roles. And that is a reflection of kind of the problem that I think sort of those sorts of discussions we're trying to bring up. But again, inevitably people really want to push the point of view. And I think to a certain extent that may be where we are right now. And the challenge is that when you run into the people who are complaining about political correctness, generally what's happening is that there is this whole dump truck of really horrible stuff that they also want to bring along. And I'm like, no. It's like, okay, we can talk a little bit in terms of, is it, is it really appropriate to, I don't know, quote tweet with a 57 line thread about what a complete Nazi you are, for using this particular term. Like, that's probably not something we should be doing not that that's a specific example that I've thought of, but like, obviously there's a question of like, there's a question of proportionality and whether or not this is actually the problem we should be worrying about right now. But again, the encouragement that I sort of see is like, because I was like, okay, so does this mean that I need to like, given the fact that I'm a little uncomfortable with what I see as overreach to people who I might otherwise be broadly sympathetic with, like, does this mean that I need to go down the same road that you see just every other sort of kind of far right grifter doing, which was, I used to be a liberal, but then, then the political correctness got to be too much and they forced me to become conservative. And that's why, I support the January 6th riot. Like, no, come on. Seriously, like somebody yelled at you for using the wrong pronouns and you decided to overthrow the government. Like, get real. But, like, again, it's clearly... I've experienced it. Like, the YouTube algorithm loves recommending a certain type of YouTuber who really... like, they seem to really like movies and they really seem to have a problem with women. I don't know what it was to make, YouTube think I'm an asshole, but there is a certain type of content it really wants to be pushing me towards. I really don't want that. So, yeah, anyways. The reason why I'm talking about the Carlin stuff is that it seems to me, for the most part, we've been here before. And the thing is that, yeah, I do actually think there does tend to be this very censorious trend in people. So, like, even if you consider yourself politically quite liberal, I'm in Canada, right? So liberal can also mean a specific political party, which admittedly has definitely taken more of a progressive turn under Trudeau, but the thing is that there is a censorious trend inside of it, and it's one that I'm actually very uncomfortable with. But I'm also quite sensitive to what they're trying to do with it, right? I mean, again, good intentions aren't the only factor, because there's a famous road that goes nowhere that anybody wants to go, paved with good intentions. But the thing that kind of gives me a little bit of encouragement around most of the debates is that, like, it seems that this 90s stuff that Carlin, maybe it's not 90s, maybe it's 80s, I don't remember exactly when some of these specials are coming from, but like, I guess the biggest thing is that there was clearly a critical mass where it became so ridiculous. And again, people like laughed about it, like made fun of it, but didn't make fun of it in like a kind of the really ugly way that people seem to be doing that today. But basically, it went too far. People laughed at how stupid some of this stuff was being. And, we took the shifts to language and attitudes and, and policy to a limited extent that was useful and helpful. And then we just got rid of the nonsense, except for, small little clusters of people who are always going to be, perpetually aggrieved. And that kind of seems to be the right path. And I have a suspicion that that's kind of where we'll wind up here. But man, it sure would be nice if you just didn't have to deal with a bunch of hucksters like running around talking about either, on one side, and again, admittedly more on the right, how political correctness is the end of Western civilization. And this is why we need to limit immigration to Canada, a country that absolutely needs a larger population to flourish. Or, on the left-hand side where it's, any resistance to this program of completely transforming, everything, is the thin end of the wedge. It's quite literally the last stop on the train to Hitler Station. No, it's not that either. And, again, I still think the end result kind of pushes us towards a place where we want to go, which is, we realize, eventually we kind of have a conversation of, wasn't it so silly when we did ... And, some of maybe the complaints that Carlin's making in those specials seem like, yeah, that actually sounds really ridiculous, and I'm glad that nobody does that anymore. But obviously the path that we take from our current state to something where people, maybe relax a little bit more, there are nicer and worse ways of going at it, right? People can just scream at each other incessantly the whole way until we chill out. Or, we can maybe have a few bumps around the road, but sensible people just continue to have sensible conversations and just largely tune out the bad actors. And, my hope is obviously for the latter, not the former. Anyways, you miss when people got things done, tried, failed, learned, and worked to succeed instead of everyone being told their entire childhood that failure isn't real, and it's not okay to fail, etc. Yeah, I mean, there's something... Hey, Sigir, totally agree with your talking points, although you only came halfway through the chat you were having. Oh, that's fine. I mean, I've been filibustering out there all night, so... But I'm glad. I mean, in fairness, too, I'd like to think that what I'm offering is fairly centrist, and I mean, kind of by definition, the median voter is going to be a centrist, right? One of the great... I'm sorry to bring up specific political examples, but I also think there's a way of talking about politics that, doesn't... It's a way of talking about politics that, it's almost like spoiler alerts, right? So, not to toot my own horn on the spoiler article, but I think I have a point to make on that one. So if you haven't read it, you want to know my thoughts on that. There's a way of talking about spoilers where it's really clear that the person doesn't even care about the movie. There's just a chance for them to make the conversation about them. And likewise with politics, right? The second you bring up a political point, is no politics or religion. It's no, you can talk about, right? We all know who the president of the United States is, right? We all know, at least one of the major wars going on in the world, in the world. To pretend that it's not happening, I think is that's equally unhelpful to making everything political and being unreasonable about it. It's kind of it strikes me as kind of like being at a party, right? If somebody misbehaves at a party, if somebody's a bore, you don't put a code of conduct on all your future invitations. You just don't invite the boar back, right? You don't do this ostentatious, Christ chasing the money lenders out of the temple with a whip kind of, well, I mean, if they're behaving really badly, you kind of have to do something big. But like, for the most part, right? Like, there are ways of dealing with really disagreeable people in such a way that in such a way that like, you don't make the situation worse. For the most part, I think there's just like learning to be polite is something that maybe we could stand to do. But yeah, it's the same deal with politics. Like, I don't think we should be tailoring our political discussions to the worst intentioned among us. But like, with that in mind, you generally, if you can, like, if you're going to be bringing up a hot button issue, just, take a minute and say, I'm bringing this up for the purposes of a discussion, and let's not go down this particularly well-worn path unless there's something, original that we're going to be saying about it. So, I will deal a little bit with some of the stuff that was being mentioned here. But like, so the reason, that huge caveat out of the way, was to make this following minor point, which is, one of the things that I think is truly wonderful about Joe Biden is the fact that he seems to be one of the people who understands that Twitter does not have a Senate seat. It does not have any votes in the Electoral College. That it is a platform. There's a group of people that have very strong views on it, but that it is not his only constituency. This is actually something I think a lot of his advisors could stand to learn. And likewise, right, it's something we can sometimes benefit from ourselves, which is that, there is one particular focused way of looking at the world that we might be very exposed to, right? I'm quite active on social media, and so I certainly know that there is a particular way of looking at the world, but I also sort of, again, recognize that, coming back to that median voter idea, that in terms of, like, so if I'm going to be making a statement in terms of electoral outcomes, I want to put a heavy discount on what I'm reading on Twitter. And I definitely want to try and look at, if it's the US, Pew polls, if it's the case of Canada, Ipso Reid, Nanos, there's a few different polling outlets, but definitely nothing as strong as the United States. And again, it depends on the conversation that you're having. But I think, again, for the most part, I think people just tend to be a lot more, not apathetic, but they're a lot more relaxed and they're a lot less entrenched on issues than sometimes you get the impression from being online. Anyways, I want to just take a quick second here because Tiberiosity said a couple things that I wanted to catch up with. I actually have a sibling who falls into what you're talking about, but I miss when people got things done, tried, failed, learned, worked to succeed, instead of everyone being told their entire childhood that failure isn't real and that it's not okay to fail, etc. So one thing that's interesting about this, I read Sebastian Malabé's book, The Power Law, and this is about venture capital in Silicon Valley, and definitely that is one, that's an industry where you should not be involved in it if you think that people should not be allowed to fail, right? The whole idea on this one is that your losses can only ever go to zero for venture capital, but your gains can be astronomical, and that's the whole thing that makes this economically viable. In fact, particularly Y Combinator is a really big example in terms of a sort of systematic way of approaching that kind of financing. It's almost to a point, one might argue that Silicon Valley has over-embraced failure. So you've got this figure like Adam Neumann, who kind of spectacularly blew up WeWork. And like, the thing is that I think it is actually fair to say that there are some things that guy accomplished that might even be sort of unique to his way of looking at the world, and something unique that they understand about real estate. But I think the problem is that you just look at the compensation package and such a self-serving and self-dealing way of working with the company that I just don't like. I do actually I do have the belief that CEOs and founders matter, and part of that also depends on their ethics and their ability to sort of operate. And I I do not understand why you would want to be in business with them, other than sort of the greater fool theory, right? Like the people who were early investors in WeWork did spectacularly well, and then people like SoftBank did very poorly. But one of the things that's kind of interesting is that there's there's an embrace of failure to a level where it almost sort of feels like failure is one of these things where there's there's these founders that are given multiple challenges. You almost don't have cred if you don't have a few failures under your belt. And I think one of the things is that there is also only so much information you can get from failure. So like, let's say you make a game and the game doesn't turn out. Was it because you didn't put enough money in the art budget? Was the idea fundamentally flawed and it was never going to work? Was it a question of implementation? So that might be, an art thing. Was it a bad timing for that particular genre? Was it the case that everything about the game was very well done, but there wasn't enough outreach, that it was a failure of marketing? The fact of the matter is that there can be multiple dimensions to that failure, but you only ever get that one experience. So it's not like you're going to be able to do the experiment and tease out the individual components. And again, it doesn't have to be a game. I don't know if there's a lot of venture backing for game. I do know there is some venture backing for gaming, but I don't know if it's like a huge thing. But they, again, you can think about this for a lot of businesses. Like there can be multiple points of failure in a business. But you're only ever able to look at one set of experiences and probably one specific thing that kind of seems to have been that point of no return in terms of the failure. So with that in mind, like it depends on your perspective. I think there are some cases where maybe we've overinvested in failure. And when I say overinvested, I am quite literally talking about dollars. But I am sympathetic to sort of what you said. Like I definitely have a sibling who... Like, I don't want to go too far into my own background, but like I can remember a really clear point when we were growing up where it was cool for her friends to like hate their brothers. Like they'd always talk about how tough their home life was and what monsters their brothers were. And like, again, I'm not gonna pretend I was a perfect brother. There's any amount of teasing that siblings are gonna do and stuff like that. But like for the most part, it's just like the normal sort of stuff. There's highs, there are lows. I didn't particularly think poorly of them. Although I do remember feeling kind of being treated unfairly in that environment. But whatever, it's peer pressure, I guess it's better than like getting into hard drugs or something like that. But what I found so interesting was that when I had an encounter with her, like I got this very almost kind of gaslighty view about this tremendous trauma that I've created and how I need to apologize before she'll speak to me about this sort of stuff. And I'm like, there's a little bit more background to this in terms of the catalyst for that conversation. Needless to say, I sort of had said there's someone who specifically wanted me to reach out, and I sort of said, I was like, well, I've kind of tried, and I've gotten the impression that I'm really not welcome. So, like, just to be clear, like, if this is something you feel strongly about, I will, but I have some reservations about this, and I do actually kind of feel like I've tried to make this effort on my own. But anyways, they're, they know best, make sure you reach out and so on. So I do. And again, I get this really long way. So I'll be honest with you, I have no tolerance for this kind of stuff. Particularly, I do not like the, I'm going to force you to confess to the following crimes before you can have your side of things. So I basically said exactly what I felt, is like, I do not feel this is an accurate representation of what's being said. I think there's more than a little gaslighting going on here. I do not feel that the type of conversation you're claiming you want to have starts this sort of way. And, I'd had a few other maybe individual, personal things to basically be clear. It's like, I am open to dialogue, but this is, I want to be really clear that I know the game that you're playing here. And I've gotten the impression, so this subsequent conversation, this happened like over a year ago. But there are actually some subsequent conversations I've had with other family members. And I'm definitely getting a hint that essentially, basically everyone is being blamed for how her life has turned out. And it doesn't actually feel like her life is all that bad. Like, I don't want to, again, like, it's not my life to talk about, so I don't want to be too, like, there's a certain amount that I'm willing to say on stream, and, an amount that I need to keep back. But, like, in terms of outcomes, like, I don't really, I know there are a number of people who would like to be doing the stuff that she's doing. And that doesn't mean, you can never know deep down inside of someone. It could be that there's genuine hurt and that there's something that needs to be addressed. Certainly it's not being discussed in a way that I think is open to resolving those kinds of issues. But yeah, like, just as a direct example, like, that is something that I have firsthand encounter with, and it can be a really, really tough way of interacting with people. Just particularly because, right, like, one of the big challenges I run into is, like, I was talking about my borrowing for school. Like, I didn't have a proper student loan. It's unsecured line of credit from a bank. That caused me to pick certain career paths that are ones that ultimately I'm not very satisfied with. I don't want to be too mean about work. Like, I think, like I said, I'm lucky to be working in my field. But had things turned out a bit differently, and particularly if I wasn't as worried about the money, I probably would have behaved differently. Now, I can sit down and I can reflect on that and, just say, oh God, my past is destiny and I can never get out of this. Or I can say, you know what, that sucks, and probably it would have been nicer if the student loan system worked a bit differently. But it didn't. And, the only way forward here is to, take stock of what I currently have. Like, am I ever going to become CEO of Amazon? Probably not. That would have to be a fairly incredible series of events. But I don't know, like, surely there are other things I can aspire to other than being the CEO of Amazon. I think sometimes it's a question of just having realistic expectations in terms of what you want and why you want certain things. And I would wish that people don't have harder lives. Because, I mean, again, like, I'm always really concerned about the way I talk about this stuff, because I think it's kind of fair to say, both in terms of, where I was born, what I was born into, a particular set of inclinations that I had, the fact that I liked reading, the fact that I I was interested in a subject that is reasonably employable. Some of that I worked towards, some of that, just pure dumb luck. And so, I don't know, like, I kind of feel like I've had it, the famous thought experiment, right? If you were to take, everyone's lives and put them in a bin and redistribute them, would I be willing to, like, chuck in my lot and draw from that again? Absolutely not, right? Like, I am definitely doing quite well in terms of the range of human experience. But that's one thing that always gives me a little bit of pause, because there is room for empathy, and I don't want to cut myself off from the possibility that there may be circumstances that you are born into or that you start off with that really do genuinely create barriers that that are far beyond what people should run into. But I mean, again, like, I don't know what the policy prescription is if we say, this sort of stuff becomes destiny, right? Like, surely any solution that we have has to be predicated on the ability that we can make life better for people, even in the worst possible circumstances. If anything, that's a motivation for policy that will make that better. So, with that in mind, I try not to take too much of a deterministic view in terms of upbringing. Although, sure, it absolutely affects stuff, right? Like, I don't want to, I also don't want to completely unmoor myself from the idea that, yeah, there's absolutely sets of circumstances that are easier to start off with than others. Also, you said, view in politics, everyone in politics over 55 should be forced to retire. I mean, most other industries, we tend to appreciate experience. I'm not entirely, I don't know, I feel like you can make that argument for a lot of different ways. Like, you can make a certain argument that you have to have a certain level of education to be a politician. I mean, in the end, like, if the public's not really being served by, these geriatric white males filling up our parliaments, like, surely there's a mechanism that that removes them from office. It's not like the public isn't capable of of expressing their will at the ballot box. I know we often get really mad about the way that they do it, but I think if the more senior members of our legislative bodies was the problem, I kind of feel like that already has a mechanism to correct itself inside of our political systems. I do think that there's something about the structure of parties where they haven't necessarily, like the Conservative Party in Canada is running into this problem. Like Harper was this huge figure, but really did not seem to tolerate dissent within his own cabinet, and it created the situation in which there are very few stars to follow him. And I think that's one of the reasons why why that particular party has struggled in Canadian elections. There's other reasons too, right? Like I'm trying to avoid the policy side of things, because there's some people who are just going to be ABC voters, and they're never going to vote for Conservatives, but clearly they're a viable political party to form a government. So clearly not all of Canada is an ABCer. The fact you do actually need to be able to grow your talent and let them have opportunities, because if you don't, then you're just going to have this sort of the starved bench. And in the case of the Conservatives, it's not even necessarily the age of people. It's just, if you didn't toe the party line, if you weren't a Harperite, then you're not really an entity. And I think that explains at least a little bit of the struggle that they've had against someone that really seems to live rent-free in their head. Trudeau definitely really seems to be good at winding up the Tories. Which it would be better if they were focusing a little bit more on what they would do as a government, rather than kind of assuming that the rest of Canada is going to see Trudeau the way they see him. Because, I don't know, I'd like my politicians to not harbor a grudge and maybe be a little bit more focused on getting stuff done. Anyways, I am veering into more partisan stuff, which wasn't my intention. Okay, let me just really, I know I'm really late on a lot of some of these comments. So, once upon a time you identified as a centrist libertarian. Apparently that means something completely different. Well, yeah, this is the thing. I'm a centrist is something that people will say when they just don't want to say that they're on a particular side. This is why I sometimes just say median voter. But in the end, I don't necessarily see a huge value in being aligned with a particular political party. I figure if people feel like they can swing my vote, then they're going to adopt more of my policy stances. I do think for people who don't have restrictions either at their work or for other reasons, there is something to be said for being a member of a political party, because that is how you shape policy. But if instead you see yourself as someone that these political parties are sort of bidding to win the support of, I don't necessarily see a lot of value. I kind of find it hard to understand why there are stronghold ridings for any political party, because surely you can get a better deal if any potential government feels like they are, that they need to appeal to you and give you the goods in order to get your vote. But obviously, there's in the States, there's concepts of red and blue states. There's red and blue ridings, although the red and the blue mean different things in Canada than the US. Again, there's a set of decisions that are being made to make these safe seats and make them ones that the constituents feel their interests are being represented, even though they're electing politicians who they don't really need to work that hard to get the job. But it's one that I sort of struggle to understand a little bit. Sigir had a point that I really wanted to mention. The sad part is you have a friend who's willfully uneducated on the world. He says because he gets all his info through you and the other friends. So yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, sometimes you just, you've got a limited amount of time, and, I'm the sort of nerd who does latest issue of Foreign Affairs came in, so I got to catch up. I haven't read I was pretty slothful in reading the last issue, so I need to catch up. But yeah, like obviously I pay for a subscription to that. So I'm probably going to be someone who's a little bit more willing to read about current affairs than the than your friend. But I don't know. I think the world's just more interesting if you read more about it. Okay, I'm almost caught up. Algren says there's plenty of game series out there that didn't learn anything from their flops. Absolutely. And Tiberiosity says more referencing now how schools teachers are literally not allowed to fail their students if they aren't up to standards. I didn't know that. I definitely had the fear of failure in my university classes. I mean, once you get to graduate school, the failing is like 70% or lower or even higher. I can't remember if it was 70 or 80. But yeah, like they'll totally fail you. One of your issues with voting is that the last few elections has not had anyone you were comfortable with voting for, so you decided to void your ballot. You follow a simple policy on disqualifiers as well now. If you get a piece of election material that states vote for us because Party P is bad, you won't vote for them. Yeah, I mean, so one thing that does bother me about the current political environment is that there are fairly minor infractions that people seem to withhold their vote for. The one problem I have with that is that, and I think I did write an article about this. One of the things, so like think of elections as a job search, right? So you want to hire a candidate, and essentially what this candidate is going to be doing is deciding sort of the rules that we all operate under, right? Politicians, they're going to enact policy. Policy becomes law. It'll decide your tax rates. It'll decide who goes to jail for how long, give guidelines to the courts in terms of what they can do. Courts will throw it back if it violates the Constitution. You don't need me to give you a civics class. But one of those things is that, like, there's also a specialist role that a politician holds. I cannot stand people who disagree with me. These people are monsters and they need to be kicked out of Canada. Like, clearly, anybody who disagrees with my view is just an unbelievable degenerate who is irredeemable and will never, like, you cannot even talk with these people. How dare they? This is terrible. So then I just go and vote for my politician. And of course, the people that I just described think the exact same thing about me, right? One of the wonderful functions that a politician forms is that I don't have to deal with those terrible people on the other side. That's what I hire the politician for. The politician is the one who has to worry about those freak shows on the other side. So, again, like, the silliness aside, right? It's fair to say that in most countries, you have a very wide variety of views. And if I'm feeling sufficiently tolerant and liberal in my worldview, I'll say that all the good ideas are not concentrated in one group, and you can slice that any way you want: political ideology, sex, ethnicity, mother tongue, right? Any of these things, there's definitely cases like, so it seems like in Hungary, there was this wonderful moment where like all the good scientists came from there. Like I'm thinking John von Neumann and company. There's definitely periods where it just seems to be there are these like clusters of people that become really, really good. And there's something about networks that you can say. So like, Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley partly because of its network. Hollywood is Hollywood because of its network. And it's not like there aren't other film centers. There's New York, Toronto, Vancouver, but, there is a reason why so much creative activity happens in these clusters. And it's because of those network effects. But again, I think as a general rule, good ideas are not concentrated to one group. And of course, this is why we see quite a bit of power in terms of the concept of liberal democracy, because it's something that allows you to sort of navigate those differences. So at the very least, I kind of see the politician as someone who is going to be able to forge some kind of a consensus that the broader country can accept. Now, the difficulty is that this job involves compromise. And if you have strongly held beliefs, compromise is going to seem like a really terrible thing. But the alternative to my view is that you don't vote for anyone except someone who will, enact your entire policy. And the thing is that if you see, if essentially this is your only guide in terms of politicians, you're not really hoping for a democracy. You're hoping for a dictatorship in which you are you're the winning group. And the problem is that you're kind of banking on everyone thinking the way that you do. And again, everybody does. This is why, we keep making this mistake of bringing in more authoritarian figures. Some countries go way too far on that. But this is the big thing. Like, this is the one thing that keeps me from getting too depressed about a lot of politics, because there's very few politicians that I voted for where I'm like, I 100% endorse this entire policy platform. But I do still regularly. There is one time I spoiled my ballot, but I've stopped doing that. For the most part, I do try and select on valence. Like, I kind of want someone who I think is going to be an effective parliamentarian or city council member or mayor or MLA. But yeah, like the big one for me is that because I recognize that compromise is actually one of the ways that a country is effectively governed, that it's not like one group that gets to screw the other group for a certain period of time and then that group gets overthrown, so then this other group screws another one. That generally my hope is that when the other party is in government, that the same kind of compromises that make me mad are going to be the ones that allow me to operate still under that alternative. I've relaxed. I generally dislike the tendency for people to like take any infraction on their particular policy set to be what makes them withhold their vote. Because like in the end, I know one of these jokers is going to wind up governing the country. So I do want to try and allow myself to have a say on that. And I can't remember where you're located, Tiberiosity, but I think I have an idea. I think you are on the prairies, so that would not surprise me to know that Trudeau is not very popular. Sigir says, best thing, at least for Canada, to do would be to switch off the first past the post system. That would be a good way to have a much more representation, true to form governance. At least that's how I feel. Yeah, I don't actually feel that strongly on electoral systems. Part of this is driven by some of Arrow's social choice stuff, but the thing is like Australia's got PR. You've got plenty of European countries that have adopted the systems. Like, I think that, so we know, like, it's a mathematical result that there's no perfect electoral system, at least one that has like intuitive desirable properties. The one graph I hate is when people say, you take the results from the last election, you say, see, if we did proportional representation, this is what the legislature would look like instead. No, people know the rules that they're voting under, which is why they vote the way that they do. If you change the rules of the system, they are going to change the way that they vote. So the big thing is that when I've looked at it, I've not found the clincher for me that first past the post is necessarily going to solve the problems that we, like, when I talk about problems, I'm talking about policy problems. I do think that the people who get elected are going to change, but I'm not sure the people who elected are necessarily going to give us a set of decisions that are all that different from what we see. Now, again, that's something of an open question, right? And I'm sure we can probably find some very specific ones that we'd say, okay, maybe this would be a situation where we'd see a change. But I've largely been kind of neutral, even skeptical on electoral reform, especially because so much of the discussion right now, like if you just take a look at Conservatives want to keep it the same way. I think Liberals wanted a ranked choice ballot. NDP wanted proportional representation. And unsurprisingly, every single one of these parties, it's pretty clear that would be one in which their party does better inside of the election. So, at this point, so I'm originally from BC as well. So we had 2 referenda on proportional representation, and twice not only did the province vote it down, but the second time, I don't even think it got a simple majority. I think it was very clear the electorate was saying, "Stop asking us this question. We did we stutter?" And so it's made me feel a little more wary about the public's taste for proportional representation. Although I will say I know that's a view that a lot of the people I know seem to, like, a lot of people I know actually really do want to see a change to the electoral system. And the difficulty is that I've actually not really heard a real slam dunk argument that doesn't really boil down to, I think my party will do better under it. And I was like, well, yeah, I want to see that too, but like, I'm really trying to look for some specific case where we could say, here is something that Canada needs to do that it has not been able to do under a first past the post system, and would when we have this kind of format. So, but again, like, just to be clear, like, I've given something of a dim view on electoral reform, but my actual view is that I'm very agnostic on it. So, like, if we woke up tomorrow and we had the Australian system, I actually wouldn't be like, my God, the country's falling apart. I genuinely feel that I would be like, okay, I'm gonna give a slightly different tick on my ballot, or set of ticks on my ballot. But I don't sit up in the middle of the night, worrying about first past the post. I will be honest with you. I do think one thing I'm probably undervaluing on first past the post is that there is something, particularly now when we're trying to protect certain norms in our, in our countries. I do think there might be something to be said about the perception of fairness for certain systems, and it's very hard to point to first past the post as one in which people feel like they're being treated fairly. So that's probably a blind spot I have on it, but I also kind of think you can cut that argument another way. So if you have something like, let's say, a single transferable vote, which I don't think, like, honestly, I think people are smarter than we tend to give them credit for. Like, I don't think people are going to sit down and say, like, my God, I'm so confused in the ballot box, and just, like, randomly pick politicians. I think under an STV system, people would get how it works, and they would vote, in line with their intentions. I look at the way that people talk about the Electoral College in the United States and the divergence with that from the popular vote, and I have a feeling that even though there may not be an argument in terms of divergence from the popular vote, I think that there's still a way for people to work that wedge in to say, oh, see, that we've got this big complicated system for election rules because instead of just having the politician with the most votes win, they had to create a system where the elites always stay in. Like, even the fairness argument, I think that I have the benefit of the status quo and being able to say, yeah, people are pissed off about the fairness aspect of it. But I have a feeling that you can probably construct counter-fairness arguments. Actually, the one thing that did make me a little more calcified in terms of status quo was I did see an ad from Australia that recently had an election, and it was someone complaining about how there's only two major parties that are going to form a government. And I mean, this is so clearly a country that does not have a system like ours, and they're still complaining about the same thing, slightly different way, but they're still kind of complaining about one of the problems. So I was like, okay, this is clearly there is I'm almost at the point where I'm saying we don't need better politicians, we need a better electorate. But that just brings me back to the saying that wouldn't this country be so much better if everybody thought like me? And if they did, I don't like myself that much, so we'd be constantly complaining. And I apologize for those of you who just came here for out there, because I realize this has been a long digression on a fairly arcane set of topics where I probably have succeeded in alienating more people than doing anything else. I'm certainly not trying to suggest that my views should be generalized and you should adopt them. I'm doing my best to try and offer hopefully an original point of view, if nothing else, maybe a heartfelt point of view. If I can provoke thought, so much the better. But yes, it's clearly my feeling here. As much as I like to sarcastically say everybody who doesn't think like I do is a terrible degenerate who should not even be allowed to vote, I certainly do not think that my set of policy preferences need to be adopted. That is not a condition for watching this channel, and I hope that's hope that goes across. Starbright Knight, hope no one came in with you saying people who disagree with me need to be thrown out of Canada for the first time. That would be an yeah. I mean, this is obviously the sort of stuff that if anybody wants to cause trouble, they can, mine any series of. This is why I'll never run for office, right? Oppo Research would have a field day just trolling the YouTube archives for a set of quotes to take out of context. I mean, Crusader Kings 2 would be the worst for that, but it is what it is, right? I'm assuming that all of you will understand and operate in good faith. And I suspect I've probably expressed some views that people fairly strongly disagree with. But I'm hoping at the very least I've given reasons for why I think the way that I do, and have seemed somewhat open to change with a sufficiently convincing argument. Or at the very least that I definitely don't feel a lot of this stuff should be something where we need to dig our heels in and we can't have a discussion or otherwise be friends on something. I have a handful. So actually, sorry, this will be the last thing I'll say about politics, at least unless something else comes up in chat. There is a weird perception that members of unions are very progressive in their politics. This might be true for people who run unions, but I've been a member of a union in almost every job that I've almost had, and especially for the really blue collar stuff that I've done, they're making decent money. They want their taxes to go down. They're definitely not talking about gender neutral bathrooms on film sets. Well, I mean, okay, sorry. There are some people I met who are definitely very progressive in their politics, but most of the union people I've met are very, very, very aligned with sort of a red meat conservative point of view. They'd be voting Republican in the States, and almost certainly, and in BC there was a big problem. The BC Liberals really gutted union legislation, so I think they might have a difference on that particular issue. But there's a view that unions are something that are always going to vote progressive, and maybe they'll get union endorsements. But honestly, I think a lot of union voters are probably a lot more conservative than most people appreciate. Because again, it's. I mean, I guess if you want to make an identity politics argument about it, their identity is not union member. Their identity is someone, with a reasonably good income who wants to sort of see, and, they have most of their healthcare needs taken care of, right? So they'll generally want to see more money going to them. So generally lower taxes. They're maybe not going to fight as hard for certain service levels of public health care provision because they can get that through other. Well, I mean, depending on what you're looking for, but generally, if you're a member of a union, you've got some kind of a health plan, and so some of the things that you would see from, say, a national dental care program or national pharmacare, you don't worry about that because your union's already got you covered. So, with that in mind, these are people who just simply do not see the benefit coming from what the parties that traditionally see themselves as being big union parties. Now, the thing is that if you vote too far down that path, then all of a sudden you're in a situation where you don't have your union anymore. But, that's the quiet part, and if you don't think that a party is credibly going to do that, you're still going to vote for the other one. Anyways, that's a casual observation. I have noticed, by the way, that there are some more conservative parties actually making overtures to to union people, and I think politically that's a smart move for them. It's the same in Canada. We had one of the, I think Jason Kenney was a big architect of this strategy, but to move away from the idea that like immigrants are always going to like liberals because liberals are supportive of immigration. It's like, well, yeah, but you know, generally if you have people coming from other countries, higher propensity to be a member of a religious group, you know, generally actually are quite in line with the sort of person who might vote conservative. And as soon as you stop assuming that just because someone was not born in the country that they're only ever going to vote based on the immigration issue, they found an entire voting bloc that, you know, was actually fairly easy pickings for them. So that's, I think, one of the benefits to talking outside of a particular bubble or having conversations like these, is that politically it's actually a reasonably smart thing to do, because if you just kind of keep assuming that the world is always going to be the way that it currently is, if you're out of government, that means you're always going to be out of government. You have to try something new. And part of it is just being able to recognize sort of where you're at, where the electorate's at, and seeing, again, that dangerous compromise word, seeing where you can move to something that is a bit more representative in terms of what people want to see the country, what direction they want to see the country go. All right, have a good one, Tiberiosity. I did see your message. I'll read that last one. So, if you live in Saskatchewan, you really disliked the last few local election choices, though a few years back to really like the message from one fellow who's saying he's since turned them on their head. Yeah, it's. I mean, again, politics can be very, very disappointing. I've, for the most part, tend to see my parties lose, and this also includes elections that I've worked in. I've seen far more electoral defeats than the people I like getting into government. Anyways, hopefully I've not alienated too many people. Before venturing any further, our engineer suggests that we make a map of the areas we've just encountered. From memory, we recount the paths we took. On the document before us, a labyrinthine architecture swiftly takes shape. We realize that we walked headfirst into a trap. We could have very easily become lost. Something then forms in our minds. We haven't encountered any signs of life on this station. We retrace our steps and decide to take another route. I'm sorry it took me an hour on that. Pakistan's last 2 action points and field division increased by 8 tiles for 1 round. Really cool, but I don't think that's going to get us that much. I'm actually going to go down this path because it seems like I can see more. So we'll just follow this till we encounter something hazardous. Okay, so there's electrical cables. I know I'm gonna have to put a disclaimer on the YouTube video again. So this is weird. Like, there's no real indication that there's a hazard here, you know, compared to any of these other tiles. So this is Out There Oceans of Time. It's a sequel to... So I think the original game was just called Out There. The version available on Steam is called the Omega Edition. But I believe this was a mobile game as well. The plot is essentially that we were responsible for transmitting a very powerful and very dangerous prisoner to a prison colony. Our ship was attacked and the prisoner escaped, and then we sort of wound up escaping our ship, and I think we were frozen. But in any case, we're many centuries ahead, and essentially this prisoner has become a tyrant that's threatening the entire galaxy, and the gods of this world have essentially abandoned it. I'm assuming that there's probably a mythos that's kind of articulated in the previous game that I don't really understand in this one. But essentially, we have to kind of correct our initial wrong and defeat this entity called the Archon. Now, as far as what it's about in terms of gameplay, which is usually what people care about, it's sort of a resource management and space exploration game. So you will play a ship. You've got a certain number of certain number of spaces that you can dedicate towards raw resources, modules, and enhancements for your ships. So modules would be something like sleeping space. That's going to give you a certain number of crew members. Whereas the ship enhancements are going to do things like make it more efficient at producing oxygen so that you burn less. And so the layers of management are kind of interesting. So not only do you need to like keep in mind what resources you want, so you want to be able to repair certain objects on your ship. You want to make sure that you're able to maintain, oxygen, fuel, hull. Morale is also another one that you need to keep track of. Although you can't just you can't dump like 10 tons of oxygen on a crew member and expect them to be happy. Generally, you need to do actions to be able to make the morale go higher. But essentially, you go through a very large galaxy, and the through line is to stop the Archon. But it seems like you do have to take a number of steps to make yourself powerful enough to face the Archon. I've not actually gotten to the end of this yet. And a lot of it kind of involves not just exploring systems, but landing on planets and stations and doing this exploration side here. And part of that's going to deal with sort of this RPG-ish element where your characters have certain abilities, and you'll allocate your away team and try and let everyone survive while exploring the planet. But I think the heart of the game really is the resource management in terms of your ability to sort of navigate the universe and do what you need to do. While making sure that you're taking actions that are in line with making yourself strong enough to run into the final encounter. There's also obviously there's a story element to this with the reading, but hopefully that's a decent summary. If you would like some more specific Starbright Night, definitely let me know and I'll do my best to be a little more clear. Alright, many cables loop and sprawl across the ground, sometimes so densely that we have to climb over them to continue our route. After some observation, we note that they sink into the ground and re-emerge a few meters further ahead. We decide to take a look at it from above by climbing onto a data box. The view is somewhat terrifying. The station appears completely shackled and bound by 100,000 cables, all emerging from the same point. So we can cut a cable, or we can use, in this case this is the engineering skill, we can create a short circuit. Game that popped in head is XCOM. Closest comparison... No, definitely not like XCOM. XCOM's real focus is on the tactical battles, and there is a little bit of the management as far as the your countries and such, but XCOM, XCOM, the only real resource management, I mean, I guess there's money, but really it's kind of a question in terms of balancing between your engineering and your research, and essentially being able to tech up your squad in time for the challenges that you face. I guess there's the morale element as well, but yeah, I'd say there are probably other examples of resource management that I would think of. FTL might be a little bit closer, but FTL is a bit more focused on the types of improvements you put on your ship, as opposed to you've got scrap or money, or I can't remember what the currency in the game is. You've got the parts of your ship, and you've got your crew members, and that's kind of... So even then, this game, you actually have multiple elements that you need to keep track. I'll maybe show you what the ship looks like, and I'll kind of show you where I kind of object to the comparison. But I'll get through this. I'll get through this expedition, and then it'll probably be clearer when I show you what the ship is like. Okay, but yeah, I am going to use the special ability here. This is I've got 2 engineers, so we'll create a short circuit. I'll use Pagistan again. Under the direction of our engineer, and with the assistance of the entire crew, we managed to connect 2 enormous cables to one another, effectively short-circuiting the system. Everything around us stops except for one of the data boxes. We approach and see a single LED blinking cyclically, which we quickly realize is a message tapped out in Morse code. After recording the blinks, we are able to translate the message explaining this station contains an extremely powerful artificial intelligence that needs our help to be freed. Because that always works well. We pick up the pace in our attempt to reach the source of the signal. It's Wintermute in Neuromancer, isn't it? Or am I getting my wires crossed? Okay. I will go back for the goodies, but I want to try and avoid negative effects first. Alright. I suspect one way or the other we're facing consequences. Wow, they're not kidding when they say this is a labyrinth. No! Okay, looks like we avoid dazed, so I'm reasonably happy about that, but I really should have been paying. There's actually one gripe I have about this level is that it really does not seem to be marking the hazards. That's, I think, the only time in this game that it's actually done something like that. Okay, so I'm assuming this is the AI. I don't want to do the sort of the final event until I've looted the place. So I get the impression for this game that they are going to be reworking the way expeditions work. It seems to be that the game used to have some kind of a timer for the expeditions, and I talked about this a couple of episodes ago, but basically it doesn't entirely seem to sort of fit with what you'd want to do in a game like this, which is to, you know, kind of go around the galaxy and explore things. And, you know, like, obviously if you create a situation where people have a disincentive to explore planets in a game which is kind of about space exploration, that's generally not a... that's kind of a confusing message to send. So, in this case here, and I know this is a criticism that people make of it, I actually like the decision that they made, although it does allow me to do what you're seeing here, which is to explore every possibility on a world and avoid the traps. And so I can see why they want to revise it as well. But I would prefer this... I'll put it to you this way. I prefer this system towards something that artificially limits the time that I spend exploring a planet, because I do actually like exploring things. I did talk about how I feel that some of the events we're running into are a little repetitive now, and contrasting that with Starflight and how it sort of feels layers of the story get kind of unveiled as we continue to explore planets. But you know, I don't want to make that sound like too much of a negative. Like I don't want that to sound like too heavy of a criticism of this game. Fascinating. If I've decoded correctly, the station is not only a computer server, but it is also the prison for a type of artificial intelligence. Not just any AI, though, if the level of security is anything to go by. Hello, humans. Self-identification, Newton. Reciprocate. Nice to meet you, Newton. I am Captain Nix, and this is Science Officer Sergei. Have you been trying to contact us? Affirmative. Requirement. Help. Problem. Imprisoned. Never broken an AI out of jail before. Difficulty level low. Action. Push red button. Reaction. Lowering the firewall is currently restraining me. Ah, a high security level prison indeed. Action. Push red button. Seriously? Button is all that stands between you and freedom? Well, what finger is it going to use to... Although, this does remind me, I know there's like the thought experiment that people do of like, you know, you've got the killer AI that'll destroy humanity if you have to push the button to release... Or at the very least, like, could an AI get someone to unleash it. There's a movie that I'm not going to say because even though I think our complaints about spoilers tend to be overdone, I also don't want the possibility of maybe... I don't think it would ruin the movie, but it's not my place to say. But I think those of you who've seen the movie know what movie I'm talking about. But I'm not entirely sure if those experiments are like the most convincing, but I mean, it is fair to say, right? if the AI doesn't have fingers, you do kind of need to rely on... Well, either one, the AI needs to convince the human to, let it out and destroy humanity, or you need the... I guess the idea is you make the AI that's just a singularly unconvincing intelligence or something like that. So, is it a red button you have to press? You have to press it. Red button's always the one that you have to press. Yeah, so I'm wondering if friendly AI changes to, like, evil AI the second I push the red button, but... required action necessitates the presence of limbs. Oh yeah, so it's making the same point. I see the problem. Alright then, consider this button pushed. Result, freedom. Thank you. Happy to help. May I ask who put you here? My creators, the God Cubes. Why? If you're dangerous, why not destroy you? Problem, I am a threat. Complication, I am too precious to harm. Solution, imprisonment. Reason, my neural network contains the God Cube source code. What? Really? We could really use a God Cube about now. Yes, we need to stop the Archon. Understood. Updating. Information received. The Archon, founder of the Stellar Republic. Status, growing sphere of influence. Memory transfer in progress. Requirement, remove the memory module currently connected to the console. Further requirement, upload me to your ship. I will locate the material necessary to help you. So I suspect this is going to send us on another journey to build the God Cubes. Now this is probably going to be a bit of a walk. I will try to be quick about it. If you do want to end an expedition early, you can actually you can basically pilot the ship to where you are, which always strikes me as a little funny because it's like, well, why don't you just, land closer to the objective? But it does cost fuel, so I'm going to gonna walk it. Think we can do anything to avoid the vents, so 5% is not a very high probability, but low probability is not the same as no. Right, new suit available, Newtonian. New skill, hidden shortcuts. I'm assuming there's going to be a follow-up cutscene, or, well, interaction. Requirement, an organic body with a unique genetic code. Reason, to proceed with the awakening of the God Cubes. You need an organic body? What do you mean? Query irrelevant. Select one of your crew. Warning, the procedure is extremely taxing. Newton, are you asking me to sacrifice a member of my crew so you can reactivate the God Cubes? Negative. What an extreme hypothesis. This correlates with my understanding of human reactions. But that's horrible. We can't force one of our people to undergo that. If no genetic code, then no awakening procedure possible. Seems we must choose someone to mutilate for the common good. I can't do this. It's cruel. It's inhumane. Calm down, Sergei. I am the captain. The decision falls to me. And I choose you! So, my understanding is that you lose the game if you lose Nyx or Sergei. So, I don't understand why they let you sacrifice. In any case, I've got multiple linguists, so... I think we will sacrifice Nanmu. Activation protocol engaged. God Cube awakening complete. What an atrocious operation. We will never forget the sacrifice, the dedication. I hope our crewmate will make a full recovery. It will take time. Sacrifice will not be made in vain. It will allow us to prevent a much greater catastrophe from taking place. See there, officer? The God Cubes are activating on the Archon's fleet. Captain, they're on course for the Archon's allied planets. To free them? They're destroying them! Can't let them wipe out all the planets in the Archon's Republic. It's genocide! Newton, why are the God Cubes preying on innocent populations? Sir, they've been given the mark of the God Cubes. Reason, the mark allows the God Cubes to track down those who oppose them. Elaboration, my data indicates that you also bear the mark. You control their source code. Stop this. Error. I can no longer access the source code. How is that possible? You just reactivated them. Hypothesis. Releasing me from prison triggered a reaction. Further hypothesis. The God Cube's defense protocols were rewritten the moment that they were reactivated. Result. I am no longer authorized to modify their source code. Captain, what do we do? How do we stop the God Cubes? We can't. The Archon is the only one who has ever successfully neutralized them. We'll go to the Archon's homeworld. Maybe we can find information about how it defeated the God Cubes before. Affirmative. Reason. Seeing my creators destroyed would provide satisfaction. Elaboration. They deemed me a threat and imprisoned me for millennia. Their approach is illogical. Conclusion. No one who opposes them is safe. You could have told us that earlier. Suppose it's too late now. Set a course for the Archon's homeworld. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about the way they kind of pulled the rug out from under me on this one. I'm slightly tempted to not save so that I can go back at a later point. Okay, so we've got 170 light years. One of the better things that I could do would be either to make or use a black hole. Now I think my crew... Oh, sorry, Starbright Knight, you were wondering. So this is what the management looks like. So... I have a number of techs. I'm tempted to ditch the life seed, but I don't know. I'm not quite going to do that yet. Maybe before we encounter the Archon, I'm going to give up a few of my resource sections here. But like what we've got right now, Omega is easily the most powerful element in the game. We've got helium for fuel, iron for our hull. Platinum, tungsten, thorium, cobalt, gold, copper, silicon, and carbon are used as inputs to either build or maintain these various techs. And as you can see, we've got high performance, low ecosystem, moderate resistance, somewhat high comfort, and room for 6 people. You have iron and gold and helium and silicon and horseshoe. Oh, carbon. But yeah, that's the kind of that's the level of resource management inside the game. So what I was hoping to do was to like hitch a ride on a black hole and start moving to the Archon there. Now you'll notice there's like not a whole lot in this big empty area here, so I'm gonna start heading slightly to the left. Also conveniently, that neutron star is gonna give us a give us a garden world to land on and get our oxygen back up. So I think the way I'm going to handle this is I'm going to do my regular jumps. I'm not going to go out of my way to... Like, I'll grab resources as I need them, but what we're really going to focus on is trying to get to... Oh, this is such a hard call. I don't think I'm going to be able to get to this one from this world. Like, it's close, but I think I'm going to try this red dwarf. I've never seen sliders, but I've heard of it. Captain, I found, at last, my ship. Captain. Good work, officer. Let's get moving. Understood, Captain. I don't want to upset you, Captain, but it seems in pretty bad shape. Vanguard's seen worse, officer. Begin your repairs. As you wish, Captain. I should warn you, this will take a lot of time and a lot of resources. I am aware. To me, this is more than just a ship. The Vanguard is worth the effort. Once we repair everything, we will have at our disposal a truly remarkable vessel. Okay, so I want to just take a quick look at what I'm working with here. Because especially given the fact that I've not saved. Okay, so the base performance is lower, it looks like. So 36 slots is already a good argument for restoring the Vanguard. So base ecosystem's better. 20 better on the base resistance. Also better on base comfort. Okay. So, okay, now this is going to be something of a delicate operation here. So first thing I'm going to do is dismantle the things we already have. Okay, so what I want to start doing now is moving over the different modules that we don't have on these. Oh, actually, we can ditch the sick bay. Okay, so the Divinity module is certainly one that we need to restore. So. And I don't have enough hafnium. So this is already a non-starter. Okay, well let's see how much we can restore. So we've got 3 modules that we need. $14 silicon? That's insane. Ah! So we need room for 6. So our old comfort was 60. I don't think we're going to hit that again. Okay. Oh wait, I screwed myself by already unloading this. Okay, yeah, so we're like really committed to this now. I was just gonna say, what if we dug up some hafnium and came back? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. So first of all, I need some storage. My God, it's so expensive. There is definitely an order they want you to do this in, and I definitely did not do it in that order. Okay. Come on, guys. I can't build a hydrogen probe? There's no way to refuel the ship then. Oh good, okay. Okay. That's it. And finally good as new.
Captain, this is the first time I've seen you so enthusiastic for something. It warms the heart. I learned to fly on this ship. The Vanguard allowed me to leave my home colony. You can't understand what this vessel means to me. But surely by now you've learned how to fly many ships. There's an unbreakable bond between the Vanguard and I. You can't understand. You've never been a captain. Yeah, no problem, Siggeir. Thanks for stopping by. You're right, but I'm still happy that I was here to see this joy. These repairs wouldn't have been possible without you, officer. You have my sincere thanks. Oh, God. I think we're actually in a worse spot than we were when we started. So I need to get crew capacity. Oh, my God. I can't even build the recruit dormitory. We don't have the iron or the carbon. Oh, no, we have the carbon, but not the iron. Damn it! So, like, obviously, the Divinity module would be the... they're not gonna let me do that. Okay. Basic bunk is the best I can do right now. Star Tesla? I'm getting some fun... Alright, let's see what it's called. So, create a synergy between two technologies. Learn all the alien words. More than just ship. Complete the Vanguard's repairs. Okay, yeah. So, God, I don't know how to feel about this, to be honest. So definitely, I want to be... oh, actually, first of all... so I want to be coming back for this thing for sure. But it seems like I'm going to... Oh, hang on. Okay, so one thing I can do is take this copper that I've made. So in theory, we could convert this to a module slot with silicon. So it actually doesn't matter what... Okay. This is a big thing for me to keep in mind. It doesn't matter. It also seems like it's cheaper when it's my own ship. So, so it's copper, silicon, or iron. And then for sorry, I'm not making sense here. Okay, so the divinity module. Three copper, 5 gold. 2 hafnium. So my eventual plan for this ship is actually going to be to upgrade everything. Like I basically want to have the strict improvement. So that's going to mean that I don't think I can go through wormholes anymore. No, we do have the wormhole generator. But like what I want to be doing is I want to be running around this side of the galaxy to rebuild this ship. So in theory, if this cost is constant, we're looking at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 at a bare minimum, and then some untold number of modules. But the first thing I want to know is the lack of this divinity module going to screw me later on? So I'm going to visit the rocky planet first. Now, I don't have an unlimited amount of oxygen, so the first thing I'm going to test is what we can mine out of this world on its own. I don't think my crew can... No, I don't need to abandon them. I have enough... You clowns. Oh my god. Okay, I'm actually going to Alt F4 this. Like, so this is silly. Like, it's saying I have a surplus, like, slot. If I've put all this effort in and it's going to force me to abandon 2 crew, that's actually a breaking point where I might say I'm done with the playthrough. Sorry, I'm just taking a minute to load the game up. Yeah, I mean, it's a reflection of some stuff that I've said before about the game, where I feel like they could do a little bit better job of informing you of certain consequences. So again, like, just to be clear, like when I'm talking about the rating the game gets, I'm not... I'm definitely not trying to suggest that the game is in an ideal state. Like, there's definitely some things that I think could be improved, but I still don't think this is a mixed rating game. Anyways, looks like it was reasonably... Now, I mean, it may be that I'm going to have to avoid the crew screen for the rest of the playthrough, which is not great for... that's not great for... sort of pointing out where, or that's not great for where you need to go. This is such a tough one. I think I'm gonna go for the Omega in this case. So because like if it's always gonna force me to ditch crew, there's really nothing I can do about that. So anyways.
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
I think I like lockpicking kit. Okay. I forgot how wild the rocky planets look. I think I'll try and sort out this drama with the Vanguard in my old ship, and maybe we'll call it there. While on expedition, the feeling of being observed grows incredibly strong. Some crew members try to shake off the sensation, believing it to be paranoia, while others are certain we're being followed by unknown pursuers. In an attempt to alleviate the feelings, we climb to the top of a hill, only to discover that we're being encircled by a group of large, 8-legged reptiles. They draw near, growling in such a way that makes clear their predatory intent. Attempt to frighten off the creatures. Using what little materials we have left, our survivalist starts a fire. With flames and frightening cries, they manage to intimidate the creatures. The lizards seem to understand there is more to lose by taking us on. They scatter, and soon after, we come upon the reason for their boldness. It seems their nest was nearby. We find a few useful items, the only remains of explorers less fortunate than ourselves. Excuse me. I don't know if giving up 3 survival action points for a trinket is that good of a trade-off, but it's the hand I was dealt, so... Excuse me. After following a trail of unusual radioelectric activity, our expedition arrives in a valley. No one could have expected the sight that greets us, an organic blue-green blocks, large as a hill and stretching across the entire valley. Scans cannot detect any living cells within it, yet there is energy of some kind. Is it a plant? A macromolecular shield? A huge drop of water? The group's speculations grow wilder and wilder. Understand the unknown thing. Our xenolinguist has heard of certain rites for communicating with amoeba gods stranded on planets. After a lengthy preparation, they succeed in establishing contact with the strange mass. The being turns out to be quite friendly. It describes the surrounding terrain and even gifts a small amount of omega. We thank it for its generosity and leave. Well, always happy for the omega. That's going to be what lets me travel through black holes. So I need to make sure I keep the 3 xenolinguistics. And that has to be on 1 character, so I really only want to have 2 used for Mine Heist. Again, there may be another opportunity as far as the Mine Heist is concerned, but it's always good to keep what the game is recommending to you. So we'll check out this other stuff later, but I think getting the objective in the bag is not a bad idea right now. Our expedition arrives in a large open-air mine. The minerals here are abundant and the veins glisten under the starry sky, a veritable treasure trove. However, there are miner drones here. It would seem a nameless interstellar corporation is farming the area's resources, and yet we haven't come across a civilization. Is the corporation plundering the planet? Have these robots been working here long? Can we take our share without provoking them? Figure out who's running. A xenolinguist follows a near imperceptible trail back to a command center. There, lying prone on a couch, we find the remains of a long-dead alien. Its logbook tells the story of an ambitious entrepreneur who hoped to make a fortune here, but whose homeworld was swept away by cataclysm. Without supplies from their native planet, they died of hunger, leaving the mine operating for centuries. We reprogrammed the drones to mine for us. What's more, we find a supply of Omega in the command center. It must have been used to power the machinery. Okay, so we'll try and find a path that involves as little damage as possible. We are short on xenolinguistics now, so we can't afford to be careless with all of our missions, but so long as we have an engineering or survival alternative, we should be fine. Sorry, I'm not as articulate as I am at the start of the cast right now, so I'll try to pronounce words correctly. There's actually somebody who I like. Generally I have good feelings towards, but one thing I've noticed is that when I mispronounce something, they usually make a really big deal about it and like highlight it, even if it's like a big group of people. Like they'll do that. And the one thing that's funny is they seemed so set on like what correct behavior is and inclusivity and being nice and so forth. But they really, really seem to like pointing out even the most minor mistakes. I'm trying to find out if I'm bugged by what I perceive as the hypocrisy, or if I just don't like it that when I misspeak, it's not fun to have people point it out. Again, I try not to be too precious about criticism or feedback, but it's also just not nice to be made fun of. All right, let's board the ship. I could probably mess around with more abilities, but I don't want to play around with people's health too much. So good haul on Omega for sure. And if we could get Hafnium, that is just the bee's knees, but... Okay, so I am actually going to need iron for some stuff. Oh my god, are you serious? You won't let me convert something while I've got... Oh, what is this game? Like, so you've got iron sitting in the refinery. I could have 10 iron sitting in the refinery right now and would not be able to use it in... I would not be able to use it in I would not be able to use it in the upgrade. Now, the one thing I can do here is, wow, that's really effective. Okay, so this lets me have a little more variety. Still, I'm salty about that. Why did the prices suddenly get so... Okay, so it depends on the part of the ship. I don't need silicon for the... I don't need silicon for the Divinity mod, so... But I do need storage for the half... Nope, I've got room for the hafnium now. What I was going to do was replace the or the bunk, I guess. Well, maybe I can replace the dormitory. We'll see. But I'll leave it like this for now. Okay. I'm not mad that it's only iron, but I need more. Ouch. Well, we did our best, but I'm debating on getting another storage slot because I think being able to free this stuff up early is good. I'm also trying to think about where I can get hafnium. Oh, come on. Oh, here we go. Rare metal that's essentially... Okay, so it is found on rocky planets. So what I've got to try and do here... So we got to take off. Now the hope is that I'm able to come back and get the... Yeah, so Judge Architect is listed as being in the area. So I am running short on fuel. I'm gonna risk it. I'd feel a lot better if there's hydrogen worlds. Well, there's a lot of rocky worlds, so I suppose there's a benefit there. I'm assuming that so that they can give us... give us our repairs. But again, I gotta think seriously about how I'm gonna fuel all this. So I'm gonna try a 9 and a 3 on each of these. Yeah. Good lord. I do have some helium, which might see me through.
Fuel tank low.
Okay, what's it gonna take me to... So I need to make sure that I've got 6 for the travel. Let me work this out. So 3 to land. Okay, so 5, 11. It might be an idea to make it 14 just to be safe. So I basically have 6 to use on this drill. Oh, no, I don't, because I also have to take off. So I have 3. Almost isn't worth it. Ooh.
Fuel tank low.
I mean, again, I could use a mega if I'm in an emergency, but that's not really the right way to think about that. Okay. So again, we're not saving because I don't want to lock in some of the stuff that we've done. Now the catch on this is that I don't think this is actually going to give us enough fuel to make this entirely worth it. Not enough fuel, good lord. Okay. Well, that was a good start though, so let's hit it with another 6. Yeah, we've definitely hit diminishing returns. But I feel like we've got enough to make some progress. So I don't see any benefit in scanning.
Equipment damaged.
It's not looking good. We're basically only getting iron from these worlds. Debating I should probably stop by the garden planet just to load up.
Oxygen low.
Our burn rate on oxygen is better on this ship, so I can feel a little more comfortable about that. But again, it would be nice if I could get everything... if I could get everything built.
Fuel tank low.
So the reason I did that, I always have the option of the helium. But I've got this surplus of storage slots right now, so it's nice to just have a variety of things that I can work with. I am not going to go for the supplement, though. I just want to... Okay, now, unfortunately, we don't have much of an indication of where our next batch of fuel is coming from. So one thing I can do is go for a rocky planet and say, you know, we're going to mine it. I think I'm going to go to an unknown world on the chance that it has a gas giant.
Fuel
Nuts.
tank
Okay.
low.
Neutron star definitely doesn't give me... Yeah, so I'm even at the point here where I'm reluctant to mine out these rocky worlds. No, that's not true, because I've got the helium. The problem is the rocky worlds haven't been giving me anything but iron, so... If we get an Omega, I can also use that for fuel, so... Okay, so we've got an Alien and Omega at the Alpha Anomaly,
Fuel tank low.
Object and Minerals. Now, Minerals are actually slightly more attractive, but Omega is sort of the super resource, so we are going to visit the Alpha Anomaly, which requires an engineer for the wreck. Okay. Pakistan because they've got their engineering ability. And we want at least one xenolinguist. Although they're probably not going to visit any villages. So I'm interested in the turn that this has taken, but it's very, very hard for me to see. Like, so it is good that you're able to, to go back and get the judge architect. The one thing I will say though is it's very difficult for me to escape the impression that there is a quote-unquote correct order in which to do things. I believe the nebula was presented to us first, and I get the feeling that if you don't do the nebula first, a lot of your travels actually wind up being a bit of a waste. Because if you think of the number of times that we've just left minerals on the ground, you know, not having done anything, and the fact that we actually got the Divinity module for free on our old ship, it's you know, it's hard to see. I think in this case, like visiting the nebula, getting your old ship allows you to make the most of your travels as far as the resources are concerned. And then you also waste fewer resources in terms of constructing some of the necessary modules. So, like, that's, to me, that's probably, I'm trying to think, like, the bug, honestly, okay, like bugs, I understand they're really frustrating. I know we were talking about that with Ark and such. I always just kind of have this belief that like bugs are usually eventually resolved. Like the thing is that I know Ark's been out for a while, so it's cute that I say that, but clearly we have an example here of maybe something where they've lasted a bit longer than what people want. But like they're gonna happen. That's kind of modern game development. So I try not to like I try not to get too worked up about that. Whereas it's hard to perceive this as a bug. This just sort of seems to be more about this definitely seems to be a bit more about a specific decision. Like, I'm getting the impression this is so bad. Okay, so like I'm gonna say something which I kind of regret because I don't know the circumstances under which this game was made, and I think the types of opinions that broadcasters like me give in terms of where the problems lie isn't necessarily helpful and creates perceptions of the game that are not true. So I just want to be really clear that what I'm about to say here is like this is a feeling and probably not an accurate reflection of the attention that the developers put in and the the reasons these are in. But I do kind of get the impression that this maybe wasn't play tested as much, or at the very least, because it does seem that people were playing earlier versions of this, at the very least it was not, it was whatever testing was done did not have the level of sort of feedback and reporting. It didn't have the right mechanisms in terms of acting on that. And the reason why I say it is this. So like the idea of like crew member, like being like, so there's just a number of cases where the game's sort of been soft locked due to the game thinking that there is an old state that was true that is no longer true. So this is like, where they're trying to tell me I need to give up crew members. No, I really don't. I actually have enough storage spaces for them, and the game's pretty clear that I have enough storage spaces for them. But it's still not letting me, act that way. So it's possible I may never be able to visit the crew tab again, which is not ideal because you can actually get more efficiency out of your ship if you assign people to certain modules. And I sort of feel like that's the sort of thing that through playing the game and playtesting, like I that seems like the sort of thing that you're not going to think about it in advance, but surely is going, I cannot be the only one who's encountered this. But that's an assumption on my part. Maybe I am the first person. Maybe it's actually unique to me. Maybe I'm on an old pad. Like there's any number of reasons that can do that. So I'm not like, I'm not going to like nail the developer to the wall on this one. What I am a little more bothered by is the fact that I really do feel like there is like they give you two paths to go, but it really does feel like you're supposed to do the Nebula and then the Judge Architect. And they could have made that explicit. They could have made that, they could have made a recommendation. And it strikes me as the kind of thing that if a bunch of people are familiar with the game and they've already worked out their optimal strategy, nobody's really going to raise the question of, hey, doesn't it sort of feel like we're giving people two paths but not informing them that the one is clearly ideal to the other? I mean, maybe that is an intention, right? Maybe that really is what they wanted, was that, you have to make a decision and one of them is more sensible than the other, but, this is a game about making the most of what you're faced with. But again, I'm just sort of feeling like a lot of the exploration, which, you know, now we're hitting the point where I'm running into the same events and the exploration's sort of the charm is wearing off. Like, all of a sudden now I'm getting the experience of the game that they probably intended, but at a time when a lot of some of this stuff is starting to feel a little more stale than it would previously. And on top of that, I'm sort of feeling misled. And given the fact that some of my previous complaints have been about how information is conveyed and what information you have available to you at times that you need it, this feels to me to be one of the more severe instances where that problem is present. So again, just to be clear, I like Out There. I think this is actually an enjoyable game, but I am starting to sort of run into a few of the sharp corners that make me wonder sort of why it is the way that it is. And I sort of feel like in this case here, I really do think that, like, my feeling would just be to maybe make the repair, like, maybe it's wrong to say make the repair of the existing ship easier, but maybe don't introduce this very large resource sink that's intended to be done earlier on in the game without either telegraphing that this is going to be the case, or, you know, having some equivalent, like, you know, maybe another answer to that is just introducing balance through the Judge Archon side, where the Judge Archon involves a really big, you know, effort to you know, get certain resources in that. Obviously, we needed to get hafnium for the previous colony, and you know, that was not an easy step either. But like here, I'm just feeling like, my God, like, how many planets do I have to do this? And I suspect this sector of the galaxy is a bit short on fuel, specifically to give you that tension in terms of, you know, whether or not you can get enough resources at time. But still. Oh, Starbright Knight, sorry, I didn't see your question before. Is 2 crew bad to Tier 6? Yes, I think my existing ship was more spacious, but it was something that, at least on paper, I could resolve. And it turns out that there's a bug in the game that makes that a little bit worse. I'm sure you already noticed, but I'm sorry, I didn't realize your comment. Or if you did, I completely forgot that I replied to it. And it's clear that I need to go to bed because it's almost 3 a.m, and I wanted to, like, have a hard stop at 2. But I mean, again, that is as much as I'm complaining, like, this is a testament to how engaging I'm finding it. So. All right, our expedition comes upon the hulking remains of an eviscerated ship. The silence is oppressive, as is the stillness. There is nothing here. As we gather to leave, several forms pop into view. We barely have time to register them as a small platoon of humanoid beings before they turn their weapons on us. Identify the threat. We'll get Pagistan to do that. Our engineer cautiously raises their arms, signaling against any violence. Curiously, a member of the platoon also raises their arms. Sorry, just 1 second. Excuse me. The engineer laughs and then explains that it is a mirrored holographic projection. Upon closer inspection, they explain that it has physical manifestations. If we had tried to fight, the device had the ability to harm us. Danger avoided, we salvage many components from the wreckage. Spare drill, apparently. Or maybe that's the blueprint for it. Oh, this is bad. A colossal ship, larger than a city, was forced aground on this planet. It is old but relatively intact. In truth, it's more of a flying forward operating base, as we can find no signs that, once landed, it was ever intended to take off again. Scans reveal no signs of life. Of course, we intend to explore it, but the site is protected by robotic guards. A direct attack seems risky, so I'd like to hack the guards, but that's not going to leave me with enough point. Oh no, I will still be able to do Rising Sun, so yes, we'll hack the guards. It takes our engineers some time, but they eventually interface with the site and deactivate the guards. Simple, bloodless. At last we enter the site. It seems to be a terraforming ship, though it was never activated. Presumably it was launched by a civilization that never set foot on the planet. Thanks to the access granted by the engineer, we discover a cache of valuable items. Okay, I don't want to cross this thing, but... okay. I think I want to check out this side over here. I don't know if there's a whole lot after... yeah. So I gotta be really careful with my engineering points. I'd almost want to try and find the objective before checking out any other sites. Well, ask and you shall receive. Our expedition comes across the site of a grounded ship, which seems to have taken damage during landing. Numerous creatures toil at the rocks in the surrounding area, trying to extract some kind of mineral needed for repairs. However, they're being worked very hard under the supervision of overseers who are quick to punish, harshly. We manage to pull one of the workers aside. They tell us that they are a prisoner, that this is a slaving ship. Each of the prisoners wears a collar that can kill them if they disobey. Deactivate the collars. Our engineer locates an electromagnetic frequency capable of deactivating all the collars at once. With the aid of our new ally, we initiate a mutiny. It is as swift as it is brutal, eliminating all of the slavers. Our aid is greatly appreciated, and we take part in a great celebration. Our new friends decide to settle on the planet, and as a gift, they share us the slave ship's supply of Omega. Much to our surprise, the first prisoner we freed asked to come with us. Given their great strength and courage, we gladly agree. So I may need to ditch this this character later, unfortunately, but it would have been nice if I'd been given the option, because I think I'm going to have to suffer morale penalties for leaving them, actually. Now, I was under the impression I had a bloodless way of returning to the ship, but I could be wrong about that. So this is free, but that costs 2. Okay, well,
Fuel tank low.
all right. So we'll do the expensive stuff first. So that's the last... well, okay, I have one more out like that, but I gotta be really careful on my resource usage moving forward. So I'm gonna keep going to some unknown... well, okay. This is a tough one for me to work with, actually, because in one sense it makes a lot of sense for me to check out Red Giants, and, you know, like, plunder the resources. On the other hand, I do need to find sources of fuel. So I don't know. We'll visit this red giant just because I do have opportunities to mine with a bit of freedom. But okay, that's going to be a source of fuel for me. Nuts. Should be very careful about this, but I'm going to unlock another storage slot. I'm wondering if I just hit it with like a full force 10 and then go away, if that's better. Because I usually wind up disappointed on the back end of it anyway, so... Not helping! Okay, so I know my outside option is this white dwarf. I would like to see if we can get a little bit closer in some of these ranges, just to see if I can get, you know, find any blues. Brilliant. A large beam of light appears in the system we are occupying. As we watch, it settles near a star. Further observation reveals that it seems to be altering the orbit of nearby celestial bodies, pulling other stars and smaller planets towards it. We do not know the origin of this new light, nor its intent. Is it better to flee from potential danger or continue as we planned? Stay calm and observe. The beam of light gradually seeps into the star it had originally fixated on. As the last of it disappears from the view, the star grows and implodes upon itself, transforming into a small black hole. Well, fortunately we still have rocky planets, so this might be good for transport after the fact, but let's not worry about that quite yet.
Fuel tank low.
You know what? I'm gonna divide it. I am gonna do the 8-3 division after all. Actually, I'm gonna try one more 10.
Fuel tank damaged.
So I'm gonna do the 8-3 this time, and the logic that I have behind that is I'm continuing to do draws from the planet, and so the possibility of finding hafnium might be a little bit higher. Could be wrong in that assumption though. So let's take our helium. We're out. Okay, I mean, no shortage of iron. Good for my hull, but I'm not going to be able to do anything with it. Okay, so let's think a little bit about what we need. As far as tech is concerned, so we've got one room for the God Chamber. Yeah, so we need copper for the conversions, but I think we're okay there. Now, if I want modules, we need silicon, but I think we're also... Yeah. We're doing all right with that as well. So the one worry that I have is that we're a little overweight on, you know, on metals. It's going to be in that my storage for fuels. So like looking at where I'm at right now, I've got 63 for iron. I've got 2 slots for helium and hydrogen. And theoretically, if I were to find hafnium, I wouldn't have any space for it. So, I mean, the answer to that is just throw away the iron. But I guess we can also burn some of the oxygen as well. Anyways, I'm going to take off. Now, I guess it doesn't make as much sense to go to the blue planet, so we're going to mine out some rocky worlds. I'm not that fussed about the oxygen yet, but it is something that I need to take seriously. I guess the thing is that for oxygen, I know I can push it to the limit, and I just need to land on one planet. I can't entirely articulate why I avoided going on an expedition here, but I would prefer to visit a...
Equipment damaged.
I would prefer to visit a village. If I can. So part of the game here is actually to just try and... I want to try and consume as much as I can as far... Or actually, hang on. I'm just trying to think if there's something else that I can build that it's like we could add a shield generator right now. Is there any reason why I wouldn't want to do that? We had a life seed at some point too, but maybe I don't need one of those. Okay, let's start with a shield generator. That just gives me something to use my iron with. Again, on our way to the source of fuel. Nanmu reports to the captain, wanting to inform her that this system is sacred to their people. According to them, we must not soil the sacred star with our presence and should jump to another system. Captain respects the spiritual wishes of her crews and sets a course for a new system. Oh, come on! I can't pick where I go? So I don't think this was an improvement for us last time. It does have the crew capacity that I need, but let's disassemble everything. Transfer. Okay. So I think I'm just gonna leave it at that, actually.
Oxygen low.
Now this is a case where I want to scan because we might be able to trade for the resource. Okay. So yeah, we'll go on the expedition first.
Oh.
This might be the one where we get Ekit up to level 4. And it's a definitely one for Pakistan, so I think I'm not sure if I want to finish off the fuel, but I think this might be it for expeditions because it's 3 a.m. and I still have writing to do, so I really want to try and be strict on my bedtimes this weekend, because if I do that, then it's going to involve a little less trouble. It's basically going to involve less trouble on like getting a full day of work in, you know, not rushing, and that's hopefully going to translate into some proper start times for the stream next week. I also just have a lot to do on the weekend, so the earlier I can get that work started, the better. I actually had 2 or 3 things that I wanted to try, and I wanted to try and start recording for YouTube, and it's just, I've just got too much on my plate to be able to put the time to it. But this stuff will resolve itself. I don't know, I definitely need to... I don't even know if this is a question of discipline so much as just a question of being a little bit better at either prioritizing or organizing, or maybe even just finding some efficiencies. So like I have noticed that the time it takes me to record certain... I was kind of hoping we could find something we could trade with. We move aside a curtain of vegetation, and in a clearing formed with a forest of winding plants, we find a village devoid of inhabitants. Considering the state of the area, they left not long ago and in great haste. I don't think I really want to hit my morale, so let's go with Pakistan. So unfortunately, I don't think we have anything we can use to process those plants. But yeah, so I noticed, like, I sort of set aside 2 hours to record Cultist Simulator, but once all the like, making the images for the videos, doing the descriptions, the tags and things like that, it does actually wind up being more than 2 hours. And then, you just kind of apply that to all the other things that I do over the course of a weekend, and also particularly switching between activities, I tend to notice is a little bit of a time sink. And then just sometimes you don't want to be working all the time. Like sometimes you do actually want to, relax and do something that you enjoy. I do tend to notice that the weekend can get taken apart pretty quickly. Us fear, you take treasure us. God give treasure us. You want treasure. You no fear. The alien spins around before observing us insistently. Silence becomes embarrassing. Okay. So recruitment's probably not going to help me too much. I can get a level 4. So like obviously it's a net loss of 5, which I'm not willing to work with. Okay, so nothing I need. Although I guess I could save myself. Well, here's an interesting idea. I have a big idea. Hydrogen's good for fuel, so... And we can trade this stuff later. So this is a great way that I can get rid of the iron that I don't need. I just need to remember to sell off the items when I have something that I really want. But yeah, so the intention of going to the villages was so that I could maybe trade for hafnium, but at the very least, being able to get the, like being able to pick up the minerals to process is already an improvement. Okay, our sensors guide us to an open trench that contains a large quantity of materials greatly needed for our mission. 1 or 2 centimeters of a wet substance covers the area. When we go to collect what we need, it takes some time before we realize the substance is solidifying beneath us. We're stuck to the ground. In the sky overhead, we spot circling scavengers. It was a trap. Destroy the substance. Our engineer analyzes the substance, eventually determining it to be mucus from the scavengers hovering far above. After all, they have no trouble using their... After that, they have no trouble using their equipment to synthesize a liquid that neutralizes the substance's adhesive properties. We loot the area freely, under the frustrated gaze of creatures being forced to watch their breakfast escape. Okay, so this is gonna definitely... we'll definitely get lots of rolls on the potential to generate our loot. Oh man, I'm going past so many hazards. I'm hoping I don't kill my people. Just getting that healing in. All right. Hey! 2 levels up. I pretty much like, the skills are nice and all, but I just kind of like having... What? Oh, the surplus. I get it. Thank God. That's actually enough for us to make the God Chamber. It'd be kind of nice if I had a bit more, but go to hell. I am absolutely bringing the Hafnium with me. Gold's a good trading item. No, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna destroy both of these. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna bet that if I do destroy the building, that's also gonna destroy the Judge Architect. So I do actually need to bring the full amount of Hafnium. That's like, look how much effort it took us to get the one though. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna have to bring the Judge Architect. I'm gonna have to like go the whole distance and bring 2 Hafnium for the Judge Architect. I sort of feel like I should be building something to process and house the plants, but like, do I give up some of the carbon? Do I get like the advantage right now is if I have a lot of resources, it's gonna let me just have this bonanza of like of construction. So I'm going to be able to, as I use up the resources, I'm going to be able to convert the storage modules accordingly. So I'm going to resist the urge to cannibalize that benefit. The morale is going to be a problem, but
Fuel tank low.
oh, this is a... yeah, that was not a smart move. Garden Planet. Okay, so I do want fuel. Can probably get away with messing around with the red supergiant. So I did say this is going to be the last expedition. I can't take expeditions here, so I am going to at least mine these worlds out. We approach a star with only a single planet in orbit. It is the size of a moon and covered in vegetation. What? Enough that it should have lots of oxygen in the atmosphere. Science Officer Sergei finds it strange, however, that so much vegetation could exist so far from this... Yeah, let's explore it. We land the ship and begin to replenish our stores of oxygen. While doing so, we quickly come to understand how so much vegetation has grown here. The entire planet is a ball of glowing magma around a hot uranium core. The ship begins to sink, and we really have to push the engines in order to escape. Hopefully, the damage isn't too great. Not great. I guess I can use the carbon to repair that.
Fuel tank low.
Okay, so we're gonna leave the iron on the ground if we don't use it, so... What's my fuel strategy here? Wait, where's all that hydrogen I bought? God, that is annoying. I was under the this game. So, am I crazy? Did I not just buy a bunch of hydrogen from that world that apparently is not on my ship?
Fuel tank low.
I'm probably gonna have to spike an Omega for this. And I'm mad about that because I totally did not need to go to the system. Well, okay, I have two paths that I can take. One is to, one is to leave right now. Nah, I'm still not gonna have enough. Let's, take our lumps. I'll burn an Omega
Fuel tank low.
to keep me going. So I'm going to do a drill 5 here.
Equipment damaged.
Okay. Hallelujah! That is the hafnium we needed. Divinity module acquired. Okay, so, given how full my ship is right now, I'm actually going to just jump to... So we will refuel later. But I'm actually gonna get my crew back together. And we can start thinking about how I design a good ship. Oh my god. This game. Okay, good. Cool. So now, I'm gonna come up with a wish list. So this is going to be a little dull because I'm writing on my tablet, and I realize I can't share that on the screen. So gravitational lens. So first thing I'm doing right now is just writing everything down. So boosts telescope, which I feel like I don't quite have the need for, like I used to, and that's 5 gold and 4 hafnium. Ultra probe. That is... Ah. Okay, so we can mine stars from that. So 6 gold, 4 platinum. I feel like we need some protection from the from the sun. Gravitational sails, so that's a plus 20 performance boost. That would mean that we, like, I think that would mean that our ship wouldn't require that much fuel. So that would almost be peak performance. So 5 thorium, 6 platinum, void fluxion projector. So that's plus 15 resistance. Superconductor plus 20 resistance. I'm actually not going to write... God, there's so much stuff. Okay. The other thing, it'd be nice if I could get a list of all of the different mineral. I think we have sort of like one of everything except helium. Wait, where's the hafnium? God damn it, did it not... Okay, something is eating the resources. Ah! Like, so there's no hafnium here. I've got cobalt, iron, silicon, copper, thorium, silicon, gold, iron, tungsten, carbon, platinum, carbon, oxygen, iron, omega. And by dismantling the divinity module, we should get 1 hafnium. In fact, we need that for repairs. So in addition to the hydrogen going missing, I now have hafnium that's unaccounted for. Wearying. Very wearying. Alright. So, I'm going to slightly adjust the way that I'm doing this list. Okay, so grav lens, plus 6 telescope. So again, that's not a high priority for me. Ultra probe. Mine stars. Grav sails. So the reason I'm doing it this way is I actually want the increments that I can adjust this stuff by, because if I can get my... So like, let's say I had something that would give me 25 performance. I want that more than I want to do a combination of gravitational sails and something else. I'm already getting performance boosts from other factors, but that's another conversation. Void... Void fluctuation projector plus 15 resistance. One basic thing I want to do is try and compare to the old ships. So, for instance, we're doing better on performance, 10 better on ecosystem. Our resistance is 20 better, but our comfort is half of what it was on the old ship. So if I can boost my comfort, that's better. In fact, particularly if I can get rid of these chambers that that are like dragging down my morale, that's best. Although again, there's going to be a bunch of shenanigans as far as ditching crew members are concerned. Actually, one thing I can do is get rid of the oh no. So basic bunk, yeah, ditching the basic bunk. Yeah, it's the basic bunk that's pushing me past what I used to have. I don't know. This is gonna be a painful shift, I think. Okay, superconductor. That's 20 resistance. Because the other option is, like, if I can't get these things up to 100, the one thing I can do. So if I've got something like the superconductor, right now we're getting. Does not want to tell us what we're getting bonuses from resistance for. There we go. So you've got a shield generator and a thermal resonance generator. So one thing I could do is dismantle the thermal resonance generator and get an additional 10. Like I take my resistance up to 80 and still using the same single slot. Grav well generator. So that's appealing because of the boost to performance, as well as extend range. So a combination of something like the gravitational sails and the gravity well generator would give me my lowest fuel consumption and also my longest range. Sorry, not my longest range, because subspace reactor. Okay, Life Seed we used to have. That's not a high priority, to be honest. Planetary extension. Okay. Higher yield is pretty good. Like, so the planetary extension is something I would consider while I'm building up the ship, and then once we're done building up the ship, I dismantle that in favor of, like, the last item that I want. So, and then botanical complex. That lets me kind of keep the plants going. So I would like one of those if I can. Finally, so like at the minimum, I want to ditch the basic bunk and replace that with a regular cabin. I do have 6 people. Hey, Kratel. I'm doing all right. This is a sort of space exploration and resource management game. I'm actually at the end of the stream because it's I've been going for about 6.5 hours and it's almost 4 in the morning. It'll be 4 in the morning when I'm done writing. So, but basically, you have failed in your mission to imprison an entity known as the Archon, and you wake up hundreds of years later, as the Archon is building their empire and just generally being a big baddie, and it's your job to stop them. This is such a terrible description of the game, but that's the basics of it. And then, yeah, there's a little refinement as far as some of the specifics, but I'm not 100% in a great space to explain all the details, and it's usually a little bit better to show it. So you may, if you check this VOD, you're gonna have to skip the first hour because I spent a lot of time talking. But I'll try and what I'll do once I'm done. Once I'm done in this menu, I'll show you the overall map and sort of show you what's going on. If you've ever played Starflight, which is the reason I was interested in this, it does bear a passing resemblance to it, but that may not be the best answer. Actually, there is going to be one thing that I do. So helium and hafnium, I think, are the only two that I don't have enough of. So in theory, if I wanted to have like one slot for every element, you know what, I'll just do it the same. I'm just going to write this down. So iron, cobalt, silicon, copper, thorium, tungsten, carbon, platinum, oxygen, omega, helium, hafnium. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 slots for elements. I guess it doesn't tell me how many. It does elsewhere in the game, but I don't think it tells me. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I didn't need to individually count that, because I could have done 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 times 7, 28. Add 4, 32, add 4, 36, but I'm not thinking straight. Oh, thank you so much, Krato. So, you know, that's really nice of you. I mean, I'd be delighted to have that automated, but like honestly, like if, you know, I first of all, I've moved to, I'm pretty sure, was it the last time I saw you I was in Vancouver? I can't remember. Like it's all starting to blur together. But you know, if you're watching other channel, like people's tastes change, people's schedules change, and if I'm not around at a point when you can watch me, like I don't feel entitled to your Prime, but I am very grateful for it nonetheless. So thank you very much for that. And more importantly, I'm just happy to see you. So this is true for a lot of people who stop by the channel. It's nice to see old faces. So yeah, again, I apologize for not being a little bit better as in terms of introducing this game, but I'm doing some of the management right now. So basically, your ships have a certain number of slots, and we actually spent a lot of effort trying to build this ship up to a point where we can have the resources that we need, or like the modules that we need, because it was all broken, and you know you need to spend resources to repair it. So what I'm doing is sort of the most absurd version of this, which says, okay, I'm going to have one of every kind of element on the ship in storage. how many modules do I have left after I do that to sort of get what I need done. Because if I have 36 slots, I want an idea of exactly how much I've got left. So for instance, if I have one for every element, which is not necessary, by the way, but just in the extreme, that would give me 24 left. So out of the things like the wormhole generator, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I already know that 13 of those are taken up with, I think those are called tech. Yeah. So that would imply that I've got 11 left for modules. Right now, I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for modules. So in theory, with those numbers, I have a surplus of 5 slots. Like I've got 5 slots unaccounted for. Last time I remember was the away team. Okay, so if we did away team, then I was in Ottawa. So don't have much time for Twitch these days, so it's nice to catch up on occasion when you're up early. Absolutely. And in fact, if you like the away team, this actually might be a good one. I should note that it's got mixed reviews. I think my biggest gripe with it are a few little bugs and things like that, which, you know, you can manage. But it's definitely an enjoyable game. 5 slots, 2 turntables, and a microphone. Okay, so now I'm going to do something sort of no, sorry, I'm not going to do something irreversible yet. I think I probably should just spend some time on my own figuring this out. So one thing that I've got, as far as crew is concerned, we've got a surplus of crew. So I would like I guess to maintain continuity, 6 crew slots, but I can probably get by with even less, if I'm completely honest. 6 is kind of nice though, because in theory you can have like 2 of each like skill type. So what are the ways that I can achieve 6? I think our base is 2, and then we've added a total of extra 5 crew capacity. So regular cabin adds 2, luxury room adds 1, basic bunk adds 2, recruit dormitory adds 3. So like one of the things I should be able to do is replace the basic bunk with a regular cabin. The thing is, I think I'm actually going to need to do like an intermediate. I'm going to have a surplus of cabins first and then dismantle. So I think the first thing I'm going to do here, let's dismantle the basic bunk. So this is going to cause sadness, so... We'll be ejected out the airlock, sorry. What?! We didn't even have the option of, like, we should... Oh my god, this game. Also, 6 of 3? That does not make any sense. Yeah, so the thing that I feel like I didn't want that person. Also, why is my performance so much lower? And I can't build... Okay, then. We're just gonna Alt F4 that. I think I'm done with Oceans of Time tonight. So here's the thing. I do not need to make any of the adjustments to the ship right now. So clearly we're gonna wait till we find another village to drop them off, because like that is so beyond silly. Wait, what? They still killed my morale. Ah, this friggin' game. Ah. They'll save when I jettison someone out the airlock. Whatever. How do I play this Tetris game? Like I can throw away some iron, but like, do I need to do the rest of the module stuff right now? Oh no, here's what I can do. There we go. I've got a spare. Okay, but I still need to figure out what I'm doing with the iron. Well, there's sort of like there's one save that you can keep going through. Like there's save points and you've got a continuous save that you can work with. But yeah, you don't get like multiple saves. So sorry, I'm doing a terrible job of selling this thing, but I'm discovering a few limitations, let's say. So our comfort should be considerably improved. In fact, it may be better than our old ship. Yeah, we're 5 higher than the old ship. So our old ship used to have 70 performance, 20 ecosystem, 50 resistance, 60 comfort, room for 5 crew. Oh, but we've got room for 7. Oh, god damn it, I screwed up again. So I forgot we can actually get away with a luxury room. Because we get the extra crew from the Divinity module. Okay, so I bet if I Alt F4, it's just going to put me back to the point that I ejected someone. Okay, this becomes a module. That wasn't supposed to become a module. Honestly, it doesn't matter where it goes. Build a regular cabin, a luxury room. We can then afford to disassemble the recruit dormitory. All right. What else do I want to build here? There's actually something of an argument saying that I don't need any more modules. I don't quite want to waste resources, so I'm going to leave this open for now, but I think the rest of the Okay, so let's just say as a hypothetical. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 modules. So my ideal ship, 12 resource. Um, 5 modules. So that's 17 in total. So that means 19 left for technology. And if I decide to... So if I decide to build technology, like just stuff that I don't have yet, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so I actually have 9 spare. So I could build one of everything, and I would actually have 9 spare. I have 9 spare, like, slots. So actually, given that I've got a surplus of carbon, I'm a little worried about the tungsten, but a relaxation pod makes sense here because this will be improving my comfort. Botanical complex makes sense as well. Of course, that's going to involve... Okay, actually, we can mess around with this a little bit. Okay, so out of these technologies that I can bring in, I think we said planetary extension and... planetary extension and botanical complex were our 2 big priorities. So that's 7 copper, 5 tungsten, and then 4 iron, 2 copper, 1 silicon. So if I wanted to add the relaxation pod, that would be another 4 tungsten. I've got 11. Okay, I'm a little scared about doing this. So, change this to tech. And build planetary extension. I'm probably going to wind up having to leave some of this stuff behind, but... So, I mean, if I am going to be emptying out the ship, maybe I do start looking at what other... Okay, so it looks like we are going to be spending some time on this after all. So suppose ecosystem helps me with... Well, yeah, here's the thing, though. We don't have a lot for ecosystem. So, start by converting it to a technology slot. So what do I have available to me? Because a lot of this stuff we've already... Okay, well I can build an ultra probe and that's about it. Everything else we've already used up our resources. Which is fine. because most of the stuff I'm going to be leaving behind is iron anyway. Okay, so what I want to do now, I want to be somewhat orderly in terms of how I handle things. So we'll definitely bring a stack of 20 for... Well, basically, again, we want one of each. And I'm going to try and combine, you know, like... So oxygen, silicon, you know, things like that. Now, if I can bring bonus amounts, that's great. But what I want to do is I want to make sure that there is room for a bit of everything. So there's our thorium, copper. So helium, hydrogen, helium, hafnium. Well, if that's true, I don't have enough spaces for everything. So what did I screw up? Oh, because we brought more than one iron. Okay, well, again, let's still make sure that we have one of everything first. Do I want silicon or carbon more? Bring the carbon, and then I can just put the silicon in for oxygen. Okay, so yeah, we're leaving behind a bunch of iron, but again, we have more than we need. Okay, so after all of that, sorry, there is one other thing I want to try and do. So tech slots cost. So that costs 2 copper per tech. I still have this haunting fear that I've miscalculated in terms of all the tech slots that I need. No, damn it. I didn't count the existing technologies I have. That's where I got it wrong. So I already have 13. So I can't build one of everything. Okay, well that's fine. The ability to mine stars is still helpful. And I can get rid of the planetary extension when I have the minerals that I need, but I am going to need to prioritize. In fact, we may already have the ideal setup, so I'm just going to do one more setup, one more calculation, just so that we can have a clear idea. So we've got 36 slots total. So 12 for elements. Now let me confirm that I have that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Cool. So I actually have a surplus of 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 modules. Yeah, it's really cool. Well, actually I haven't done it, but... I always like the fuel scoop mechanic from Frontier. Oh yeah, actually, Elite Dangerous has that too. I've never played Frontier Elite, but... Okay. So that implies 18 tech modules. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 currently used. So I get 2 spares. Now, again, there's a couple of other things that I can do to angle this in my favor. So right now, so for instance, I've got Tau Stasis as a tech. So if you look at my blueprints with Tau Stasis, that's a +5 performance increase, and the cosmic folder is extended by 4 light years. But we have a couple of other improvements that are like that. So, for instance, we could put the gravitational well generator. Well, that one's a worse one, actually. So that's 5 and 2. But the subspace reactor is 5 and 6. So, for instance, if we replace tau stasis, we get the same performance boost, but we... sorry, which wasn't we? Not 5 and 2. We do get an extra 2 light years. Now, you know, tungsten, hafnium, and platinum, that's going to take some effort to get, but we can work towards it. I don't really feel the need for the life seed, so I'm maybe going to set that aside for the time being. And then similar idea. So we take a look at our current resistance. Currently, we're getting 10 from a shield generator and 10 from a thermal resonance generator. Well, if it really came down to that, looking at the thermal resonance generator, that's, you know, the plus 10. So we'd put the superconductor, that's plus 20 resistance. So we get a net bonus of 10. All that we really need for that is 5 hafnium. I don't know where the cobalt is. Oh yeah, right here. But yeah, I mean, hafnium is expensive. It's hard to get, but that's a way that we could. Excuse me. That's a way that we could pull that off. Similarly, well, can't mess with comfort. We actually don't have anything to improve our ecosystem, so I guess the other alternative is I say hang the extra range, and then we just say, well, let's let's just go for gravitational sails and lower our fuel consumption. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like at minimum replacing. Well, actually, yeah. So now that I think of it, at minimum we could replace the. So wish list. So replace tau subspace reactor. So that's 8 tungsten, 6 hafnium, 5 platinum. Replace thermal resonance with superconductor. So that's 8 thorium, 6 cobalt, 6 hafnium. So we need a total 12 hafnium to do everything we want. So that still gives me 2 spare. So I mean, then I could, if I wanted, add 1 life seed. I'm not 100% sure why I would want it, but at least I have the option. And thank you for the... I've been sneezing and coughing and otherwise being a nuisance all cast. So that would still leave me with 1 extra, and I suppose the question then would be, do I want to boost the resistance? Do I want to boost the performance? It'd be nice to get the ecosystem up, if I'm completely honest, but we just don't have any tech for that. But yeah, okay, that gives me something to work with. I do feel bad about the airlock thing. In my headcanon, that didn't happen. We just never took them in the first place, but the game sure likes... The game sure like... Wait a minute, where'd the blue... Am I losing my mind? We definitely had like blue hydrogen friendly planets on our path. Okay, so I guess plan B would be to go through a wormhole. I mean, we're not that bad on fuel, to be honest. But I suppose the other way of thinking about this is that this is a great place for me to mine the resources that I need. But where am I going to get all this hafnium is the question. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to jump to the black hole. So, here's that exploration part that I was talking about, Kratil. So, abandoned station. Our ship draws close to a tumbling asteroid dotted with artificial structures. Scans reveal no trace of life anywhere. I think I can handle a hit to the health points. Disassemble the reactors for fuel. Nanmu loses 2 health. Wait a minute. Wasn't Nanmu the one who got left behind? No, apparently not. So here's the missions that we've done. So we've archived, the Vanguard, repairing the Vanguard past mistakes, fateful confrontation, return to the origin. Right now, we need to uncover the Archon's homeworld, which is somewhere off here, 174 light years away. So you're given a limited view of space. You have sort of a series of locations that you visited or are aware of. These are save points. Now, again, I don't want to be saving because there's a lot of stuff that happened here that I don't feel too comfortable with. And you can see that we have fuel, oxygen, hull, and morale. So it's not just the management of the ship that you need to take care. Yes, a little bit like FTL's events. It's not just management of the resources on the ship that you need to take care of and all the modules that you're hanging on to. You have your basic survival elements, so fuel, oxygen, hull, and morale. Again, morale take a massive hit because of the just because of the sorry, like there's a bunch of stuff that's happened to make morale lower than it should be. But anyways, one of the ways you can with our ship, we have a technology that will allow us to actually travel space through black holes. So I'm going to hop into that one to start with. So go through the black hole, and essentially you don't have an unlimited range on this, but we can actually hop into this black hole. And get a bit of distance. Now, if I want, I can actually keep hopping black holes. So I could just go through this one again. All right, this actually, we don't have anything in range, so now I'm going to have to go the old-fashioned way. So there's not a whole lot of jumps on this path, but let's check out this unknown system. So there's going to be a pretty significant oxygen cost I want to keep in mind. Did my morale drop? Let's take a look. One of the crew members decides to go out onto the ship's outer hull. They explains that they feel an entity wants to communicate through them. They need space and time alone to do this. Maybe this is just like, maybe that's their like speech patterns. We let them commune for a day, and when they come back, they are glowing so brightly that we have to squint to talk to them, or at least try to talk to them. They are now speaking a completely different language. Talk to them. We try with all our might to hold a discussion with them, but nothing helps. They are not the person we once knew. All of a sudden, we are filled with doubt. No one really knows who this person is. We leave in a state of utter confusion about our companion. Oh, that sucks if the... Okay, and we lost a word. If they're killing my my morale. That's really bad. So let's visit the gas giant, see what happens.
Oxygen low.
Okay, so we're gonna probe for... This is a little bit more about getting some reserves more than anything. And it does mean that I'm gonna have to start giving up. So first thing I want to do is use the existing hydrogen. So... well, we can use the... no, I don't want to do that. I'm still trying to get this idea where I think I have 2 surplus. Oh, carbon, right. Okay. I am going to ditch the iron, as much as that makes me sad. Alright, so that was a net loss.
Equipment damaged.
Now I need the iron. Okay, so we use helium to store. Wait a minute, no, that still doesn't make sense. Because if I'm supposed to be storing hydrogen along with helium, did I just forget to write down one of the elements? Iron, cobalt, silicon, copper, thorium, tungsten, carbon, platinum, oxygen, omega. Yeah, I forgot to write down hydrogen. Okay, honestly, that's not that big of a deal. I don't need to hang on to... As long as I have helium, I'm fine. So, I know I said I was going to be wrapping up, but I'm a little curious about this morale dropping. So it says I should be going up by 2 here. I want to go to the neutron star so we can land on a... We can land on a world with, oxygen.
Oxygen low.
So a gigantic astral manta roams the system we have just entered. As it crisscrosses the system, it appears to be on the hunt for something. These creatures are known to ingest huge amounts of stellar waste, turning it into valuable minerals. It would be interesting to follow in its wake, but the speed required might be dangerous. Follow... We attempt to follow the creature, which proceeds in a very chaotic, haphazard way. Suddenly it stops completely. This allows us to get close enough to see the manta has caught up with its prey, which is surrounded by a dull glow. A smaller astral beast is preparing to protect itself by electrocuting the manta. Just before the attack lands, the manta disappears. We are carried along the waves of its passage, and we emerge in an entirely new region of space. Okay, so...
Equipment
Oh, for
damaged.
God's sake. No, we don't abandon crew members for this reason.
Oxygen low.
Ugh. Yes, I'm doing the Alt F4 time travel. That is so completely insane that you are not allowed to repair. Like you have to vent someone out the airlock because you can't repair a room. I can accept being in a tough spot because I moved somewhere else, but like that's a level of dickishness that I'm on the part of the game that I'm just not willing to accept.
Oxygen.
And we don't even have an opportunity to do anything here, so... so if we can explore... Yes, okay. So this might seem familiar from Mass Effect. So in this case, we've got a couple of anomalies that we can check out on this world. So we can actually take advantage of the vegetative area now, but I definitely prefer the village, especially because it will get me it'll get me Omega and an alien word. So sorry, David, the table tennis is temporarily unavailable, so we have to throw you out. Yeah, like, I don't know, like some of this stuff just it feels like you just need to think it through a little bit. And like, should we allow someone to be able to do the, like, do we allow someone to repair? So, you know, if you didn't bring enough materials, that's fine, right? You know, before you could repair the item, you know, someone was pulled out the airlock and there's a morale suffering. But like, nope, you got to abandon a crew member. You're not able to to fix it. Like, that's just a level, especially because of the morale penalty for venting someone. That is just a level of cruelty above and beyond. I totally don't remember what skills I need for this. Drill is definitely good here.
Oh.
I mean, it could also just ditch Sergei and bring along one of the other xenolinguists. Okay, I did say I was going to wrap up, but, you know, I might as well show... This is my way of explaining how the game works to Kratos, especially because I've been complaining about it for the last little while. So, in addition to exploring space, you also have individual explorations on worlds. Now, I specifically chose this one because this is a way that I can gain Omega, which is a very valuable resource. It's what lets me go through things like the... actually, come to think of it, I have to wait till the end of the expedition. I wanted to see what my morale was because we should have gotten 2 for traveling. It's one of the reasons why I traveled. But yeah, you can also go down at the planet level and have adventures. Now, there are hazards, so there is the danger of losing team members and the drop in morale that happens as a result. This is where I feel like I wind up spending a lot of my time. This is definitely the place where you get the fancy new techs and all of that, so... okay, we can afford to do depths because that's a survival mechanic. Our expedition discovers that a ship crashed in the area long ago. The good news is that the contents have not been recovered by anyone else. The bad news is that it is located underwater at the very bottom of a very deep abyss. The chasm is at least 500 feet deep, perhaps more. What's worse, it is home to many types of indigenous life forms. It is not surprising the wreck has yet to be plundered. So we'll send the survivalist. Our survivalist states that they can hold their breath long enough to conduct a cursory exploration. We're very impressed, but then again, some physiologies are vastly superior to our own. Well, given the fact that Nyx is our own... Anyways, when they resurface, they bring with them a locked chest. What could it contain? Tweezers! You gotta keep your tweezers under lock and key. You never know who's gonna use them, right? Okay, so I'm trying to avoid crossing dangerous terrain. It's not clear what's waiting for us in the destroyed temple, so let's... Let's take a look. Oh man, both are tempting. We come across large raised stones, the only remaining testament to a millennial cult that aligned themselves with celestial bodies. They believed that such heavenly bodies made decisions about a now vanished civilization. We pause to reflect on the past. So I'm going to perform a blood sacrifice. It's not great for the health, but it is good for the plants. And I need to sort of replenish my lost plants. Okay. Village is going to be good for us. This will give us a chance to trade out crew members, if need be. Us people child good star. You child? us child people good. Vibrations of excitement and positive waves emanate from the alien. This reaction from our friends seems to encourage the inhabitants to come and meet us. Okay. So yeah, it looks like we didn't get a boost to our morale, even though the game promised us otherwise. So I don't quite have the surplus that I used to, but let's balance some of this out. Okay, I also want to empty them out on actually, let's empty them out on minerals and plants. Because, of course, we have a bunch of stuff that we use as a bank. So, they definitely want the the maps. Sorry, lithological maps. That's close. That's giving them too much. Oh, so close. It's really hard to ascertain the value of some of this stuff. Anyways, let's go for it. It's really the minerals that I wanted out of it. Okay. So again, I've got a huge surplus of xenolinguists. So like I'm kind of tempted to dismiss one of these at least. Honestly, I'd actually kind of like to dismiss both and then just add the 2 volunteers. I'm gonna regret this, but... We've already made some wild choices, so... What? No! God damn it! I don't want to... I'm sorry. I thought I was dismissing the useful, or the ones I wasn't currently using. It's probably locking me into that choice, and I'm gonna feel really mad about it. Oh, this friggin' no, hang on. Yes, okay. So we lost some progress, but we have the... Sorry, I saw the red dots here and I was like, "Oh my god, are you serious?" So probably better I just don't mess with the crew. Well, that's not entirely true. I can mess with one, but this has definitely been one of the more error-prone runs for me, Kratil. I've enjoyed this quite a bit more in previous sessions, but there've been a few things that have really made me wonder. So I do actually. This isn't as bad as I thought. So all I need to do is ditch one of the xenolinguists for a survivor, and then I've got the team that I want. So. Steel beams form a gossamer structure adorned with clinging vegetation that blows in the wind. It's not a terrestrial structure, but rather a ship that crashed here possibly eons ago. Yeah, Kratil, the biggest thing for me is I just feel like this game could be better at conveying information to you. It's probably the biggest one for me. So, we'll attempt repairs just because that'll help me with the morale, which is sort of in the toilet right now. I am kind of curious if we're going to have the same locations as last time. I do want to heal this character, but I want to make sure I have the points in xenolinguistics to still complete the mission. Okay, so I need to make sure that whoever this is does not get replaced. Ooh. So it looks like... I mean, it's nice that we're getting more options for trade, but... Okay, so we'll even out... we'll go to 20 for our iron. Yeah, pretty slim pickings, though, for the rest. So... I'm going to try giving up some of the stuff I know I'm never going to use. Okay, that kind of seems to have been enough to push us over the edge. Yeah, let's just make the trade. Now we already have more than one. We have more than one here. So what I wanted was a survivor, but that's fine. That just means that we're not gonna take a morale hit. So it does seem some elements are randomized, but not the entire experience. And again, I have the option of healing, but I want to avoid that until we've locked in the completion of the mission. Now, if it means the difference between somebody surviving and not, you know, I bite the bullet and... Sergei, so that's fine. Alright, our expedition comes across a settlement that is less a village and more a termite mound. Within a city that is vast yet comprised of minuscule buildings sculpted from mud, live beings of just a few millimeters height. Their lives last only 20 seconds, during which time they work, reproduce, and die. To them, we are immobile giants in the sky above them. After a terrible multi-generational fright, they are now constructing taller and taller buildings in order to observe us. Established contact. Our xenolinguist has an idea. They create a complex visual language that summarizes our history and our presence here, all using a single glyph. In a matter of minutes, millions of the tiny beings have spent their lives studying why we are here. To aid us in our journey, they give us their most precious possessions, and we take up a small group of volunteers with us to swarm the stars. All words have already been learned. Okay, cool. So we've kind of already explored everything available on this world, so it's just a matter of kind of getting... Well, that's not true. There might be something here, actually. I don't think there is, but I should check just in case. So now I can sort of afford to... I can afford to take a little more damage and like run the different healing and all of that. So... we'll see how this all works before I, yeah. I want to be a little careful of what I expose my people to and how many resources I take up before... Oh, so... Oh, no. So, 1, I didn't have to go past that. Number 2, yeah, there's a whole other area that I haven't checked out here. Okay. I should have called this so much earlier. But yeah, hopefully, yeah, so like this is why I'm feeling a bit bad about complaining about this so much, because there are fun little vignettes of just like different things to do, different experiences to have on the worlds. There's no timer right now on the world. I think there'll be some change to the mechanic, I think. But, like, this game definitely does the, you know, be a spaceship captain, see different worlds, and have different experiences on them. All of that is actually handled quite well, I think, in this game. But as I said, like, you know, you can contrast that to the way FTL handles its events. Like, I really can't think of a lot of situations where... I can't think of a lot of situations where you're not sort of given the information that you need to kind of get your best, the best possible outcome for your, you know, your team. Like you get, sorry, I'm trying to think, like, You get an idea, or hang on, is it FTL or is it, maybe I'm thinking it's Sunless Sea. But like, there's a lot of games where you will get some indication in terms of what the result's going to be. And this game does that too, right? You can sort of see, well, if you hit this button, you know, you're going to get, sorry, what am I trying to say? Oh, there's lots of people I can do this for. Perfect. Sorry, I'm totally falling over my words. Like, you could see there where, like, when I was making the choice about sacrifices, right? Like, do the blood sacrifice, you give up health for plants. And I'm like, oh, well, I've got a garden now, so that makes sense that I would want to do that. But then you'll run into these situations where it's like, okay, you know, you have something that will give you a bonus of 20 if you have like a resistance above 50. It's like, oh, well, what's my resistance? And it's like, well, we're not going to tell you your resistance right now. And there's no way for you to find out the information about your ship. So I've actually been writing down a lot of information on my tablet, specifically so I can refer to it during the game. And I sort of feel like the game should have done a better job of, you know, giving me the information I needed to make the choices that I had. Actually, it just occurred to me I don't have the ship information that I want right now. That's going to be a slight problem, but... Okay. Let's start by refining our minerals. So the hope here is we wind up with some hafnium, but... Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I think overall, I think this is actually quite a good and enjoyable game. Hey, we got the Hafnium. So we're going to have to give up something for it, but... Okay, so we'll start with a transfer all. So put the carbon into the hull. Now again, I would prefer that we don't sacrifice the carbon, but hafnium is more important to us, so we say goodbye. Yep. Already got 20 thorium, silicon we're at 20, iron we're at 20. Yeah, so I accept these choices. So now we're going to refine our plants. I would recommend that just because of some of the bugs I've run into tonight, Kratel. I've never actually had to close out the game the way that I have, and now I've done it multiple times tonight. But again, I'm almost going to be at an 8-hour stream. It's going to be 5 in the morning. Oh, God. Well, so much for my plan to get a proper sleep schedule over the weekend. But yeah, now we can transfer these to the greenhouse, and these will give us certain... yeah. I'm assuming this was not intended to be in the... Okay, so 5 morale each time a technology is constructed. That might actually be helpful for me right now. 5 morale for every 6 trips on a ship with 5 or more crew members. 3 morale for every engineer on 4 interstellar voyages. 5 morale for 6 trips. So I don't think we've got resistance 60. So we definitely have a lot of xenolinguists. 5 or more crew members is good. So this is where it would be nice to know what my... So we could probably actually make an educated guess here. Wait, 60 or more resistance? Okay, it looks like our base resistance is actually 60 on this ship. So... And no point in recycling these because we're already at 100% oxygen. Not that we'd have the option anyway, but... Yes, so our resistance is 70. Okay, so I'm going to take a minute here and change my stats. So, performance... Ecosystem... Resistance 70, comfort 95. Okay. And then one other thing I'm going to do here. So I guess that implies that it's a base of 50. No, initial performance is 40. So how does the math on that work? So we're at 75 performance. Solar sails give us 10 plus 5. That's 15. Tau stasis gives us 5. And yet we're at 75. I'm not going to complain, but... initial ecosystem 30, so resistance, shield generator, thermal resonance generator. It's a base 50. Comfort, I'm not even going to bother. Sorry, I was off by 1 on these. Okay, so I don't think we're going to be replacing this ship anyway, but it's not bad to have this stuff written down. Just going to take a quick look and see if there's any... Okay, so copper can be found on garden planets. So most of the stuff that we need is actually on rocky planets. But it seems to me like we have an opportunity to get some stuff that we need. So I guess the question is, do I still want to... Yeah, we'll try one more. And we take off. So I do have another garden world. I do want to wrap up, but it's better if I can just get out of the system and then move on. So we'll land, we'll mine, and then we'll fly to the next system. Okay, so that was a bit of a waste of fuel, but that's fine because we want the resources. And again, we're still heading towards the Archon's homeworld. Now, I'm still a little weirded out by the fact... Oh, you know what? It's because we have such a long range now. We're actually extending past our ability to see. So normally I would want to be moving towards my objective, but given the fact that... So I know if I need, I can go hard left and refuel. In this case, this is my opportunity to try and get resources that I need. Yeah, I am the humans in Avatar. We have found our obtainium. It was surprisingly easy to get. But yeah, so I'm kind of curious where the save happens, so we'll touch down. And what I'll do here is I'll save the drilling for later. So if the game starts me in the atmosphere, then I know I just need to move down. If it starts me on this planet, I know I just need to drill. But you know, either way, I'll know what I need to do. But again, I do apologize for all the complaining, and I know I wasn't playing the game the entire time, but I do think, I don't know, like, there's a reason why I put a bunch of extra time into this game. Hopefully showing you the actions of the game, Kratil, you know, kind of gave you a better idea of what I meant of a resource managing space exploration game. It is maybe actually worthwhile mention. I did say earlier on in the cast, but I figure after 8 hours the audience is going to have changed a little bit. I was actually given a key to broadcast this game from the developer. Clearly, if they wanted me to say this is the best game ever and you need to, you need to buy it right away, I failed with that. But this is more just, you know, a disclosure that I was given a key for promotional purposes, and that you may want to take any recommendations I make with something of a grain of salt. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, the basics of what interested me in this game, like the stuff that I like about Star, like, so I originally wanted to check this game out because of its. I'm just trying to find somebody to host tonight, so sorry, there's no music. I wonder if there's anybody playing out there right now, actually. But no, anybody playing the Brace Yourself stuff? There is actually somebody who I know who's streaming, but last time I hosted them, they pointed out how small the host was. So if you want a really good way to not get a host from me, it's to do that. Yeah, so all the other things I'm seeing are basically VODs, which is a shame. Okay, I may have to leave you to your own devices then. But yeah, no, I think, you know, so I was interested into it because of Starflight. And the basics of, traveling through the galaxy, jumping onto different planets, having weird experiences, that's really intact. And I think most of the thing that is such a shame is that I feel that so many of the things that I got hung up on today were so basic. Like they just feel so small, and yet the accumulation of them really created a potentially negative outcome for me. So it's a shame. Like it is a game that I really enjoy, that I think is occasionally marred by some gaps that do have an outsized impact at times when they're most inconvenient. But yeah, I do hope at least that the idea, as you kindly said, you get the feel of it. I think the advantage here is that core system of not just managing the individual oxygen, fuel and oxygen, fuel, morale, and hull, but also just deciding how you want your ship to look. I think that is. I think there's some value in that, and I think it's interesting. So, yeah, I suspect the next time we play this, it'll probably be the finale, because I don't know. Like, is it really worth it for me to, to try and get all that hafnium to do the upgrades that I want? I'm not entirely sure it is. I'll definitely mine out the planets that I visit, but I don't think I'm gonna spend my time just sort of, digging up every single world to get the special, the special bonuses. So yeah, we'll see. But this was pleasant. I do apologize for not leaving someone to host, but I'm gonna have a really early morning as it is. So I wish you all a very good morning or evening or whatever time it is where you are. I know a few of you have been hanging around since the very start of the stream, and I thank you for that. And I hope, if nothing else, this was a pleasant diversion from whatever else you would have been doing today. So I'm going to be back on Monday for more Old World by Mohawk Games. That is one that I'm going to be doing a lot of resetting on, I think, because we are doing Rome versus Carthage, and we're playing Carthage, and holy crap, I know what it feels like to be on the losing side against the Romans. Wednesday we should be back to some more Phantom Brigade, and then Friday's been a bit of a free day. Because we're close to finishing out there, I may be slightly more inclined to play it. On the other hand, I have been really enjoying Quake, and I did spend basically 2 or 3 casts worth playing this game tonight, so we'll see where it's at. But as always, I'll mention that stuff on Twitter when the time comes. I hope you all have a great time. Thank you again for dealing with my filibusters and my frustration with the game, and take care. Until then.